Hola and welcome to the Arena Bareri in downtown Sao Paulo. We're around about an hour out of the CBD of this busy, bustling city in Brazil, where it is stop 2 on the HSBC Women's 7 Series, and we have one down, obviously, and that's how we look after the first leg, with Australia sitting top of the pops, Russia in pursuit. You see New Zealand there in 5th spot. They'll be looking to turn that around here in the sun in Brazil, and there are the locals down there in 10th spot. It was a heck of a way to get things started in Dubai, where Australia were hot in the desert.
You've got to bring your game to be a champion, and that's exactly what Australia have done in the Cup final. Your women's champions in Dubai, Australia.
Yes, big winners there were Australia. Now we come across to Sao Paulo, where there are going to be a whole lot of threats presented throughout the tournament. Next stop after this, how about stop 3, Atlanta, 5th Third Bank Stadium in Kennesaw State University. Then we go a little further north to Langford, Canada. Oh, they are so excited to be hosting. And then to wrap things up, the 5th and final leg ahead of Rio, Clermont-Ferrand, for the first time ever, will host a leg of the HSBC Women's 7 Series. And we're going to get a look now at what's to come this weekend. What's on the menu? Well, it looks a little something like this. There are your pools. Pool A, Australia, Fiji, Canada and Ireland. 3 very strong contenders there. Pool B, Russia, Spain, New Zealand and the United States, whilst Pool C sees England, France, Japan and Brazil all lined up against one another. Let's get a look now at what's on offer in terms of points here. And if you want the big end of the prize, you need to jump on the cup side of things, and 20 points awaits the winner. Runners-up will take home 18. Then you have your plate winners and bowl winners taking the 4 points down the bottom there. Points so important in the run towards Rio. Seedings so important. Who's going to finish 1, 2? Well, who's going to finish 1 here in Game 1 with England and Japan going head to head? And this is how these two sides line up. Japan yet to defeat England in the Sevens World Series. They last met in Dubai, where England were far too good, shutting out the Japanese. I'm Sean Maloney. Great to have your company, and joining me in commentary is ex-England international Sue Day. Sue, who are you looking for in both these lineups?
Well, so for England, great to have Mo Hunt back, making things happen in the middle of the pitch. And then there's Abigail Brown making her debut in the forwards. For England, similarly for Japan, Mio Yamanaka, be good to see a good showing from her on her debut.
Well, conditions are just absolutely perfect here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. It is warm, it must be said, particularly warm, with the mercury nudging around 26 degrees. It's humid as well, both sides ready to go at it. They are all tuned up. Most sides arriving here on Sunday last week, just catching the last bits of shade, and as they might as well, Sue, because it's going to be scorching out in the middle in a second.
Yeah, it's already hot out there, isn't it? Give it a couple more hours and everyone's going to be boiling hot. Here they come now, England and Japan, the first ones to face the heat of the day.
Well, keeping with the theme here in Brazil in 2016. Plenty of fans out here to support the Japanese, but Rio is at the back of everyone's mind, just a little further up the road. Will Joanne Watmore, the lady there in the number 10 jersey for England, be featuring? You'd have to think so. One of the most dynamic runners in the Sevens World Series. Japan steering away from their usual pre-game ritual of tackling one another before kickoff, Sue.
Yeah, no tackles before kickoff this time, far more traditional from Japan, isn't it?
Beatrice Benvenuti. Bienvenidos to you, Beatrice. Welcome. No doubt she's going to enjoy her time here, as well as the ladies about to do battle. This is leg 2 of 5 on the Women's 7 Series. And we are off and running. England v Japan, Pool C action, our opening game here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The third time we've stopped by this part of the world on the series. There's Abigail Brown getting her first touch, and they'll win the penalty, England. And tap and go quickly as well via McLean, and across the park to the dynamic runner Fisher. She threw the pass. The tackle was a beauty from Japan, and they've forced a turnover as well. Yamanaka made the tackle, and now Japan will look to go on with the player there in the number 1 suit. Good tackle from Yamanaka.
I think the technical term for that from Heather Fisher is a hospital pass straight to Claire Allen. Ball and all, but big tackle from Yamanaka.
Japan always love to mix up their play via restarts. We've seen them do all manner of things in Dubai. They were running screens and walls and just doing what the Japanese do so well, asking questions. Here they come again, Japan short side. Not much room to move there for Yamaguchi. She does extremely well, but then Fisher came across, made the tackle, looked at Pilfer. Can't affect it, so Japan reloading. Busy early is Yamaguchi. They're making uses of herself with Brown. Again, Japan's retention is excellent. They'll go quickly via Yamanaka. Throwing the switch ball there was Kato. And the defence holds strong. And now England will hop straight back to it. And here comes Fisher. Fisher looks to be just cruising, and that's what she's going to do all the way to the line. Expect to see a whole lot more of Heather Fisher in Sao Paulo. She has the first try in Brazil.
Heather Fisher.
Yeah, England were really patient there. Japan playing the short side, pop after pop, but in the end, England get it free. Ball into the hands of Heather Fisher. Now, she is powerful, gets the ball over the line for England. First blood, England.
Heather Fisher, so busy off the ball as well. Just has a huge motor. The conversion attempt is good, and England lead 7-0 after a minute and a half of action. Japan, taking play across their posts and missing the link. They managed to retain possession. Now they pick and go, and it's hard graft, but England are up to the challenge presented there. Now Watmore goes across to the opening try scorer. Fisher, get out of the way! Heather Fisher so strong up top and said, hey, this is how you do it. I've got my second try.
Yeah, England have missed a bit of Heather Fisher, haven't she? Gets the ball in her hands. It looks like the defence has her. It's a great pickup, actually, isn't it? But boom! Pushes her off her feet there. Koide, Fisher over the line. Lovely finish.
England 12, Japan 0.
Heather Fisher, one of her side's best players in Dubai in the opening leg of the series. Conversion attempt, it's on its way. It's well hit and it's through. Great strike. And it is 14-0 in favour of England over Japan. Yep, she just doesn't stop going at him, does she, Sue?
No, she's been around the 7th circuit a long time now, Fisher, and when she's in form, when she's fit, no injuries, she really is forced to contend with.
Nice strong handoff to get the highlights packages running. This might go on the highlights packages as well. Great run from Kanematsu. Kanematsu still going. Brought down 10 from the line. Superb run from Kanematsu. Japan still hot on attack and they have got numbers to burn. Japan are going to post their first try here in Brazil, and it's Kauai with a 5-pointer.
Great play from Japan, wasn't it? Poor chasing from England off the kickoff. 2 players went for the tackle, leaving big space down the outside. Then Japan just recycled it really well, didn't they here? Ball through the hands and nothing England could do in defence. Kauai gets over the line.
Kick's no good.
All came there for a poor kick-off chase from England. They'll be missing players like Emily Scarrett. She's there. She's so dominant for them. Kick-off, both chasing and in receipt. Big hole to fill. It'll be interesting to see how Abigail Brown deals with this next kick-off. England struggled with Japan's first.
Taken there by Wilson Hardy. Good technique, looking for the turnover there from Kauai, the try scorer. She was a tackler and not releasing is the call. Here comes Brown on debut. She was a star in Dubai in the Invitational Sevens tournament. Now getting around the defence and going right on by is Hunt. That is a great cover tackle, but here comes Fisher. Hey, Heather's got a hat-trick in Brazil.
A first half hat-trick in a 7 tournament, not bad, hey, for the forward enforcer. Right under the post. She'll be very, very pleased with that time, won't he? 3 tries. I think it's put right at the
Thatcher Hunt, McKenna and Molly Packer. In has come Brennan Brown. Thatcher Hunt, McKenna.
She should have been in.
Scooping it. And give them a moment. Wadmore throws that in right. Fenn said 20 more times in the future. Wadmore in.
Those long arms. But
take herself a couple of moments to recharge on the side. Right, so the kick is from 26-5.
yeah, time trialist. Number 1 was Joe Moore, number 2 Tash Brennan.
Richardson. In a right. Yoku. Kanamatsu. This England defence is excellent. Japan yet to have the ball in possession in the English half. In the second half. Can Japan get there now? You know is the answer as Fleetwood made the cover tackle. The ball's come loose there for Richardson, and she passes on quickly to McKenna. McKenna holds the ball up, and then it is knocked down. So just a little scrappy as the gas goes out of the legs of the women on the park. The heat is just sapping.
Yeah, one last chance for Japan to get their hands on the ball in this half. 5 seconds left, so it's now or never.
Japan looking to finish with something special. This is a wonderful interchange of passes from Japan. They're still going through Buddy Vakalolo, who gets the pass away. Excellent passage of play from Japan. Buddy Vakalolo got them moving in this direction. There's Koide. Excellent work at the breakdown. The clean out is great from Japan. Gee, they can make the passes stick when they want. Koide again. However, the work over the top there is great from Brown, and going on is Richardson. She switches, and McLean gets it back to Richardson once more. She pops it up to Brennan. Brennan again. Back into the action is Brown. Look at the rangy action of this lady. Abigail Brown is going to take it all the way to wrap this one up. She's on debut. She has her first try in the World Series, and we're going to see plenty more from that woman.
What a moment for Abigail Brown on your debut, first match in the series, to score a try. And it's not only is it a try, it's a full length of the pitch try. It's a lung-busting try. They've gone all the way one way with Japan, then all the way back the other way with England. Great score from Abigail Brown.
Full time here in our opening game in Brazil. England 38, Japan 5. Next up, it is France v Brazil.
Cadê a sua torcida pela nossa seleção? Vamos Brasil!
And we are just about set for game 2 in Pool C and the meeting of the host country Brazil against La France. These sides have had plenty of time to get to know each other over the past week or so. France arrived early in Sao Paulo, a week earlier than most other teams to acclimatise to the Sao Paulo sun. And what better way to get settled in a training camp with the home nation. Well, it's a new look France squad, lots of familiar faces missing, so it'll be interesting to see how they go. Brazil, they reached the quarterfinals at this event last year. Can they match that achievement? A win against France would be a great start. They met in Dubai. France were comfortable. Are you expecting, with a new look squad, a similar result here, Mel?
Look, it's going to be interesting because in the French team, they're playing for those 3 extra spots for the next 2 tournaments. That's what the coaches said. So they could be a little bit nervous. As for Brazil, well, this is the most experienced team they've ever selected. So I'm expecting a lot. They've had the best preparation coming into Brazil too, and they played well in front of their home crowd.
Rose Labreche is your referee. It's match 2 in Pool C And England leading the way so far with a comprehensive victory against Japan. France looking to follow suit. If you follow the form book, only one defeat against the Brazilians so far in the series. And it's going to be Jade Lapesque to get us underway for the French. Familiar faces, including Marjorie Mayan, who's first up to try and get a hand on this one. She was just about onside, and that's been generous. The little pop pass to the outside to Izard. Shannon Izard almost there. Well, what a frantic start from La France. Mayan digs one off the ground, did well to hang on to that one. That one didn't look like it went backwards, but they were all offside in the Brazilian midfield. And France get a chance to tap and go quickly, looking to get on with it quickly. Jade Lapesque gives it to Troncy. Troncy with a pop pass. It is going to be the first try for France. Well, what a blistering start it has been by Les Bleus. And it's taken all of 35 seconds, Mel.
I loved everything about that from the kick-off. Mayan was involved a number of times in that try, and it was her pass in the end to this young lady there, Shannon Izard, that reduced the 5-pointer. There's the little quick tappy. Nice little short ball, hit back on the hole too. Izard over.
Well, Shannon Izard made it with her first break, and she finished it off 2 phases later with the conversion to come as well. Well, you'd expect France to knock that one over, but no joy. So 5 points to 0. France lead this one, and Lapesque failing to add the extras here. So I'm sure the Brazilian home support looking to get their hands on this ball as quickly as possible and get back into the game.
Well, don't forget their 2 most experienced players are on the bench in Ishibashi and Sada, so they'll make an impact when they come in.
The restart hanging just over the 10 million. Has it gone out in the full? It has. They'll go all the way back to the middle. An unforced error, you'd have to say, from Lapesque. And Brazil will get a chance to run this ball here.
Yeah, that's the risk you run sometimes when you're doing those big high kicks that you want to contest when you've got a player like Mayan running up after it. On the odd occasion, you can just give it a little too much heat.
Go ahead.
So, chance to have a look at Brazil and Edna Santini. Such a brilliant playmaker for them. The pass from Berent was good. Back inside. Berent takes it again. Santini in support. She's going to have to do the hard graft, though. And Brazil not releasing on the ground. And France get a chance to counter-attack from well inside their own half. First opportunity for the host there, Lapesque. Jade Lapesque over the halfway line. How much pace has she got? Lapesque, not enough to get there, surely. Brilliant cover tackle. Leaves it go. Guerin in support. But Brazil once again in from the wrong side.
Number 4.
How about that chase from Arojo from Brazil there? Speedy.
Lapesque, who started that wonderful break, she must be sucking in the air. Here's the try score. Izard with the pass on the outside. Thomas couldn't hold it, but the pass was forward, and Brazil will get the scrum.
A lot of energy out there on the park, in particular from France. They've come out very aggressive indeed, haven't they? Brazil got that lovely opportunity out wide before too.
Well, when your coach tells you there's 3 spots available in what he considers his strongest squad, that's motivation if ever I heard it to go and play well.
Absolutely.
They'll
take every game with a whole lot of energy, won't they? Aggression, France.
So Santini to feed this one. Brazil just want to settle things down now. It's all a bit helter-skelter at the moment. And here is the lady with the gas, Arojo, who made that brilliant cover tackle. Happy to look for support. Shipped on from Berent. Oh, what a tackle that was. Absolute smasher from Shannon Izard. She has started brilliantly. A try already. And what about that for a tackle? Intercept. And the penalty goes to France. Quick tap from Lapesque. We'll go back for it. Jade Lapesque, options both sides. She's going to go to the right. Mayan off the ground. Marjorie Mayan. Good strength just to wait for the support. Brazil told to leave it. France struggling to get it back there. And Izard gets a hit for her troubles, but it's illegal. And Brazil need to be careful here. We could get a card. Here is Orta, the captain, throws it out wide. It's going to be another one. Lina Guerin will get France's second try.
That was all about experience from Orta, the captain, because she knew there was plenty of space out wide. It was Maya who had taken up the middle. They got the penalty. A lovely, accurate pass out there. Ran onto it perfectly there, Guerin. Great finishing off and a good second try for France.
Just her third try, Lina Guerin, in the 7 series, and not a bad way to get it. She'll have to work harder, I presume, for any more that come her way, but certainly you take them when they come. The conversion attempt this time from Shannon Izar drifts to the left and wide, which means that France lead it by 10 points in a lot of starts from Les Bleus.
A great start. They've kept Brazil in their half. They haven't been able to get the ball to do anything with it. It's been all the ladies in blue.
David Cortex happy with what he's seen so far. The commitment as well as anything else from France, particularly in defence. And Brazil struggling to even hang on to that ball, and Thomas recycles it. France get to go again. Numbers out wide here if they want to try and move this one. Lepesque, she's been a real playmaker and a thorn in the Brazilian side there. Fanny Orta, the captain, ships one on now. One try already for Guerin. Looking for a second. She won't get it. And didn't get the pass away either. Brazil, can they get possession? It's been all defence from the host nation so far. And chance through Santini. She has two French jerseys in front of her. Berent once more. Santini and Berent with really the only possession for Brazil since this game started. And we've got just over a minute before the half-time whistle. Contest for the ball. Has it been held up? It has. And Brazil get the scrum.
Yeah, a bit lucky there, Brazil. They were making the wrong decision. Santini needed to really pass the ball wide up. She went straight back into the defence there from France. Nearly got themselves into trouble, but they've managed to get out. So let's see what they do from here. Really want to see them use that space out wide.
Well, certainly France seem to have the measure of everything Brazil have done so far. You wonder how much they would have taken in that training camp and seen the moves that Brazil have, the danger players, because Berent and Santini have been swallowed up every time they've got the ball. Here is Santini. Again, she's trying to do it all herself. And Mayan says, I'm not going to allow any of that. And France keeping Brazil locked inside their own 22. Is there any room to shift this one? Coquin with the pass. Looks to get it back. Thomas leaves her go. Hit goes in from Guerin. One try already. The ball a little bit loose and scrappy. And again, Brazil can see the penalty. No time wasted from Troncy to get on with it. Still on her feet, Jennifer Troncy. Options both sides, and they go right. Shannon Izar. Any way through? Shannon Izar, there is a way through. Straight through the middle. Fastest route to home. She touches down for her second try. It's the French's third, and it is a comfortable start for the women in blue.
Well, Brazil have lost their mojo, whereas France on the other side of it are hot to trot. Izar swerving in and out there, avoided the defenders like it was some kind of game. And they're looking very smooth, very assured, France at this point.
No problem with the conversion. First successful one of the three France tries in the first half. Two from Shannon Izar and one from Lina Guerin means at half-time it's France 17, Brazil the hosts 0.
Flat. When you're trying to shift the ball, you're getting the ball static. Okay, so you need to work on that. Yeah. The other one is we're a little bit slow when we're taking the contact. Our second girl is not clearing. We're trying to get over. You need to hit it. You need to both hands on the ball. You need to roll her or blow her out. Okay? It's about phases. They're getting tired. Yeah. We've got the wind behind us. Don't be scared to use it if we're in trouble. Yeah. Let's keep the ball to help kick off. Let's try to hold our shape. Get away from these silly penalties. 3 penalties is costing us the game. Okay? Trust your defence. Then hit them in this half and then pick it up. You've got 1 minute before 4 changes come on. It's a big deal.
Yes, Chris O'Neill, the New Zealand coach there who's been in charge of Brazil for the last few years, he is wanting them to go back to the game plan that he wanted them to start with, which is not be confrontational, to move the ball and have a deeper line. That's the first thing. And of course the penalties. I mean, they've been giving them away, Brazil, and France has been all over them like a swarm of bees over honey.
Well, they have 7 minutes to save their 2 bees, otherwise You want to fill us in on the story behind the nickname, Mel?
That's right, they're called the Tupai, and the Tupai is a mystical female warrior in Brazilian legend who lures people in and then attacks, and they see the field as their attack area.
Well, I tell you what, the attacking area for Brazil has been pretty bare in the opening 7 minutes. Can they change things around and put the pressure on La France, who have been very, very comfortable? Options on the bench for the Brazilians as well. Scatteroots, Ishibashi back from injury, and Mayan leaves that one go, perhaps wisely. The sunshine right into her face there, and didn't want to risk conceding possession back to Brazil.
One thing about Brazil, O'Neill said 1 more minute and I'll bring the players in off the bench. Don't forget Sada and Ishibashi, their 2 most experienced players. Their captain too is on the bench and ready to come on.
Well, that one wasn't straight. Brazil looking to take advantage here. They might just do that. Berent with the pass that doesn't go to hand. Still advantage being played. Pop pass up to Kokan. We'll go back for the scrum and the knock on. Well, that was a chance. It's just not coming together, that final pass, Mel.
Yeah, it's the glue. It's just coming a little unstuck at the end, because I think they're just so desperate to get over and try and be competitive in this game. So they're losing their head a little just with that last pass.
The samba drum beats continue, trying to inspire a performance out of the Brazilians, and a couple of substitutes on the sideline warming up as well out of your screen. We might see some changes. Options here right behind the scrum. Berent is going to play make here. Twisting around Santini. Well, she just had to scramble for possession, but she was well marshalled by Jade Lepesque. There again for Brazil. Santini opens up the door. The pass was that straight. It was okay. Just for the line. Oh, what a tackle. Touchdown. Kokan is going to get it. It has been given. I thought for a moment there Lepesque did enough to hold her up, but Raquel Kokan touches down for Brazil's first.
Relief and delight from the crowd after seeing that worked from the Brazilian team. It was a great pass, wasn't it, from Estevez? We did think it went forward, but it didn't. It was passed clear by the referee. Great work. Initially, we'd seen Santini go the wrong way at that scrum, hadn't we? Because it had actually gone to the left-hand side. She opted to go right, but they cleaned it up and got a great try.
So the substitutions have come in for Brazil, and let's see what kind of a difference they make. Ramalho off the bench. Also see young 17-year-old Bianca Silva is into play, and she scored with practically her first ever touch on the 7th circuit in Dubai. She is electric on the wing. She's not the biggest in terms of stature and physique, Mel, but if you give her the ball in space, she's gone.
Fast, speedy, she's everything, all of that. And, you know, they've been working on her strength too, so she's an improved athlete from Dubai.
Hoping to give her a bit more time in the gym, Bianca Silva, but an injury to one of the other players meant that Chris Neal had to bring her in sooner than expected, and she's going to have to defend here. A 2-on-1 for France, who opt to come back inside where all the numbers are. Thomas calling for it, looking for the pass, and it's a good one. Bit of space opening up on the left-hand side. Oh, lovely handoff there from Izar, but equally good defence. Mayan over the halfway line. Marjorie Mayan. Santini got back to make the hit, and a good one it was too. France keep it alive. Thomas takes the pass. Ups to switch the play, bring it to the right-hand side. Fanny Orta, the captain, goes to the outside. Guerin looking for a second. Back to the captain, who's going to get her first surely. Silva gives chase, but Fanny Orta is going to crash over. And it is France once again on the scoreboard, and the captain leading by example.
Yeah, they're playing some beautiful music out there, aren't they, France? That was a wonderfully worked try. So many hands involved. In the end, it was Guerra who got that lovely little ball on the inside to the captain there, Fanny Orta. All she had to do was finish off, but before that, wow, this French attack was just playing with the Brazilian defence like a cat playing with a mouse.
And it is the Cats who are on top in blue jerseys. Lepesque to add the extra 2 and put this one to bed, surely. Well, incredibly, the shots at goal, maybe it is the heat, and maybe they're just here for the tries. That's what we want to see. 22 points to 5. It's a commanding lead. Brazil, you feel, need to score straight away to give any chance to get back into this one.
Absolutely. Just over 2.5 minutes to go. You can get about 2 tries in that amount of time in this game of 7s. Let's see what they do.
Mayan and Izar on the near side to give chase, but they've gone to the far side. And Silva's underneath this one. She was clattered into, and it's a chance to break free now. Over the halfway line, it's going to be a foot race for it. It has to be, surely, Brazil and Coquin. Try number 2. And well, all about the collisions there. I thought the French were going to get their hands on that ball. Coquin stretched the leg. She's so tall, a long stride, and gets her try.
What about that? The French put the high ball into Silva, but it was Coquin who was there, who collected. It never went forward off a Brazilian hand, so she scooped it up, put her head down, and zipped off to the try. This puts them back in the picture indeed.
Raquel Coquin certainly deserves her 2-bye back after this game. She's been the one real threat for Brazil in what has been a pretty muddled performance overall. No doubt room to improve as the tournament progresses though. So 22 points to tell, 10 no joy for Brazil with the conversion. Ishibashi on as well for Brazil. You have to say she's probably not match fit at the moment, but still so dangerous whenever she gets that ball. And France are not finished, it seems. Orton with the pass to the outside. Shannon Izar standing in acres of space here on this near side. If they spread this one, Thomas, the hands should do it, because Izar has plenty of gas and there's nobody near at the moment now. Can she put the head down? Here she is, Shannon Izar. Tries to fend. Oh, beautiful legs. Kicks it clear. Towards the 22, Shannon Izar. Is it going to be a brilliant solo try from Shannon Izar on a hat-trick? Santini, oh, cannot get there. What a try, what a hat-trick from Shannon Izar.
That's our second hat-trick in as many games. How about that? Izar, individual in the end, wasn't it? Because it was Estevez who she palmed off here, got on the outside, and then she switched gear, swerved back on the inside there, took down Santini, who's no slouch at all, and in the end, outsped her to the try line.
An incredible piece of running in 28 degrees of Sao Paulo sunshine. The conversion splits the post as you'd expect, 29 points to 10. And France, well, I tell you what, there have been changes. The absence of familiar faces in this French squad, but they have laid down a marker with this performance. And every single attacking opportunity, they have punished Brazil, who just don't seem to know which way is up at the moment. Izar takes a break, a well-earned break. The star so far for France, and a chance for Brazil with the last play of the game to try and hit back with something. Campos gets the pass away. Into the line comes Mulbauer. Big physical presence for Brazil, but hasn't had any space at all. Such has been the quality of the French defence so far. Scatroot trying to find a route through the French defence, and Santini, who really has been all over the place. Not the standards you'd expect for the Brazilian number 4, the playmaker today, but she has been out of sorts. There's no other way to describe it.
Well, I think the French defence has just been right up on her the whole day. She hasn't been let to do anything, really.
And trying to do it all herself as well. The pass to nobody in particular, but up came Mulbauer. Got a favourable bounce and trying to finish to give the fans something to scream about here on the outside. Ishibashi! Oh, what a thumping tackle. France keep it in play, and there might be one last score from the French, it seems. Tackles go in. Twisting out of that one was Tremoulier, making her debut for France in this tournament. Ladagnu, another familiar face with plenty of experience for the French. Brazil can see the penalty going off their feet, and France have 2 here on the short side if they want to move this ball. Thomas looking for options. None really except to take the tackle, try and recycle possession. Now Brazil get the penalty. Last chance perhaps. Mulbauer with the feet out. There is Silva to knock on. That should be that. Well, a seriously impressive performance by France, including our hat-trick hero, Shannon Izar, number 11 in the blue jersey. Full-time score, France 29, Brazil 10.
And our next up match sees Australia taking on Fiji 1v7. And here's a look at their overall record. Australia leading 6-0 on that front. And in their last encounter, it was the Aussies getting it done against Fijiana. And now we turn our attention to both lineups. I'm Sean Maloney, joined in commentary by ex-England superstar Sue Day, and wow, there's some class amongst both these teams.
There really is, and it's 6-0 head-to-head and 1 versus 7, but really the Fiji that came out on the first day in Dubai, you'd expect it to be much closer than that. Rugby pulling the strings, Nangasau, Nangato ball carrying, but of course Australia, so much class. Kaslik, Quirk, Cherry pulling the strings for them.
The Aussies finished second here last year, going down to New Zealand in the big one. Whilst Fijiana are a team who are on the improve, and if you're just dialing in, Fijiana, it's all good on the home front with cyclone Winston ripping in and around the beautiful Pacific Island nation. They had wind speeds up to 327 kilometres an hour, the strongest ever recorded in the Southern Hemisphere. And luckily for the Fijians, there's not a whole lot of damage that's been done thus far. So relief for the women here playing. Alhambra Nieves in charge with a whistle in hand. So that's some relief for Fijiana. I don't know that they're going to get a whole lot of relief from this Australian team, who are going to be looking to hit it running here in Sao Paulo. Emily Cherry and Alicia Quirk just have a little chat.
Interesting to see Emily Cherry with kicking duties, isn't it? Shani Williams, sometimes does it Chloe Dalton, sometimes does it They're Not Here.
Emily Cherry, and that won't go the 10. Just pulls up, and the captain, Shannon Parry, stepping in for Shani Williams, just concedes, and that'll allow Fijiana to go on attack first via Rongitha.
Play on.
Ghosting in behind was Riwai, and that's been jarred loose out of the hands of Rongitha. There goes Kaslik, switching to Quirk. Quirk goes to the captain, Parry, who will truck it forward. Here's Turner. Turner was a real handful here last year. She's going to get tackled. A great defence, rather, from Nayo Mbasali, who shut down the initial threat, and that slap back play on will be the call. Pass from Cherry, and Parry comes in, fishes it out, goes to Polite, rips a pass across to Quirk, who wide. The cover defence is excellent from Fiji. Ooh, going in and away is Polite. She's then thrown into the turf by her opposite number, Tisolo. Penalty advantage coming for a high tackle.
And just as well for Australia, because that ball bounced up right into the hands of Nangasau. I tell you what, now Mbasali, you can see the pace, couldn't you? Tracing down Amy Turner there, you can see why she's on debut, you can see why she's been selected for this Fiji team.
Well, generally it's forget the chase when Amy Turner gets her nose through the line, but the long legs of Mbasali shut down that initial raid from the Aussies. Can they do it again here? Fijiana. Here she is again, Turner, and she pops a pass up to Polite. Excellent back and forth from those two. Cherry.
Offside.
Here's Kaslik. She'll go back to Cherry. Reloaded on the inside, and Cherry dots it down for Australia's first try in Brazil.
In the end, Australia's patience paid off. Fiji's defence really organised back and forth across the pitch, but in the
others. The kick's good, and it is 7-0 in favour of Australia. There she is at the very top. Emily Cherry's on top. There you go.
An important player for this Australia team because she does score a lot of points, she does score a lot of tries, but she's such a good playmaker, all-round ball player as well, isn't she?
She doesn't go short with the
No mistakes.
restart this time. She slaps it up the park.
Play on.
That's come loose out of the hands
High
of
tackle.
Fijiana. Another high tackle is the call. So a little bit of ill discipline hurting Fijiana here, and now kicking, looking for a chase, not getting it in the bounce. Advantage has been played. Well, that's a crazy little pass there from Nangasau, and we're going to pack a scrum for the forward pass.
I think she was trying to offload it over her shoulder to the player coming around to support, I think, but in that situation it's a really risky thing to do. And we saw a couple of offloads from Fiji just before that put them under pressure. The offloading game from Fiji is what makes them stand out, but you've got to do it at the right time, and that probably wasn't the right time.
Good morning to those watching on back in Australia, and if you're not affected by the cyclone in Fiji and you've still got power there, then we hope you're enjoying the coverage as well. It's the early hours of the morning in that part of the world. Free kicks played on sharp fashion by Kazlik. Here's the try scorer. Cherry just dances around the defence. It's that easy for Cherry. And she's got all of Australia's points thus far.
It is that easy for her. When you're defending against her, that time Sinai, she looks up and she knows that Cherry's got pace on the outside, so she's pushing wide to cover it. So Cherry, all she has to do is get that little step out of her back pocket, step off the right inside, and there's nothing Sinai can do about it. Quality and class from Emily Cherry, but really simple.
So it is Emily Cherry 14, Fiji yet to score.
What do you think? We're going to get another one of those long kicks into the corner?
Let's find out. No, that's going to slide off the side of the boot. Fiji will get their hands on the ball briefly. Knock on was a call against Australia. Here comes Ellie Green rushing up out of the line. She's got the pace to rush up and then slide if needed. Nangasau. Tapping going here is Nangasau. Fiji. Now the passes starting to stick. That's what we love from the Fijians. Oh yeah, that's how you do if you're in the colours of Fijiana. Super try. Welcome to Sao Paulo, Fiji.
Now that is what the Fijian offloading is all about. That is quite a triumph for Namba Sali. What a moment again. It's this line she cuts, she cuts the angle at pace, off the shoulder. Lovely finish and really good intelligence to pick that line. Brilliant moment for her. Try on debut.
Conversion attempt is good, and we are back to a 7-point game with just 20 seconds to run into half-time. Well, it took a while, but it was worth the wait. Their first try here in South America is a screamer. Fiji. Cherry. Going to give the ball to Green in a bit of space. Hasn't had much to do in the first half. Elliot Green. Switching was Turner to Quirk, across to Cherry, who gets past one tackle, and Kazlik. She looked up, and well, she might have. Here come Fiji. Tapping on and now going in. This is how dangerous this team is. Nangasau. It was 14-0 and now the margin is just 2.
So good at capitalising on errors, Fiji, because they're always alive to the option to just pop the ball out of contact quickly move that turnover ball away. Lovely play from Fiji. It's the defence that made that from Fiji, getting up hard in the faces of Australia.
Caslick just had a little peep with the defender bearing down on her. And now the conversion attempt to lock it up at half-time. Kicks on its way, and it's well hit, but it's out to the right. So that's how it stays at the break. It is 14 points to 12. Australia narrow leaders over Fiji.
Okay, defensively, they're obviously playing narrow and then pressing hard off on us, okay? So we've got to hold that composure, hold our depth a little bit. It doesn't change where the space is, okay? We hold our depth, hold that composure, we get it out wide, okay? And then we're first in the other threes. Okay, attackingly, them, okay, they're offload. Right, so we're going to stick those first tackles, get those offload tackles. Alright, we've got to stick tackles, okay? But when we have it, we've got to hold on to it, okay? So that's others be defending all the time. Right, but in terms of the game plan, there was nothing changed. You've just got to be clean, okay? Hold your depth, use your depth, okay? A little bit of composure, okay? Don't let them get their confidence get up, right? Respect them, play like we do, okay? Let's be ruthless, right? Really a back off, never back off, okay? Let's go.
So our cameraman getting you right up close and personal with the Aussie camp there, Tim Walsh. Composed as always. Australia tuning up for this second leg of the HSBC Sevens series via 3 games against Ireland, Sue, at the Sydney Sevens. They were dotted in and amongst the men's draw, and I tell you what, the Sydney Football Stadium, they blew the lid off it there when they saw Australia v Ireland. They loved what was being laid out in front of them.
Such a great chance for the girls to play at home. So rarely do they get to show the Aussie public what they can do, and so brilliant opportunity for them, and by all accounts, brilliant. Great to hear the analysis from Tim Walsh at half-time, wasn't it? So simple, but so clear. Fiji are defending really narrow. That means get a bit deeper, but still get the ball out to those wide open spaces.
Our second 7 minutes of action underway in this Pool A match between Australia and Fijiana, and here's Caslick cutting the line to pieces. She needs some runners because Rongitha was bearing down on her. They retain possession. Here's Green. Green trying to skip through. Green.
Play on. Offside.
Yeah, ruck form there, so the Fijian defender in behind the ruck was offside, and no advantage played there, so Australia will tap and go most likely.
Australia taking their time this time, get the ball set up. If you don't get quick ball, you might as well take the time to get everybody into position.
Turner switches at the line to Green, who pops nicely there to Parry, who's wrapped up. The defence has been excellent from Fiji after some early stutters. That is a super pass, and what a line from Cherry. Oh, this is absolutely pure from Australia. That is good as you're going to see.
Yeah, real top quality from Australia. Ivana Pelite gets the try, but it's all about the accuracy of the passing here. First of all, that ball from Caslick to Emily Cherry on the angle, and then that one out to Pelite. Each pass, though, was a millisecond before the tackle came in. The timing was perfect, and the accuracy was perfect, and that's why they got in over the try line so easily.
When you are.
Well, if you're looking to coach kids on how to run a line in rugby, how to pass, we present Exhibit A via Australia in Sao Paulo. That was just on the button, and Australia have got the first points of the second half. They lead 19 points to 12.
Yeah, when you've been 14-0 up and the other side comes back, scores 2 tries, you might feel under pressure. Australia not showing any signs of that whatsoever. In fact, probably taking things up a notch in the second half. That really was pinpoint perfect.
Sherry. She goes deep and back there, scooping up is a relay. Tamoy somehow keeps it in the field of play. Tamoy across the park, they come, Fijiana. Oh, that is a special pass, but it's found the wrong jersey. And now Polite dummied and then slipped past. She's all class. Vania, Polite, and Australia have gone bang bang in the second half.
Chris Cracknell, Fiji coach, would be pulling out his perfectly coiffed hair on the sideline. It was that pass out of the back, wasn't it, from Tinai that let Australian Polite in there. It would have been easy to do a simple switch pass, but instead the loopy pass around the back, really risky, really imprecise, exactly the opposite of what Australia have been doing.
Kicks through off the boot of Emily Cherry, who figuring heavily across the weekend. It's now out to a 2 converted try buffer in favour of Australia. Yep, if you've got Emily Cherry in your sweepstake as a top point scorer, you'd be pretty happy with her opening performance here in Brazil.
You certainly would. Yeah, we haven't seen a huge amount of Ellia Green, have we? She's been on and off the pitch. Today, Emily Cherry, however, really dominant for Australia.
Etheridge onto the park, the experienced Gemma Etheridge. Mangato. And again, the passes are just missing the mark here for Fiji.
No advantage. Not gone way.
They live and die on it, don't they?
They do. It's Tinai, I think, 3 times in a row now. There's offloads to nobody. Just at the right time, it makes perfect sense, but just forcing it a little bit too much and putting themselves under pressure.
They've come a long way from their base in Sydney, the Australians, including that mascot there, Wallamina.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's okay. Crouch.
Gorgeous little thing it is. Love to give it a bit of a spoon in my hotel room. Okay, here go. Australia. By Quirk, and she switches to Tonagato. Kaslik goes to Etheridge. She's crunched. The captain goes back. Parry. Turner. They've lost 40-odd metres of field position, have Australia, and Parry goes in across to Tonagato. Tonagato stutters, goes again. Quirk fires the ball to Polite. Polite beats 1, beats 2, and eventually is brought down 30 from the try line. Tonagato. Kaslik at the line. Kaslik straightens, reloads, goes to Tonagato. Terrific pass over the top. Oh, it's forward.
Just slightly forward. Australia 2 players over on the outside, but they just got, because there was a pass inside and the pass back out, they just got a little bit ahead of themselves, but really good attempt to get that pass through the hands quickly.
Time off.
And so great as well, isn't it, Sue, for our referees and our players to start getting a taste for what it might be like in Brazil in August when the Olympics get happening.
Complete? Yeah.
Nobody can wait. August, it's really not very far away now. All of these players, all of the referees, really amazing opportunity.
Fiji, can they wipe a few points off the differential? That is a super pass, and flying is Ravisa. Ravisa runs it in for Fiji.
That's more like it from Fiji, and again it was the offload to Tima Ravisa. The offload's already happened there, and then she just pins her ears back. Charlotte Kaslik desperately trying to get there, but she just makes it exhausting at the end of the second half.
Short, and because they didn't get the kick away, the 30 seconds was left to run. Awful time, that will do us. It is Australia opening with a win over Fiji in Brazil, 26 points to 17.
And the second game in Group E sees Canada against Ireland, the second meeting between the sides in as many events on the HSBC 7 series. Canada got the job done in Dubai by 17 points to 7, but it was a close run thing until the final couple of minutes or so. Ireland looking to improve on their 12th place finish in Dubai, but they are up against it in a really tough pool. So look at both teams there. Jen Kish for Canada and Lucy Mulhall, the captain for Ireland. .28 degrees in Sao Paulo today, certainly way out of the norm for the Irish team, and if it ever hits 28 degrees on the streets of Dublin or Cork, you can pack your bags and head for the hills because the end of the world is nigh. Ireland acclimatising in Sydney for the last couple of weeks and a 3-test series against the Australians. They've learned an awful lot. None of the results went their way, but certainly in terms of the heat and the exposure, they managed to pick up a few things. Mel Robinson, former New Zealand international, is beside me, and Ireland up against it here, but they started well in Dubai. Can they start well here today?
Well, that's the thing about Ireland. They haven't played as much sevens as other teams, so they did fade in Dubai. In that first game, they were absolutely fantastic coming out of the blocks. Canada, though, you know, they've got 5 changes from Dubai. They're stronger overall, in particular Farella and Landry coming back, and we all know how good Landry is in terms of scoring the points. So Canada the favourites, but you know, you just can never say never in this game of sevens.
So Gabrielle Lee is our referee in charge. Ireland in the traditional green, Canada in their familiar red, and a couple of clouds have kind of cooled things down a little bit. It's almost like they knew the Irish were coming, the weather. Nice bit of reprieve, and it's going to be the captain, Lucy Mulhall, to get us underway. Ireland averaging 1.5 tries per game coming into Sao Paulo. I'm sure it's an area they want to look to improve on, but you'd imagine, given Canada's form, Landry with her first touch, that a lot of Ireland's initial duties are going to be defensive. If they can stop Canada early on, they might open the gate, and a chance to try and go with the handoff there from Brittany Ben was a good one. Brings play towards Canada on the halfway line. Did that go forward? It looked like it from here. The referee hasn't seen it. And Ireland managed to get turnover possession. Mulhall digs it off the ground. Brittany Ben first to react, and Canada get advantage. Here is Jen Kish looking for the offload now. Opts to present it, and Ben to act as scrum half. Better stuff from Canada. Farella ships one on. Landry. This is a nice run there from Molesky. Molesky trying to get through the Irish cover tackle. Audrey O'Flynn put her down. And Molesky brings Canada up to the Irish 22. Shipped it on again. Bit of space on the left-hand side. Kish. Any room for her to run? Tackles must be made. Galvin did well to stop the Canadian captain in her tracks. And here is Bianca Farella opting against having a go. Shipped on again from Landry. This is Paquin. Paquin with the pass on the outside. Maleski brought down in the pick and go. Paquin follows it up, and it's going to be Canada's opening try, and it goes to Karen Paquin. Well, that is clinical attacking play, Mel.
It was like watching the ball on a pendulum swinging from one side of the field to the other. They manipulated that defence perfectly by using the edges of the field. And Paquin was there to pick up and go after she gave that initial pass. We know how fast she is as well. That was clinical sevens from Canada.
Well, I did say Ireland were going to have to defend strongly in the opening couple of minutes just to let Canada know they're in a game. But what can you do with that precision of passing and timing, the angles of running, and the support play as well from Paquin to back up the pass that she gave to Maleski? And the result is the conversion to put Canada 7 points clear after just 2 minutes of play. Landry strikes it. Has she pulled that one? She has. It's gone way wide, so 5 points to nil. Canada with a perfect start here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, 45th try for Karen Paquin. She's what we call a strike prop, so she's up front, but so super quick she could be a winger. So they use that double kind of attack on each side with their speed.
So Canada shifting the point of attack here from the restart. It's going to come left. And Jen Kish is underneath this one. Has it gone 10? It hasn't. So advantage to Ireland, and there's a chance for them to run this ball. So tap in the centre. Megan Williams leaves it. Lucy Mahal standing in behind it. Key playmaker for Ireland. The number 9 from County Wicklow, Rathdrum. And here she is, the captain. Little pass back inside to Stacey Flood. Ball goes to the outside. And Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe is swallowed up in the tackle. Any room for Ireland to manoeuvre? Don't want to get isolated here. Canada tackles going in. Ireland still have it. Mulhall once more. This is Megan Williams trying to go through the centre. Support from Audrey O'Flynn, former Ireland hockey international, 120 caps before deciding to give rugby a go, and now playing for Ireland in the 7th series. Mulhall digs one out now. Chance to run here. Galvin trying to use her pace. Louise Galvin, she does have pace. Step even off her left foot, but the tackle was good. And Ireland can see possession. Chance for Canada to attack here. Jen Kish inside her own 22, needs a bit of support. And in fairness to Megan Williams, she made the hit. Ireland offside coming in. Referee right on the spot. And Audrey O'Flynn has to retreat.
Yeah, Canada getting the numbers there, in particular when Galvin had that little run up the sideline. 3 red jerseys were there to pick off the ball. Once again moving the ball before the Irish defence gets up and is able to upset their attack. Whereas for Ireland, when they're attacking, well, Canadian defence is messing everything up for them, aren't they?
Maleski looks for runners from deep. That pass was to nobody. And Karen Paquin, the try scorer, has to just start again, really. Ireland continuing to make those tackles, but it's energy-sapping stuff in the Sao Paulo sunshine. Little step off the right. Oh, lovely! She's back, Maleski! In fact, it's Landry, Giselle Landry, who stepped off her right foot. And welcome back to Canada. What a day to do that. They will have tried. 10 points to nil, conversion to come. And Giselle Landry, beautiful pace from her.
Wonderful. It was like she was gliding across ice, really, the way she changed direction and made it look so effortless. Just on the outside there, switching to the left. She's super fast and very balanced indeed.
Landry to convert her own try. Shouldn't be a problem. Flags go up. 12 points to nil. Canada in front, and Ireland playing catch up. Well, they made a game of it in Dubai. Ireland managing to pin Canada back at one stage, 7 points each before the Canadians kick clear in the second half. But so far, they've struggled to get outside of their own half. Ireland, bar that break from Louise Galvin. We've got 90 seconds to play before the half-time whistle. Landry. That's not going to go 10. And a second restart that doesn't go to plan. Ireland with advantage, and surely, well, none Cummings, the referee says play on.
Well, they played the ball there, I think.
They did come off an Irish hand, so Canada with another chance to attack, and the hands let them down. Surely advantage be played, and a chance for Galvin here. Jen Kish comes across, Galvin backs herself, but she's not going out and pace the Canadian captain, and she gets a thumping tackle for her effort as well.
Love that tackle from Jen Kish. Great opportunity there for Galvin. She just needed to use maybe a little bit of footwork because there was no way she was going to beat Kish on that angle. Try that right foot step maybe next time, and that's just experience, isn't it? The more they play, that's right. The more they play, the more they'll understand how to sort of manipulate defence and come back on the angle and beat players one-on-one.
Ireland going to contest at the line out here. Kish goes up again. Look at the experience and the strength from the captain. Even in mid-air, the composure to set herself as Paquin. A try in the first half, and she's off again. Landry over the halfway line. They're going to give chase. I don't think that Stacey Flynn is going to catch her. She's not. Landry stretches the legs. This should be it as far as the first half is concerned. It's a third try for Canada, and Ireland in 2s and 3s in defence at the moment, and Landry touches down for her second try.
Yeah, hands on the knees. That heat out there, unbelievable. Just see this here, Paquin involved. A beautiful pass to Landry, just popping back on that angle slightly. It was Mulhall, the captain for Ireland, who hadn't ID'd which player she was meant to take. Landry was probably her man. Beautiful 5-pointer.
Well, here was the conversion. Again, cool as you like. And the half-time whistle goes. It's one team in control. Canada with 3 tries, 2 for Landry, and they lead by 19 points to 0 against Ireland.
One, 2, 3. Really good work there, ladies, especially on the hustle back on defense and realigning on the backside. Right? Just patience. If we get caught, they're a bit spread out more than we expected. That's fine. Just when we make that second pass, we can look for a Y line on them right away, right? Or if the outside's calling it, give it early, and we'll just outwork them to that channel. Okay. Other than that, the defense is really good. The contest at the ruck is
tem que ir pra lá. Mas já acabou o jogo.
Yes, just good patience. That's all we need to keep doing. We don't need to offload. We don't need to rush this game. We have it in our hands. All right, so let's maintain possession. That is our main goal this half, okay? And no penalties. Ready? Yeah. 20x on 2, 1, 2, 20!
Well, clear instructions from John Tate there. I mean, more of the same where Canada are concerned.
Yeah, interesting too. They'd analysed Ireland. They'd thought that their defence was going to be a bit shorter, I guess, and pressed into the field because Ireland have actually covered those wide channels quite well so far. But fatigue will probably set in particular with Canada's very accurate passing game. They haven't made a mistake.
It has been a clinical performance from Jen Kish and Canada in the first half. Ireland really want to get something going here. Shannon Houston has come in as a substitute off the bench for Ireland. And it's going to be Canada through Landry to restart. Got to hit the 10-metre mark, and she does so. And the bounce into touch. Did it come off an Irish hand? It did, you know, so Canada are going to get the putt in.
Yeah, that's probably another area of work on for Ireland, that kick-off, because securing possession there is just so important, and they haven't been able to do that at that occasion. And I mean, that was a pretty perfect kick with not a lot of defence running up.
Again, it's Jen Kish who secures line-out ball for Canada, taken by Brittany Benn in the midfield, tackled by Louise Galvin. A little bit of help from Megan Williams in to help her, and she's in over that ball. Megan Williams, can she get it? She gets the penalty. Great work by Williams for Ireland there, and that's what they need. Settle things down. First score for Ireland in the second half would put them right back in there. So Mulhall opts to kick up the line and find touch. There's the Gaelic football background for Wicklow. The right boot from the captain for Ireland.
Yeah, no doubt that this Irish team have got some great potential athletes, and they're coming from so many different backgrounds in terms of sports.
We have camogie players, we have Gaelic footballers, hockey players, basketball internationals, you name it. In fact, the least representation comes from the field of rugby. But as you say, this is a learning process this season for Ireland. They hope to be competitive, of course, in the Rio qualifier in Dublin in the summer. But for a lot of these players, still finding their feet in the rough and tumble world of sevens rugby. Galvin keeps it alive. Ireland hang on to possession. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, but they've just lost it, as I say, and Landry opts to spread this one wide. Where's that ball? Paquin gets thumped in the tackle. Really good one. And Landry picks it off the base. There's the pass. Canada, again, experts at keeping that ball alive and just creating the space. Brittany Benn straightens the line, fires one out. Well, decent hands there, you have to say, from Perella, just to hang on to that one. That was a rocket to the midriff. And Galvin comes away, but illegally so. And Canada get the penalty. And Kish says, let's slow this down and keep possession.
Yeah, that's the message she had at half-time. She knows they're 19 points ahead. She knows this is a long, hot tournament. So any time you can conserve energy is certainly used.
So Canada are going to take this one. And Kayla Molesky. Let's see what they decide to do from here. Jen Kish opts to leave it. They're going to work the blind side here. And why not? Landry trying to force a gap. Kish in to clear up. Ireland, was that a legal steal? It was. But then Kish takes it right back. There's no protection at the base of the ruck there from Ireland. And it could have been a counter-attack opportunity. Instead, they're going to have to defend for their lives because another try in Canada surely will put the win to bed. Brittany Benn. Benn still going. And through the Ireland cover tackle, which really wasn't there. Underneath the post as well from Brittany Benn. Another try for Canada. And that one is locked in. The win as good as done.
Yep. Like a hot knife through butter, Brittany Benn was sliced through the defence here for Ireland. In particular, Stacey Flood, she'd had to work so hard to try and get over there. She couldn't catch Ben in the end, and it was very simple and very well done. And that's pretty much, I guess, the theme of Canada's try so far in this game.
26 points to nil with the conversion going over in Ireland. Well, they look a little bit deflated. You wouldn't blame them. It's Audrey O'Flynn's birthday today. They were hoping to hit the ground running and cause an upset earlier on, like they did in Dubai against the United States in their first win. But they've been outclassed, they've been outpowered, and Canada firmly in control with 4 tries and just the 1 missed conversion.
Well, very difficult taking on Canada. They were second in this Women's World Series last year. They are a classy outfit. They've been professional for quite some time.
Mandy Marchak, first touch for her, is going to restart. And this one definitely goes to 10 underneath that one. Another substitution. It's Shannon Houston on for Ireland. And so too is Alison Miller, who is really the most dangerous of the strike runners in the Irish team, the Portlaoise player. She suffered a broken arm in Dubai. Made 2 tackles with a broken arm, and thankfully it has healed just in time to take her place in Sao Paulo.
She's tough, obviously.
They're made of tough stuff in Portlaoise, and I should know. I married a Portlaoise girl, so I can tell you all about it. Ball off the top for Ireland and Stacey Flood to use. Can they get a try on the board here? Mulhall, lovely offload into contact, and Paquin makes the hit for Canada. Again, pass. Not the one intended. Ireland keep it alive, but it's just forcing the pass now. Handing possession back to Canada, and they won't need a second opportunity to run. Farella with the pass on the outside. This is Darling, who's dropped short. And recycle ball. That's been the difference. When Canada hit the ground, there's numbers there to protect the ball. That one looked like it went forward. Referee playing advantage to Ireland. None coming, so they get the penalty.
Great work, the tacklers for Ireland. You know, they worked really hard to come back on this close side here when Canada stretched them, and initially that tackle from Alison Miller, I mean, that really saved a sure try.
Mulhall again, the tactics of Ireland very clear there, using the boot, try and get into the Canada half, and then trusting their set piece play at the line out. As Claire Keohane comes in for Ireland, and Katie Fitzhenry also into the fray. Some tired legs there. I can tell you it's only 7 minutes aside, you might say, but the heat is energy sapping, particularly if you come from Ireland.
Well, it's like running 100 metre sprints for 14 minutes as well as having to tackle people.
So that'll tell you.
Yeah.
No easy shift in Sevens International Rugby. Again, look at the Irish line out. Clean ball off the top for Mulhall to work with. The deep pass to Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe. And again, Ireland recycle. Chance to go here for Fitzhenry. Little step, but again, Paquin equal to it. So too is Megan Lucan. Ireland recycle. Mulhall, any room for her to work through. Lovely footwork over the halfway line. Mulhall trying to sprint clear. hasn't got the pace to beat the Canadian defence, but Fitzhenry in to offer her support as we approach 30 seconds to go at the end of this one. Ireland, I can tell you, I'd love to say the pool gets easier after this, but it doesn't. Australia and Fiji ahead. Pick and go, Ali Miller. Miller trying to stretch the legs and pumps the gas. I told you she was a lethal finisher, and the Port Leash Flyer gets Ireland off the mark. That's what she can do, Ali Miller.
Well, the thing about Ali Miller is that she was probably sick of waiting out there on the wing for the ball to come to her, so she went up, she got herself involved, she picked it up and went straight through the middle, straight up the guts. Ireland, they created a number of opportunities they didn't use by using the space there, but in the end it was that classic player who finished it off.
A legend in the 15s game for Ireland, and now into the 7th circuit. You can see why they want her to concentrate on 7s, Ali Miller, because that's what she gives Ireland. And in a team that is still holding itself in terms of its strength and conditioning, they put in a lot of work over the last couple of months since Dubai. And Mulhull with the last restart of the match. Result is not in doubt, but Ireland going to the final whistle. That's a beautifully timed restart. Look at that, right on the 10-metre line, and it comes off a Canada hand. So knock-on advantage being played to Ireland. Now can Miller get her second try? She's going to back herself. Miller against Darling, still going. Ireland looking to spread this one. They have numbers left here. Simple mishmash in hands that would do it, but Canada equal to the tackle there. They go blind. Mulhull, was that one flat at best? Referee says play on. Again, still there for Ireland. They do have an overlap. It's a 4-on-3. If they can get it through the hands. Canada illegal at the breakdown. Penalty to Ireland. And one last chance to make the scoreboard a bit more respectable.
Well, they've started to find their feet a little in the second half, haven't they, Ireland? They've started to click, the passes are sticking, they've identified a game plan. They want to try and use that Miller out there on that right-hand side.
Katie Fitzhenry waiting for the instructions from her captain. Fresh legs really have sparked some life into Team Ireland here. Trying the flat pass in the middle, Canada up very quickly. It went forward, that should be that. Well, you can see Lucy Mulhull disgusted, but Ireland really in the last 3 or 4 minutes playing their best rugby. It was too little too late though. Canada comfortable in this one, 4 tries and winning out by 26 points to 7.
Try with a little maestro from France.
Here comes Central Africa.
And he made it look easy.
Yeah, that'd be perfect accompaniment to your 7s action. A bit of fantasy time, all good. Game 5 coming up now here in Sao Paulo, though, and it is Russia taking on Spain, 2v8. And here's how they line up overall in the HSBC Women's 7 Series. 4 apiece. Last met in Dubai, where Russia were too good before finishing second there. I'm Sean Maloney, and joining me in commentary is England international Sue Day, and this a new look Russia side.
There is a new look Russia side. 7 changes from Dubai. No Kudanova, no Hamidova, no Muharriamova. Couple of debutants only though, actually. So Kazakova has to take over as captain. Jodikova makes a debut there at 12. Spain, a lot more experienced. All of those players really, as you read down the team list, have been around the World Series for quite some time.
To the park they come. The women from Russia and Spain. And keep an eye out on Russian number 12, Elena Zrodakova, who is on debut and we are told has a serious set of wheels. So the 12 for Russia. 1-2 watch here as the sun gives the women a little bit of a break. It has been a scorching morning's action. We've seen some great sevens rugby. Rastavengi in charge, the so experienced Rasta, former 1500-metre runner soon, and has an enormous engine.
He never runs out of steam, does he? Chasing the tries, both ends of the pitch from the teams, always with a smile on his face and never seemingly remotely out of breath.
Nope. Okay, we are off and moving in this Pool B game between Russia and Spain in Sao Paulo, and a good early touch there from Garcia. And then losing the handle there was Skivon.
Yeah, not the start that Spain wanted at all. We've seen from them in the past too many mistakes. They're a team that tends to cough the ball up a little bit too often. They really need to make sure they keep their hands on it. Don't make those mistakes against this Russian team, because whilst it's experienced, as you say, there's a lot of pace out there. Kazakova at centre, and then really excited to see what Strakova can do.
Scrum is well set. Nice steady plat for them to launch. Across the park it goes to the flyer. Strakova, she's wrapped up well there by Real. Russia maintaining possession nicely here and skipping in and away and still moving through the defence with a great run is Bistrova. Looming on this near side is Silveska, won't be needed though, and it is Kukina with the opening try.
Yeah, a little pick and go around the base in the end, wasn't it, for Kukina, but it was Bistrova who probably made it really with her footwork at the end. Twin sister of Bobkova sitting on the bench waiting to come on, but here in the end, a little pick and go. She looks up, the defence moves. Patricia Garcia just moves an inch to the right, trying to guard the pass, and that gives her enough space to creep over the line.
Lashina chasing the extra two. That is a sweet conversion, and Russia, our first on the board. They're up 7-0. There is well weighted, just catches a bit of turf inside the field of play and then hops over the touchline, so it'll be a Spanish throw to this line out.
Yeah, Russia won't mind that at all. Ball for Spain, but in their defensive 22, gives them a chance to really put the pressure on.
That's nice sharp work from Spain at the line out. Slipping across the field is Bueso. Linking Martinez, the captain. Just scrappy at the back, but penalty is a call in favour of Spain. Picking up there is Delpan. Delpan releases the runners on the right-hand side, but the passes are forward. So just a little bit of feeling around from Spain as they look to get in the groove.
Yeah, not settled from Spain at all. The first pass out to Patricia Garcia went to floor, and after that it was all downhill because they'd run forward expecting to run onto the ball. That made them all very, very flat, which is why you ended up with the final forward pass. So ball straight back to Russia.
The old low throw. The pass through the line out, missed the mark, so Spain take it away through Real. Great work at the breakdown though from Russia to steal possession back, and they will take it to the short side. Now the ball is Ledovskaya.
Advantage, 6 offside.
And the advantage coming here for the Russians.
6, wait, slow down, sits over there, offside. Number 6. Been all Russia, hasn't it? Spain just can't get into this game at the moment.
Very patient. The set piece and now freeing the pass. Here's Kukina, the try scorer. Here we go. Here's Russia dummying and then dotting down the captain, Kazakova. It's all Russia early on here against Spain.
Yeah, very good finish in the end from Kazakova. Zdradikova just outside, but getting a little bit too flat, so she really couldn't make the pass. The defence would have very easily just drifted onto it. So Kazakova then just thinks, fine, I'm going to do it myself. Powers around the outside, as we've seen so often before. Proud moment for her, this, captaining the side in the absence of Kudanova.
Lushina has it on its way, and it'll just fall shy of the crossbar, and there is Kazakova in the hunt top spot ahead of Kamedova, who is a machine for Russia. Spain just needing the passes to stick for a run of play. Martinez is taking play, 40 from her line. Again, Russia pounds at the breakdown, and they force it. They actually managed to win themselves the penalty at the breakdown.
Brilliant work at the breakdown from Russia. Spain really stretching Russia. That time got their passes really accurately, but Russia just getting numbers more quickly to the breakdown. Lushina looked to lay it off inside to Bistrova. Tackle only, tackle only.
Great heads up play there from Spain. It was Real who did the handiwork. Oh, how they love some points before half time. In and away is Buesov. Dropped by her opposite number. Strakova.
Advantage. Over the ruck, driving over the ruck. Yeah, that time Russia got in around the breakdown, but she came off her feet, so penalty to Spain.
Much better from Spain, and now with a chance to move is Real. Real's going to back herself, and Real's going to take it all the way. They've absorbed so much from Russia, and now in the shadows of half-time, they strike Spain. Real goes in.
Yeah, for the first time, really, Spain managed to string some passes together. Real found herself in a bit of space out wide and had the legs to finish it off.
Garcia to make it just the one try, the difference. It's well struck and it's through the uprights. At half time, Russia are up by just the 5. It is 12 points to 7, and that is a heck of a face mask. 12 points to 7 rather is the scoreline. 5 points the margin.
Schubert, vencedor oficial das bolas do segundo mundial.
El balón blando, reducimos la ventaja, la velocidad y al final nos pega una hostia. Que no, mandamos el balón a la última para que al final nos de penúltimas, entrar ahí, que haya un pisotón, entramos, invertimos teniendo el rack allí. Si estáis cayendo con el rack aquí, nos lo van a marcar todas. Y mucho más lucha. Avanzo, piso sobre el interior y juego. Podemos hacerlo, ¿de acuerdo? Y sobre la defensa. Estamos bien sobre el contrarrack. Hay un momento de la subida y luego en un encuadre jugamos sobre la defensa. Hay que meterse y sacar abajo. Cuando se cae, os vais a hacer una mano aquí, os van a quitar la mano, abajo. Subimos, estamos bien planteadas, no vamos buscando espacio, pero hay que anticipar sobre el sacante y cuando estemos ya en un encuadre defensivo, abajo. No dudéis, porque si hay una posibilidad de salir, van a ir al interior y las vamos a cazar, ¿vale? Dos cambios. Salen Irene y Teresa. Y entra Casado y Amaya, ¿de acuerdo? Casado y Pablo y Cato.
Chicas, tres. Ale, tías,
Paula Medin, it is with that. How would you describe? She must have be carrying a busted Buddha, I'm guessing.
Presumably it's from a broken nose to translate for those non-Australians out there. Presumably that's what it is. I mean, they must have to be signed off by World Rugby to be able to wear something like that.
It's like something the fan of the opera would wear. Is that Andrew Lloyd Webber?
Maybe it is. It's fascinating, isn't it? The huddles I thought at half-time. Tim Walsh, John Tate earlier, so calm, controlled. Pavel Baranovsky, Jose Antonio Barrio, it's all gesticulation and noise and so different.
Back underway in the second half of this Pool B game between Russia and Spain, and it is Russia ahead, 12 points to 7. They dominated territory in the first half, Russia, and then just before the break, Spain stunned them.
Sit. Okay, just make sure you go in.
Bit of back and forth there.
Crouch. Bind. Sit.
This time round, Russia get the feed right. There's good pressure at the back though from Garcia. And now she scoops it up. The ball goes back in field, but the pass is forward.
Patricia Garcia did everything she possibly could then, didn't she? She was hassling at the base of the scrum, just manages to pick up the ball and try and scoop it back into the pit, into the field of play. I think of all of the mistakes we've seen from Spain today, that's the most forgivable, just trying to get it back in there in front of the team. Sit.
Russia clear it this time. They'll try and do it through the boot. That is an awkward looking crossfield kick. It's going to fall to Spain. Oh, they had to go right, was the play there, and now a huge tackle comes in from Shemchuk. That's the play for Spain. If the ball sits up and Real can get on the outside of the debutant, she can't. Terrific tackle from Strokova.
Russia put themselves under a lot of pressure with that kick.
Real, sharp pass. Oh, the old 1-2 for 5 points. Excellent work from Spain, Real. And we are all square.
That's a move straight out of touch rugby, isn't it? They just holding the defender in front of you. Pass outside, pass back in. Just flat. Gets away with it. Real gets a second. Russian defence didn't quite know what to make of it.
That's about as textbook as you can get, isn't it, Sude? Great hands, great vision, and now Spain with a chance to push ahead of Russia. It's hit well, and it's away, unfortunately for Spain. So, scores remain 12 apiece.
All, and of course any match between these two teams at the moment so significant. Two teams that will meet up in the Olympic repechage a bit later in the year.
That is a booming tackle from Urbina. She launched and hit the mark. Going this way, and that was Kazakova. She's already got a try in this game. Doing a great job to keep the ball in play. Initially was Bistrova, and eventually Bunkarova was thrown over the touchline. Spain just dominating field position here against the Russians in the second half. They've not ventured, I don't think, into the Spanish half, have Russia?
No, they've changed it up, Spain, as well, haven't they? Bringing players on and off, trying to keep legs fresh. Now, you mentioned Urbina, the big hit she put in. The Spanish coaches have really high hopes for her. Only 18 and putting in big hits like that, it can only get better.
Good line out work too. Delpan. Up well down this short side are Spain, but going back against the defence is Delpan. Happy just to straighten and look to free runners on the open side. That pass looked to be forward. No, it's play on, and now in and away is Echevarria.
Put it down, there we go. Again at the breakdown, Russia getting the better of Spain.
Down in back play was Delpan. She'll have to push back as racing through is the debutante. And knocking on was Zurakova. Looking forward to seeing her with a ball in hand and a little bit of room to move.
Yeah, she really hasn't had that yet, has she? Russia haven't been able to make much space that way, partly because they're playing really quite flat and not allowing themselves time to get the ball into the wide open spaces. That's what they need to do to get the ball in the hands of the debutante.
If you're just tuning in and haven't had a chance to catch the results from earlier today, England big winners, Canada also, Australia and France all looking good, and well, the big guns, New Zealand, they're up next against the United States of America. Right now though, we are all square. Two very evenly matched teams overall, and we're seeing just why here with 30 seconds to run and nothing separating. Spain and Russia in Brazil. Ghosting across the park there was Kina.
That's good.
Spain do a good job of making it scrappy at the back.
That's good.
Pushing through the ruck, Spain, and looking to cause some headaches, and they do it. They force an error from the Russians, and now they'll have the opportunity to go around about 80 metres to possibly win.
Probably the first time Spain have got the better of Russia at the breakdown, isn't it? It's given them one last chance at the game, but 80 metres they've got to run to get that ball over the try line. Definitely want Patricia Garcia to be fit in order to be able to do it. She's the key player for them.
Oh, so hot here in Sao Paulo.
Okay, let's go.
It's 28 degrees, but feels like it's about 35 with the humidity. Try throwing 14 minutes of non-stop running on top of that. You are going to sleep well tonight. Still another 2 games to come for each of these teams on day one. Here comes Spain. Can they begin the first day here in Brazil with a win against Russia? Nothing doing to the right, so they rip it back nearest to our cameras here at the Arena Barretti. shooting the pass out was Urbina. Looking for runners is Urbina. She has been busy since coming on after half-time. Spain with a nice run of long passes. Going to work the edges. That good wrap around. Martinez is there. Great patience, and now dummying and splitting them and going the distance for the win. Casado! Spain steal it after the full-time hooter.
Absolutely brilliant from Spain. We've been quite critical of them in the first half. Passes not accurate, but suddenly they're back and forth across the pitch. The passes were perfect, so accurate. Then in the end, when the gap opens up, they were equal to it, racing down the pitch. Maria Casado, fresh legs having come on, but brilliant play from Spain finally at the end of that match.
Garcia whacks through the extra two. That is a big win for Spain. They've seen off the challenge of Russia and have opened with a victory. Winners 19 points to 12.
Well, we've got an intriguing game coming up in round 2 of this HSBC World Rugby Women's Series, defending Brazilian champions from 2015, New Zealand, taking on the United States, who had a real shocker in Dubai considering their great form up until then. There are the two lineups, New Zealand, United States. The Kiwis still picking Blyde in the fast prop position, which is an experiment, and leaving, of course, the fantastic Kayla McAllister on the bench, and some very familiar names there for the United States. And to head to the storyline in this one, the last time we saw these two nations go head-to-head, it was the Americans who took their first victory in history over the Kiwis, 34 points to 5. Hugh Cahill's actually sitting next to me for this one, and I'm interested to see if the United States can bounce back from, I guess, an off tournament in Dubai, and how New Zealand are going to go as well.
Well, you know, we've seen Jules McCoy, the new USA coach, around the hotel this week, and I think, you know, she'll be worried about the performance levels in Dubai and how much have USA learned and developed since then. We get the feeling that a lot of the players have gone back to their more familiar positions, perhaps, that they were under Rick Stuggett, and they need a performance level to match. Certainly, as far as the USA Sevens program is concerned, Dubai was not acceptable in terms of where they finished, and they have a massive opportunity to put down a statement against New Zealand.
And for the Kiwis, well, this is probably the strongest squad they've taken to one of these women's series legs for quite some time. Nearly back to full strength, so great to see. Tyler Nathan Wan with the 2 fingers to signal to her team where exactly she's going to kick that ball. So game 6 underway. It is a big high one and taken brilliantly there by Woodman. She's so close to the line there, Portia Woodman. Brazier's in. Chubik, they're moving it now, New Zealand. They've got Blyde here with the ball. She's got plenty of speed. She bounces it back. And it's Goss, the captain, who had to get over the ruck. Still have it, New Zealand. Brazier decided to take the line on. Unsuccessful though. Good defence from America. Here is another little attack here from Broughton, and it's Gail Broughton who will draw first blood for the girls in black.
Yeah, but that all stemmed from the kickoff, didn't it? I wonder why teams don't spend more time perfecting the kickoff. You saw Portia Woodman perfectly timed down the wing, stole possession, and then it all led to a series of phases, and Broughton will get the credit. But I think for me, Portia Woodman made that try. And if you look at Dan Carter, Johnny Wilkinson, all the great fly halves in world they spend so much time on the training ground perfecting the kickoff, and that's the reward if it goes right.
Yep, converted too, so 7 plays nil. Broughton on screen now, very talented playmaker. Young lady, 19-year-old.
That's her 5th try of the series so far. So 4 obviously in Dubai, and not a bad way to start off your time in Sao Paulo with a try with inside 90 seconds.
So referee just settling things down. Same kickoff as before is signalled by Nathan Wong. So going nice and high there on Thomas, just goes past. This time they take it, United States, Griffin in. This time the Americans are moving it. Here's Kelter. Kelter, a good run there from the powerful football and hockey international. And now, of course, rugby sevens. So they're looking to speed it up. Thomas gets a good pass there. Of course, Baravi Lala and the number 5. Great to see who back on the pitch. United States has been injured for some time. So stretching this defence well here. Tried to get the ball away to Kelter, but just dribbles over the sideline.
Just out of your screen, Mel, as well, hugely worrying sign for New Zealand. Portia Woodman, in making that hit in the first kickoff, seems to pick up a bad leg injury. She's hobbling down and she won't play any more part in this game, I don't think.
They've brought on Kayla McAllister instead on the wing position.
What a blow that would be to lose Portia Woodman if it's a serious injury.
You're right about that. Top try scorer, point scorer in the history of the women's sevens game. Glide to Tyler Nathan Wong. He's brought in again with that footwork. 2 tacklers to take her down. She gets back up and frees it to McAllister. Nice back pass there from McAllister. Here's an opportunity for Goss, and Blyde tries to keep it alive, does so. Captain over the top. This is nice work here from New Zealand. Brazier back to McAllister, and that was a great way to hit the line there. Kayla McAllister, a lovely try. Good to see you back from injury.
Well, you mentioned the strength of the New Zealand squad here in Sao Paulo, and there's a prime example. You lose someone like Portia Woodman, and who comes in? Only Kayla McAllister. A beautiful line to take that pass. It was all about the line slicing open the USA defence, who cannot get their hands on this ball. And at the moment, there's only one team playing rugby, and it's the team in all black.
There she is, 67 tries over the last 3 years of this fantastic women's series. Of course, she has an All Black for her brother and Luke. She's a former professional netballer. And wow, has she made an impact since switching to sevens rugby.
We mentioned the pressure that perhaps Jules McCoy was under. I'm sure, as far as New Zealand are concerned, Sean Horn, the last result in Dubai, you don't expect to see New Zealand mid-table or even dropping down outside the top 4.
Exactly right. So a different option on the kick-off, and once again New Zealand tap it back through Goss. So Tyler Nathan Wong runs it right up to the defence, gets it to Broughton. McAllister taking care of. Messy there. And it will be a knock-on both ways, and American ball.
Incredible. We've had 5 minutes of play, and the United States have yet to touch the ball. They will get possession here, but 5 minutes in sevens rugby without touching the ball is a long, long time.
Well, the fact they're only 14 points to 0 down actually sees that their defensive systems have been working pretty well. Kelter there at halfback. Decides to go that short side. Goss on the chase, drags it down. This is good work from the United States. That's Thomas. Thomas scored 5 tries in Dubai. She's got some wheels, but not that time.
Yeah, beautiful, lazy style of running from Thomas, isn't it? Doesn't appear that she's going that quickly, but she eats up the ground. Unfortunately, couldn't eat up fast enough to get around the outside on that occasion.
played there, usually a winger. So Nathan Wong looking to throw the ball in, and they go long, New Zealand. Tubic had to go and clean it up. Here's Brazier. She just loves to use her footwork and try and make a small gap for her runners. Blyde glides through on the inside here. Michaela Blyde just falls over at the end. So it's another ruck for New Zealand. They've got numbers here if they push it wide early. Broughton, a beautiful ball from Broughton. McAllister's on the end of it, and it's the third try for New Zealand in this first half. They are looking hot.
What about that for a pass from Gail Broughton, though? The speed of the flick of the wrist there, it's such a difficult thing to do, and people may look on and say, oh yeah, look at that, no space whatsoever. And Kelter is no slouch. She came up and made the hit. Broughton still had the hands to get the pass away to McAllister, who had a simple run in the end. Try from McAllister, made by Broughton.
Broughton, of course, has been in this New Zealand team since she was 16 years old. She's just 19. It feels like she's been there forever. What a future she has ahead. That is converted as well. So half-time New Zealand are looking very good indeed. They're leading the United States 21 points to 0. Interesting to hear what their coach Sean Horan has to say after what was a rather good first half.
Come off now for Kat. Okay, Mackie, you go into centre. Kat will go to the wing. Okay, just come in, girls. Come in. Kick-offs, outstanding work. We're timing really well. We're getting possession. Just on your fringe, just make a decisive action. Either give and go around, and that third person come back in. Okay, on that head line or that salt line. Okay, don't over chase their rucks when we're fractured. Okay, appreciate. So if we've got one tackler in there, let the tackler get up and have a decision, and just leave those rucks. Okay. How are we feeling? Mate, the side's still running. Just a little bit. When you come on, eh? Woods? All the best, mate. Welcome back. Let's go. Go for it.
Interesting to note the difference in body language, Mel. New Zealand, confidence, their tails are up, they're playing some lovely rugby, and they've 3 tries on the board. They crossed over to the American camp, they're breathing heavily, and they're just looking for some inspiration for somewhere to try and turn this one around. Barely got possession at all in that first half, and they are better than this. We know they're better than this, but it's just a matter of putting a couple of performances together, and certainly they've got 7 minutes here to try and turn this one around.
Well, they brought Javelay in off the bench, and we know how fast she is. Lovely to see this young lady back too. Kelter, of course, had been playing in centre in the tournament in Dubai, but she's back in her more familiar position now of halfback/sweep.
If anyone hasn't seen the video of Gillian Potter as well, that was made specifically for World Rugby Sevens ahead of this tournament, on her battle with illness over the last year, you should go on to social media and check it out.
Good kick there from Kelter, put it nice and high, but the chasers just tipped it forward off the hands. So the Kiwis will get possession again. Just settling the ball down. Tyler Nathan Wong runs across to Brazier. Dummy runner comes in, but instead taken out to the wing there. Blyde is. Good pass there from Hudiana Manuel. Welcome back to Manuel. She's been out of the game for 18 months, a former New Zealand captain. As they attack through the middle here, New Zealand. Broughton. Here's Manuel with the ball now, talking, communicating, puts the dummy on. Pops the ball up. But Blyde has given it away to the Americans, but just too slow there. They still have it though, and here's Potter. Gillian Potter has hit a beautiful ball there, and what a great story she is. She can do anything, this young lady. Good to see her back too in her second tournament after recovering from cancer.
Oh well, if anyone was going to lead the revival in the fight back for the United States. It was going to be Gillian Potter, former captain, of course, and all the things she's been through, the personal strength of character. To make it back onto the pitch is one thing, to make it back at this level and to score a try against New Zealand, well, she enjoyed that one, and maybe that's the catalyst for a fight back for the United States.
Yeah, what a story she is. Such an inspirational piece. See it on our World Rugby website. She talks about the battles, how she managed to get through the chemotherapy and make it back. It's phenomenal, that story, that she's able to get out there in terms of the physical questions that this game puts on your body.
Absolutely, and she spoke about that as well. But I mean, looking at her there, the conditioning, certainly no problem with the form of Jill Potter and that try. Let's see how the United States responded. Wanted something to try and turn the tide. Is that going to be it?
So 21-5 now. The United States looking to attack the ball, but Goss was there. Simpkins involved now. It's McAllister. Likes to get the ball away. And to help is Manuel. Once again, very safe. Nice interchange of passes there, and Ruby Tui's on now. Tubic. That's Fata Simpkins, fresh legs off the bench. Gets it to her captain, who's out wide, and they've definitely got an overlap here. Goss decides to keep going, and here's Juliana Manuel. Manuel, she was on the outside. She came on the inside and she wrapped her gown again, and that is her first try back in the game for 18 months.
Well, I tell you what, go back 2 phases there, and how well did Ruby Tui do to stay in field when she was pushed towards the touchline, to keep her composure and her strength, kept the ball recycled for New Zealand. They went back over the other side of the pitch, and that's the reward there. I mean, the importance of not getting dragged into touch there. Tui setting the ball up, simple hands in the end, and the awareness of Manuel, and she finished in style.
And had a rather large smile on her dial as well. I would too. Nice strike,
What
and
about that?
beautiful. Converted. That's how you kick, ladies and gentlemen. That is why this talented young lady's on the field. 28 points now to 5.
Perfect response from New Zealand, wasn't it, after that try from Potter, because it's when the Americans' confidence would have turned over. New Zealand say, no way, this is our game.
Kicking to the left now, where her speedsters are. Bonnie unable to get that cleanly for America, so Tyler Nathan Wong just resets up. It's a little kick through. Not good though. Hunter in there now. Debuting for the United States is Hunter. Quick tap. Brazier. Oh, Brazier. That's just lovely. So close to the line. Can Brazier finish off what she started? Yes, she can. Individual brilliance there.
I tell you what, we've seen some brilliant individual breaks in this tournament so far today, but that is the best by a long way. She's side-footed, not 1, not 2, but 3 United States defenders. Look at that, beautiful quick feet, and the awareness to know where she was. And look at this for a finish, over the head, bang.
You're right, there was about 5 defenders in there, wasn't there? It's a hallmark of Kelly Brazier's game to take the ball up. She is the pure essence of a playmaker. Always breaks that first tackle if there's a little bit of space. Of course, she holds the point scoring record in both club and representative 15s rugby in New Zealand. She certainly knows how to score some points.
Superb finish, and the United States, well, this one is beyond them.
So this time a switch, and the kick goes very deep and taken beautifully by Goss. And the ball back into Hudiana Manuel. It's a bit of a hair pull on there, but no worries. Brazier's in again. And penalty goes New Zealand's way. Brazier speeds it up. Goes back on the inside to Tui. Williams is on now. Gets a pass away, but that one no good.
Well, unusually slack, I suppose, from New Zealand in a try-scoring position. But if you want to know the value of precision in the restarts, clip this match, first half and second half, and just watch the work of Tyler Nathan Wong and the supporting team. Incredible stuff.
So a good pass in there from Fa'aveset, but they're trying to attack behind their line here, the United States. And I've said enough is enough. We're going to go back into the changing rooms. New Zealand has given the USA somewhat of a lesson, and Hudiana Manuel is very happy to be back. One former captain gives the current captain a bit of a hug, and it is the Kiwis 35 points to 5. So a very comprehensive performance from New Zealand. In fact, the larger nations, we haven't had any upsets so far on day one here in Sao Paulo. It's been Australia looking good, France very strong indeed. I guess the win for Spain over Russia, somewhat of an upset, but Russia have changed their team around for this one. And this is how Pool A looks. This is the most difficult pool of all. Canada, Australia tied at top for now. Both scored 26 points in their victories. And in Pool B, where New Zealand is placed, they're at top there. Spain is second, Russia, United States at the bottom. After that rather large loss to the Kiwis. And in Pool C, well, England and France both looking very strong indeed. 38-5 for the English, 29-10 for France. Some very good games here indeed. In round one, we'll be back in about 30 minutes for the second round of day one.
And to get us all underway, I can tell you that the clouds that had cast somewhat of a shadow over the end of the last round have all but evaporated, and is back in full force. England against Brazil. Brazil have never beaten England in the 5 matches that they've played so far. Two sides with contrasting fortunes in their opening game. England comfortable in their win against Japan, while Brazil really struggled for large parts against France. And you'd imagine the home support that is here would like to see a more fluid display from their starting 7. No changes, incidentally, for Chris Neil and his Brazilian 7. Estevez, Campos, Futuro, Santini, Barrett, Araujo and Cocan. England have made a couple, including the hat-trick hero from the last game, Heather Fisher, who drops to the bench. Sue Day, former England internationals, beside me, and I suppose Heather deserves her break after that performance.
Yeah, Simon Middleton's really changed it up, giving all of his bench players from the previous round a go. Heather Fisher was outstanding in that first game, but Vicky Fleetwood, when she came on, really showed how to finish as well. So yeah, as you say, Brazil standing up the same team. Interesting though, Ishibashi, Scout, Julia Sada, a lot of experience on that Brazilian bench.
I can only imagine that in the case of Ishibashi, she's still probably not at that match fitness to start a game, and when she came on she was just finding her feet. But certainly from Brazil's point of view, Chris Neil won't have been happy with the performance they put in against France.
No, sometimes you can be nervous being the home team, playing your first game. Don't get to play at home very often, so they'll be really keen to put in a more consistent performance this time. Cut out the errors, play it simple.
The referee is Rose Labreche. We're almost set to go, and England looking for 2 from 2. Brazil hoping to disrupt the group as it stands and come away with a victory. It'll be Maya Barrent to start. Value of the restarts fully in evident by New Zealand last time out, and look at that collision in the air. Well, referee is playing advantage to Brazil, and everybody, I'm happy to say, is back on their feet. Santini with a little dummy and switch, and off she goes. Tried this on a few occasions against France, but really was on her own wavelength without any support from her teammates. That one has just gone into touch, and Barrent will give up the line out to England.
I watched the defence there for Joanne Watmore, but England have to sort out their kick-off receipts. In the previous game, everything else about their game pretty good, but the kick-off receipts not going according to plan. Emily Scarrett, a huge loss for them there.
They might get away with it against Japan or even against Brazil, but when it gets to the latter stages of the tournament, you feel that will be a huge area opposition teams might look to exploit if they can. Natasha Brennan jinking with the feet. The ball has gone loose and it's gone forward off a Brazilian jersey. Frustration from the home team.
I don't think Natasha Brennan meant that offload. It did at least go backwards, so handing the ball to her own team.
We all love to see the offloads when they go to plan. As we saw with Fiji, they didn't go to plan, and the result was something very different. Ball squirts out the back, and Natasha Hunt under pressure straight away. She gets the penalty though, and happy to just tap and go and try and release the pace in the England back line. Good line of running again. Cover tackle comes across from Cocan. Scored a try for Brazil in their opening game, albeit on the losing end of it, and they get the penalty. Waste no time. Quick tap and go. Barrent to Santini again. She just seems to look for contact at the first protocol. It went backwards and she got away with it, but 2 English players, including Marley Packer, in front of her, and you don't want to run head first into Marley Packer, I can tell you that. Brazil keep it alive. Campos, little scissor step and run, nice switch, and if it pays off there could be gaps opening up here. The offload surely, didn't go to plan, and maybe the run from Estevez a little too flat to take that pass. England desperately trying to turn this one over at the breakdown, and look at the strength in the contact area there from Richardson. Brilliant stuff from Richardson, and she sprints and kicks the legs over the 22. They won't catch her today, and that was a self-made try from Richardson.
Great strength at the breakdown from Alice Richardson. She plays fly half, but could have been a 15th back row player there. Really good work, just powers through. See the leg drive, realises that she shrugged off the tackle, then gets the pace going.
Well, captain's charge, really. Brilliant stuff. Of course, doesn't play international 15s anymore, but you can see why she's so valuable to this team. Conversion attempt as well. It's not a bad strike, but the flags stay down, so it remains at 5 points to nil. England, the first real attack of any note, and they score 5 points.
Yeah, England will be hoping that settles their nerves a bit. It's been a bit scrappy so far, but Brazil have been putting the pressure onto the England team, really getting up in defence.
So try scorer Richardson to get us back underway. Brazil, again, had a brilliant attacking opportunity only a minute previous to that. Lost possession, and that's what happened. You're giving them a chance, and look at the restart again. This one it goes back towards Packer, who pumps the legs and tries the handoff. Nice little slip as well to Joanne Watmore, who was in support. I think they're going to go wide here and test Brazil. Oh, the lovely step off the inside, and again, oh, that was high. How was that not a high tackle? Referee says play on. Richardson digs it out. England still have it. It might be irrelevant. Really, no, the knock on. Well, Sue Day, your thoughts on this? It looked high where I was standing from.
It's very hard to see how that isn't a high tackle. Comes in here right round the head. I mean, how that's
you can't get any higher unless you miss the player altogether.
No, difficult, tough call on England there. They just have to regroup. The ref doesn't call it. It isn't a high tackle.
Well, I think we'll just leave that one slide, shall we? And Brazil, Santini, again, needs support. This time, going to try and work it out from their own 22. Drifting across the pitch. It's all too easy for England to defend against, and Brazil got to be careful. Protect that ball here. Mulbauer did well just to stop it, and Araujo with the pass. This is Campos. Isolated. Watmore in over the top. Has to leave it go. England comes through. Went forward from a white jersey. Brazil, though, I mean, they don't seem to me to be on the same wavelength.
No, there's a lot of passes going to ground, not going quite to hand. They don't seem to know, they don't seem to have the structure quite right, so they don't know where each of them's going to be. And as you say, it's making it easy for England to defend at the moment.
Just under 2 to go in the first half, 1 try, and it's gone to England. So Brazil by no means out of this as the samba drums in the background try and encourage the team. Crossfield kick, again, nobody on the wavelength, and England are all too easy for them to deal with, and Brennan, who took it, gets the pass away, pop up to Hunt, Natasha Hunt, steps on the outside, Hunt's gonna go around Santini, and Hunt jots down, and again Brazil, infuriating for Chris Neal, who say, why would you kick the ball straight to the England back three?
I can see why you might choose to kick in that situation. It was very, very poorly executed where the ball went. Pretty easy for Tash Brennan to catch. She got the offload away. A couple of passes later, it's in the hands of Natasha Hunt, who makes no mistake from there. But Brazil really gifting England the try there.
Conversion to come from Richardson. That's much better. And it's good, 12 points to nil. England second with a minute to play at the end of the first half. But Brazil gifting the try and possession away. And England say thank you very much. We'll take full advantage. Santini gets back to her feet. She's okay to continue. Always good to see. And it's going to be Richardson to restart. Goes for a bit of distance on this one. Where's Watmore? Where's that bounce? Almost.
I said earlier England was struggling under the kickoff receipts. Brazil similarly struggling. They're just setting up too far forward. You need to start right on the touchline, then you can come in towards the ball. If you start too far in, it's so much harder to go back out towards the touchline.
Simon Middleton will be happy enough by what he's seen so far. 2 tries up, the line out for Brazil doesn't go to plan, and it's all falling apart. There is the half-time whistle, and 2 tries for England. The first from Alice Richardson, the captain, really kind of set the marker down. And England in control, you have to say, at the break here. Brazil, well, they do have, as Sue was saying, plenty of talent on that bench. Ishibashi, Sarda, Bianca Silva, the youngster. Will they make the changes, though? We'll wait and see.
Okay. Just 2 things really. First of all, contact attack. I'm just going to speed it up a little bit. Okay, so we've just got got to get that B in a little bit quicker. They're doubling up. What we're doing is we're hitting the deck and then we're laying on their side. So we're not doing anything, we're not getting a jackal, we're not allowing the second to get it, bounce or get out. Okay? Only other thing is, line speed off the edge when he comes.
One thing for me, if we nominate who's on the tackle, because we're getting a few turned in, double tackle in this area, just nominate, if you're inside the ball, you make that tackle and let the other person bounce out, okay?
Listen, main thing in attack. We're a little bit lateral. Let's hit some hard shoulder, let's challenge some defence.
Let's go again, our kick off.
Simon Middleton instructions there for the England team, and he has to be happy enough, but I suppose we're going to cut out the errors.
Yeah, England haven't looked under too much threat from Brazil, have they? But that's as much down to the fact that Brazil really haven't seemed to get themselves organised yet in this game. Simon really wants England to be better at the breakdown, moving the ball quicker away and getting up after they've made a tackle.
England go deep, well inside the Brazil 22. They take their eye off that ball, and Watmore gets up and makes a choke tackle and back on her feet to contest the breakdown. And Brazil again, a hoof into nothing. Well, nothing is the number 9 for England, Natasha Hunt, and they're going to make her pay, are they? Watmore straightens it up, 3-on-3 on the outside, so trying to step in. Fleetwood almost got through the tackle. There for Richardson. Watmore queuing up on the left-hand side. Packer with a decoy run, in fact, ended up taking that pass, charging like a train on a diagonal run. And there for Richardson. Can she get through? Oh, she slipped the tackle. And Brazil, well, the body language isn't great. And Richardson gets her second try of the game.
Simon Middleton said at half-time to the England girls he wanted them to cut some more lines. They were a bit too lateral. Well, Vicky Fleetwood, Marley Packer took him at his word. That's what sucked the defence in. Eventually, Alice Richardson looked up, saw no defence at home and finished off all by herself.
Well, it's a second try for her, and I wonder, will she chase Heather Fisher's hat-trick from the first game as the kick goes to the right and wide. 17 points to nil. Captain's job at the moment for Richardson.
Interesting, England have moved Joanne Watmore from the wing into the prop role, getting her to do that Emily Scarrett role, chasing the kickoffs. It's really working for them now in this game.
Restart again. Brazil have to deal with this one. Much better take from Juliana Estevez. And here is Santini, the little pocket rocket, trying to get some space. Watmore, whose ferocious tackling has been a feature of England's defence so far this game. Watmore, considering she stays wide on the wing, has made plenty of hits. Cocan, nice offload and a pass away. Oh, lovely step on the inside from Araujo to keep it alive. And Brazil over the halfway line. Richardson eventually calls a halt to the attack. This is Mulbauer. Pass goes forward. Watmore back inside. Packer using the arm and sucking in 2 defenders. Good strength from the England number 8. Shipped on. Richardson, little dummy, opens up a gap. Nice step. They can straight the line here. The pass must go. 3-on-1 on the outside. Surely it must be for England. Hunt back inside. Natasha Hunt over the 22. 9-on-9, and the England number 9 takes it. A try right out of the top drawer from her. She gets a shove after the final whistle. We did not want to see that, Sue.
No need for that. The referee is having a word. Now, England in the end made a really good job of that counter-attack. Turnover ball, and then it was offload. A little bit of the Fiji, you might say, offload after offload. Natasha Hunt looked to pass it out wide to Marley Packer. Decided she'd take it herself. Pinned her ears back. Scored under the posts. Made it nice and easy for Sarah McKenna to get the conversion.
Frustration for Araujo. This is the conversion, which is good. It brings England to 24 points to nil. They're going to have their second victory. Brazil yet to get off the mark. Frustration you can see there from Araujo at their performance. I mean, they had that camp with France, hoping to do themselves justice on home soil, but so far they've just been completely outplayed as Julia Sarda takes that one and Santini runs across the pitch. Good tackle that time from Amy Wilson-Hardy. Deep inside the 22. Brazil looking for any gaps that might appear in the England defence. So far, there has been none. As another tackle goes in from Wilson Hardy. Hot pass from Cocan to keep it alive. She takes it back. Wilson Hardy back on her feet to make the third tackle in the space of 12 seconds. Romalo. Shibashi, little pass. This is lovely. Their hands should do it now. How much gas on the outside for Arojo? She was frustrated. Let's see what she can do. Surely a touch. That tackle goes in. And a thumping hit it was as well. Katie McLean came across and said, welcome to the game.
Abigail Brown and Katie McLean between them managed to make that one, didn't they? Arajo bundled into touch.
So Chris Neal obviously bringing in the fresh legs and trying to spark something out of Brazil.
Time in.
Scatrut has also come on. She goes out onto the wing. England trying to win this line out. They do a really good job of it. And it's clean ball for Wilson Hardy. Needs help and gets it. Hat-trick hero from the first game. Heather Fisher is in, but she concedes the penalty.
Not releasing.
Quick tap and go. Ishibashi fires one out. Oh, England trying to break the line and steal possession. And a substitute, Haleen Scatrut, manages to come away with it. Lovely little pop between the legs. Brazil looking for that gap still. Ball on the outside. Little chip and chase from Campos. Fisher leaves it go, wisely so, and England will get the line out.
Yeah, a much better kick that time from Brazil, wasn't it? An attacking kick. If it had stayed a couple inches further in, Heather Fisher would have had to take that out into touch.
Wait, come in, please.
Interesting that England have brought Katie McLean on at hooker. Normally plays the fly half role, but an extra playmaker on the pitch.
Well, just as we say, pass doesn't go to plan, and Richardson couldn't hang on. Brazil will get the scrum.
Yellow, number
2 tries for Alice Richardson today.
Such an important player for Alice Richardson. Lovely playmaker, good footwork, great handling skills. Disgusted with herself there for the knock-on. These things happen.
Bianca Silva is in, the 17-year-old for Brazil, out onto the wing. I mean, maybe just give her the ball a one-on-one and now we're to use her speed too, yeah?
Well, perfect position if they can get the ball to her now. So much space out there, so hard for Claire Allen to defend it.
Quick tap and go. Now's the time to do it. Santini just short. Oh, did she get it down? She did. Try is given. And Edna Santini, well, we've been critical of her in the first game in the first half here, but she has got a try. 16th in her 7th career.
Yeah, here it is. Just gets it over the line, doesn't she? But does really well, because it looked initially like Claire Allen had just managed to stop her, but so good for Brazil to get the score in front of their home crowd.
Santini, and the conversion goes over. 24 points, 2-7. Brazil finally get off the mark. 20 seconds to go, and one last play before the full-time whistle.
Brazil with every single chasing player in one half of the pitch.
No doubt about where this is going to go, but they're going to get no chance really, because that one's gone way too deep. And Amy Wilson-Hardy happy to let that go into touch. Quick one taken. We'll have time for one last play. Richardson on a hat-trick. Fisher, ball on the outside. Now, question of pace here. How much has Brennan got? Keeps it alive. And Brazil managed to steal it. Santini trying to go on the outside on her own. Little fend off. And here we go again. Bianca Silva standing wide on the wing. If they give her that ball, if they draw the plan and give her the ball, put her hair and her ears back, and off she goes. Bianca Silva. There's the gas we were talking about. The 17-year-old wonder kid touches down, and Brazil go crazy in the stands.
Brilliant for Bianca Silva to get that score. Very well worked for Brazil. Poor from England popping the ball out of contact straight to Brazil. We saw Brazil do a bit of that in the first half. But Brazil, brilliant, the presence of mind to get the ball into the hands of Bianca Silva, the confidence that she'll get from that in front of our home crowd.
Samba magic from Bianca Silva, and the crowd looked like they enjoyed that one. The result didn't go Brazil's way, but they finished with a flourish here in Sao Paulo. And England, well, it was comfortable for 90% of the game for them. Final score, England top the group as it stands, 24 points to 12.
Try with a little maestro from France.
Here comes Central Africa.
And he made it look easy.
Yep, a whole lot of fun. The World Rugby Sevens fantasy game just held to the World Rugby website. While you're there, why not check out the men's and women's standings? That's how the ladies look after one leg of the series completed in Dubai. And if you want to get involved, don't forget you can follow World Rugby via Instagram and Twitter, Facebook. That's the place to be, Melody Robinson, to stay across all things related to sevens, and there's some fun and games online as well.
Yeah, some great features there on a lot of the new players that are out there, some of the old girls as well. Gillian Potter, we talked about a feature on her recovery from cancer to be back here on the field and in Sao Paulo.
And if you missed any action from this morning as well, all clipped up for you via the relive or relive, however you want to call it, snippets that are floating around on Twitter. And now we turn our attention to the second part of day one, where it is France and Japan taking on one another in Pool C action. And this is how both of these sides line up against one another, and France were impressive in their opening win today.
Very impressive indeed. They've made one change to their starting lineup. That's Ladanus coming in there in the number 7 jersey. Jennifer Troncy goes to the bench. And I guess it was so aggressive because all of these girls, 12 of them, are fighting for 3 places in the next 2 legs of this women's series. That is what their coaches said to them. Japan, meanwhile, well, they like to keep the ball alive, and so they'll entertain their fans there that are watching here to support them. You know, sometimes they get a little bit too eager and do drop a little bit of ball, but they are quite an entertaining team to watch.
Some wonderful ball skills on display from Japan earlier today. They went down, but they showed how to make the passes stick. And from a Japanese side of things, you're looking for the likes of Ano Kuai and Marie Yamaguchi, and also the swift feet of Yuka Kanamatsu coming off the bench in game 2 in the sun here in Sao Paulo. Our referee for this one is Rastavengi, one of the best in the business in the refereeing stakes is Rasta. So France looking to go 2 from 2 here in Brazil, whilst Japan are chasing their first win in the second leg of the women's HSBC Women's World Rugby 7 Series. And that'll fall for France. Standing and offloading beautifully there was Mayans. Now rumbling it forward is Viscarat. That one's going to come out a little skew-if out the side, and it's going to be a Japanese feed to the scrum.
Yeah, just a little bit of a brain fart, I guess you'd call it here for Mayan, because she did so well in the contact. She chased that kickoff and was involved a number of times, and she just passed the ball forward. Happens sometimes when fatigue and the heat sets in.
Set.
Japan will crash it shy of their 22-metre line, and the dummy and linking with the passes, a couple of their whippets in the form of Takeuchi, Kuai.
Straight down.
And again, the passes finding the mark. No problems with the ball skills, but the work at the breakdown could do with a little tuning. And now France with a chance to run away with it. There's Izar. Penalty advantage coming here for France as Biscarat takes it back towards Iraq. It's a great chopping tackle coming from the Japanese defender. Over the top the pass comes, and now with numbers to work with and not needing them is Caroline Ladonu. She's lethal, that close to the line.
Well, really interesting to see France out there playing this game at such pace. It's like they've turned it around and they're playing the Japanese style of keeping the ball alive. Of course, this young lady, Ladonus, didn't get too much of an opportunity in that first game, so she'll want to show the coach that she's got what it takes. But good hands all round from this team. Lots of numbers involved.
Pauline and Biscarat looking to slip through the extra two. The kick is off to the left, so score stays just that way. France 5, Japan yet to score.
David Cortex there, the coach of France. Says he already knows his top 9 players. And of course, you know, ending up in the top 4 last year, qualifying for the Olympics, is a very strong French outfit.
Excellent work from the kickoff, thanks to Rose Thomas. Let beautifully and tap back. Now with Izar and across to Mayans. Mayans, can she rip the pass long? She sure can. She goes to this try scorer, Ladanu, but the tackle is spot on from Tomita. And now the rush defense forces the mistake from France. Japan, gee, they are a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, they're really unique and unorthodox, and sometimes, you know, when you've got a team that's used to playing their own pattern, when you've got defensive players coming in like little missiles just all over the place. I mean, their defense is not even in a straight line, but must be tough to play against.
Set.
There they go. Oh, Ladanu says, you know what? You can hit, I can hit just as hard. And coming in and going crunch is Mayans. Super shot from Marjorie Mayans.
Vantage. Up on your feet again. Up on your feet again.
France tap and go quickly, and they will go away via Jay Lepesque. And it's 10-0 in favour of France over Japan.
In 1 minute they score a try through playing wide and keeping the ball alive. This time it was very direct with Lepesque coming through the middle. Lovely little handoff there to show that she's got plenty of power on those shoulders. It is all France at this point. She had a bit of a nightmare with the old kicking in the first game, Lepesque, so her kicking duties have been given over to this young lady here.
Biscarat, she struggles as well. She's 0-2 back in conversion time, so it is 10-0 to France over Japan. Soars over the hands of Yamanaka.
Ruck now!
Ruck's the call, so no dramas for Japan here. Taking it to turf is Koide. It's a great little short ball, and just overrunning at a touch there was Takeuchi, but they maintain possession. And again, we see the terrific skills of Japan with ball in hand, but it's just that moment when they're brought to deck that's causing them some issues. And they get players in and around, cleaning out to make those passes count. Looking for the switch was Porter, chasing Ladonu, and she just lets it slip.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one there. The pass was just a little hard into Ladonu, so difficult to pull in sometimes. Just need to give it a little bit of ear, maybe.
Okay, crouch. Bind. Sit.
Ball coming out there for Koide, and Koide carves them. Koide's going to do it all herself. Japan are on the board.
Wow, we just love it when someone springs a little surprise like this young lady, Koide. It was risque that she completely flat-footed there with that lovely little shimmy. Good footwork, good speed to finish off too. Great reward. There's Mum.
And Mum will be happy with the conversion attempt because it's through the 6, half-time, and Japan have made a game of this one. We're down 10-zip. It is 10-7 at half-time with France leading.
Il n'y en a pas aucune. Deuxième chose, c'est quand on passe par un run, la première, elle impulse. Si on vient attaquer ces deux petites fenêtres, et s'il faut rentrer, s'il faut engager un couloir, c'est tête en avant, on tient debout. Elle ne plaque pas. On se colle aux fesses et on envoie vite ailleurs. Quand elles sont serrées, on envoie ailleurs. Quand elles ne sont pas serrées, on n'envoie pas. D'accord? Carreau, quand il y a un espace extérieur, tu restes extérieur. D'accord? Ensuite, en défense, c'est ça. Vous allez taper au ballon. Lâcher, et on represse derrière. Tout ça. Réception de coup d'envoi, on se passe comme on l'a prévu.
Et les filles, elles vont se dans l'axe, c'est pas qu'on fait jamais quelqu'un dans l'axe, c'est qu'on bade.
I think he's a little frustrated because aside from the 2 tries that France created, they've gone away from the pattern, which in their first game, they really did use the space really well and attack on the edges, play that 5 metre, but in this one, yeah, 6. No, they're taking their eye off the ball a little bit.
Okay, make sure, eh?
Back up and running in this game 2 in Pool C. For both these sides, France and Japan, with the ladies in blue leading by 3 after being ahead by 10, and now Japan after getting a little air in. Oh, that is a booming shot from France. Doing the damage with Shannon Izza. Ouch. Some wonderful defense from both teams in this one. Oh. Let's get another look. Mel Robinson, in comes Izza, and how do you like that?
Oh, I love it. Yokushi's like a club sandwich that's just been cut in half, basically.
Time off, please. Stop.
You know, hits like that make this game, don't they? And defensively, if you can put that on, stops the attack straight, gives you the advantage, not only physically, but in the head as well.
There is Pool C standings at the moment.
Yeah, England got a really healthy point stiff there, so France need a big score in this one.
You are watching the HSBC Women's 7 series out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, and that's what we've got to come up shortly. Australia v Ireland, Canada v Fiji, that'll be a cracker. Russia and the USA, and then New Zealand up against Spain. Spain, who beat Russia earlier today. Something of an upset, that one.
And don't forget, the last time Spain has played New Zealand, they beat them in the London Sevens. So, intriguing.
New Zealand as well, perhaps losing their prolific try scorer, Portia Woodman, who went down with appeared to be a leg, an ankle injury in their win earlier.
Yeah, I think she got that injury during training. Marjorie Maillard there in the number 3 jersey with the big blonde hair you see involved in everything. How can this girl not be in the squad to go to the Olympics? Because not only is she solid, but her work rate is absolutely unbelievable.
And Japan, they're a team who are improving with every dabble in this fantastic 5-leg series. Dubai down, Sao Paulo this weekend. Then there's Atlanta and Langford, and they'll wrap it up, Mel Robinson, in France, if you don't mind, Clermont.
Yeah, that's great. Good to see them their first tournament ever.
From the Japanese to take play, 15 shy of the line. They are energised and showing some sharp feet here, and another big shot coming from Mayans. They are chopping, and they are chopping hard, the French. And now that defence brings big pay. Have struggled in possession at the breakdown, but when they've been forced to defend, they've held very, very well. Here's Kanamatsu. She's easy pickings there for Thomas. Thrown over the touchline.
Yeah, Thomas, yeah, she's been good too, nice and powerful. It's great, France, in terms of the type of athletes they've got out there. They've got some of the big power players, and they've got the really fleet-footed, slim athletes out wide as well. So we see Guérin come on for France, and she's another one with plenty of speed as well.
Time back on.
Marjorie Mayans, a favourite of many around the sevens world. Why not, with the way she's been playing here against the Japanese. Oh, that's a risky pass, and losing it at the last moment was Yamaguchi. That would have been a special play.
She read it beautifully, didn't she? She was there ready to pluck it out of the air. Couldn't quite pull it in. There it is. Pass very high, wasn't it?
Okay, crouch. Crouch. Bind. Sit.
Penalty advantage here for the French. That's a well-weighted pass, and this is wonderful form from Lepesque. She split them back on the 22 and has taken it to the house for 5 points. Dots it down. Crucial try going to France, and it is Jade Lepesque just careering away.
Yeah, Jade Lepesque, you know, she didn't have a strong game in that first outing, and in this one, this is her double. She has really impressed, along with her teammates. And it's just quite relentless now from France. Japan are trying everything.
17-7. France are up over Japan.
Is it done? We can go. Thank you, Bob.
And she's got to kick the ball off as well. There you go.
Just another big collision to add to the list.
I just love it how Mayan chases the kickoff like that, and okay, she's going for the ball, but also because her body's really powerful, she uses it just to sort of smash her way through. I'd be scared if I had to take a high kickoff with her coming up.
Handy line out time too. Nice clean take at the top. France looking to ice this one. Now with Gurin. Step, try. That is a terrific finish from Lena Gurin.
Yeah, that was brilliant, wasn't it? You know, she had a bit of work to do at the end there. Guerin. Here's the pass. Defenders coming on the inside. Stepped 1, 2, and then had to barge over with a bit of strength to get that try.
She covered some distance with that second step, didn't she? Went lateral and moved it a mile.
They're starting to find their form now, aren't they? And they're finding the holes on the outside, like their coach David Cortex wanted.
5 more go on the score sheet for France.
Let's go. Time back.
They're ahead
Thank you, Bob.
by 15. Corson. What about the power of Corson? She waded through the tacklers. Corson. Power plus.
Don't you love seeing a power player come on like that, Corson? Yes, she's had a rest on the bench, but check this out. 1 metre 85, 85 kilograms. Bam, bam, bam. Through the middle and it's a luxury having big players like that coming on.
Additional 2 are there, and it's now all France.
Make sure she kicks behind the line.
6'1".
Yep, she's how tall are you? She's nearly up to you.
3.
I'm 6'5".
Oh, okay.
So I'm only nearly a foot taller, is that right? No, I'm kidding, I jest. What a play though from Lene Corson.
Well, she's bigger than Hugh Cahill, that's for sure.
Yes, our co-commentator Hugh Carl, who'll be jumping in the booth. Australia. One of the more welcoming countries in the world. Turned it on at the Sydney Sevens, the men's series last week. Open arms, they had them from all over the world, Mel Robinson. Open arms. Even had people from New Zealand over.
Amazing.
And smiled on the way through.
Gosh, this defence from France just is not letting Japan get any momentum. No go forward or anything.
Hard to believe that at 17-10, Japan knocked on an intercept.
Turnover's good.
On the French try line. France scored off the next play, and from there it has been all the women in blue, and they're going to ice it. And doing the job at the back end is Jade Lepesque. France are in Brazil, and they look the goods.
Yeah, and Lepesque in this game in particular, nice short ball. This is her hat-trick try. Obviously, physical conditioning, because she is fit and her work rate has not dropped one iota.
Full time, and France have come home like a shot. Winners over Japan, 36 points to 7.
Mais uma vitória da França. Parabéns às francesas. Próxima partida. Austrália contra Irlanda. Super desafio grande de Santos.
da partida para o planeta que você está aqui na Arena Barueri. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, hashtag São Paulo Sevens, Women's Sevens.
Okay, so next up, the meeting of Ireland and Australia in Pool A. Training partners in Sydney for 2 weeks before this tournament. Now enemies on the pitch and some valuable pool points up for grabs. They've played 3 times in competition. The Aussies have won twice, Ireland claiming victory by a single point in 2013. I have one of Australia's finest alongside me here in the commentary box, Big Sean Maloney. You were in Sydney to watch these teams go at it a couple of weeks ago. Do you give my girls from Ireland much of a chance here?
Well, I do, because the way that they finished in the third game, and they showed so many great signs throughout the 3 matches. It was the conditioning. It was hot in Sydney. The Aussie girls are used to it. They're centralised in Sydney. They've done a full summer session in the heat. They know what it takes. That's going to be the test here for Ireland. Second game, day 1. Legs are all a little bit touched up, and now they're up against a red-hot Aussie team, the #1 team in the world at the moment.
First in the standings after Dubai against 12th and bottom in Ireland. And certainly positives for Anthony Eddy and his coaching staff was the final 2 minutes in their opening game against Canada when they started to put the passes together, when Ali Miller went over for a try. There is a couple of changes to the team. Louise Galvin makes way, Alison Miller comes in, Captain Lucy Mulhall gets us underway, and straight away and a good start.
There was a on the field at the moment having nightmares about Nicole Beck floating around. That is Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe from Ireland.
Crouch.
If you want to know why, just head to World Rugby, check out Twitter and see one of the great try-saving tackles ever from...
Never give up, isn't that what they say?
Correct.
And Nicole Beck epitomised that in the match in Sydney. Well, that's history. We don't like to dwell on that, particularly around Ireland. And they have possession here through Mulhall, who's trying to dig this one off the ground. And the Wicklow native, former Wicklow footballer from Rats Drum, takes it into contact. Little dummy switch as well on the outside was a good one from Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, who looks to have buried any bad memories from that tackle a couple of weeks back. Dig it off the ground again, Mulhall. She can't quite get the pass away. Did that go forward? It did. And it's messy stuff at the breakdown. Aussies putting pressure on.
Please.
That's what they do so well, this Australian team. They ask questions at the breakdown. You've got to fight that extra bit of time. They buy time for the ladies on the outside, do those defenders in and around the ruck. And on that occasion, Ireland just got all frazzled.
Fine. Set.
Green on this near side, just trying to lock it out. Ball comes squirting out and pressure on. The pass is not good, and Nicole Beck has to turn and gather inside her own 22. 3-on-3 there. Stacey Flood leading the charge up the line. And Murphy in her debut tournament to do a bit of a rescue act there as Australia look to counter from inside their own 22. This is Turner presenting the ball but giving away a penalty, and that is really good defence from Ireland. It's a blitz defence, pressure on Australia, don't allow them any time, and it worked.
Well, Amy Turner pinged there for
You must stay up.
not being on her feet before she got up and played the ball again.
Play. Play on.
Taken by Stacey Flood, switches play to the right hand side, long looping pass to Miller on the outside. We know she's got gas. How much has she got? Defend, not enough. Brilliant cover tackle, it has to be said, by Murphy in the corner, because Ali Miller is a big strong unit, and I would have put money on her getting over from there.
Murphy's quick too. Murphy and Talina Simon, who was so unfortunate to go down with an injury in the warm-up ahead of game 1, so she will have to wait a little longer for her debut. Murphy on debut has toe and can hit.
Prime example right there. Australia with the line out. Take it to the front. Nicole Beck goes up. It's back, but it's messy for Etheridge, and she did well if she gets this to the back, which she has done. Beck to act as scrum half. A bit of afters off the ball there, and Aussies trying to counter from inside their own 22. It's a race for the line here. Irish cover tackle. Will they get back there? There's numbers. Miller gets, oh, what a brilliant tackle from Alison Miller to save an otherwise certain try from Polite. Aussies still have it, and Ireland fan across. Murphy 1-on-1 here. Tackle must be made. Mulhall goes in low, and the pop pass is a good one as far as Parry in the scrum cap. Ireland defence desperate but effective so far. Off the deck from Murphy. Australia, it went backwards, says the referee. A questionable one, but Australia don't care. Etheridge burst through, and the first try of the game has taken all of almost 4 minutes. And it's the Aussies who, against the run of play, take the lead.
Perhaps
against the run of play.
Perhaps fortuitously, this might have been a knock-on just before that, but hey, you play the whistle, and that's exactly what Gemma Etheridge did. She is a veteran of this team. She's a veteran in Australian rugby and knows you just keep going until they say stop. She does that, and now we'll have the chance to add the 2 to her 5.
No question, it was a knock-on. The referee didn't see it, and the result is a try for Australia. No good with the conversion, which means that Australia lead by 5 points to 0, and Ireland's all attacking huff and puff came to nothing. It just goes to show you give the top team in the world a second of a chance, and they're gone. Well, we were down at the break, and the Irish team were deep in a huddle watching video replays of the game against Canada, and I'm sure going through the errors that they made and trying to correct them. But they've had a really good start to this game, and we'll feel a little bit aggrieved to be 5 points down. Australian discipline at the moment, Shawnee, is letting them down.
Yeah, Shannon Parry, we saw it in Sydney a couple of weeks back, just struggling a touch with referees' calls and gave away a number of penalties. So unlike her, Shannon Parry.
This was a feature of Ireland in their opening game against Canada. When they got the penalty, they go up the line, the GAA boot of Mulhall to put them in position, and they trust their set-piece line out. One of the most effective in the tournament on the series so far. You're going to get a chance to have a look at it here. Hopefully the commentator's curse doesn't strike. There we go. Ball off the top, clean as you like. Australia don't even contest, and they fan out to try and stop an Irish attack. A little show and go, Murphy Crowe. And ball off the top to use for Australia. Keeping this one alive, Parry, little dummy. Nobody bought that, least of all Ali Miller. Makes the tackle. Australia come again, need a little switch. It's an effective one. Polite trying to get away from Stacey Flood. And Australia keep it alive through Murphy. Little show and a step. Numbers out wide here. Surely it's going to be a try. Green puts the head down. They're not going to stop her from there. The speedster for Australia touches down underneath the post, and that one definitely with the run of play.
Well, happy birthday, Miss Green. 23 today, and what a lovely way to give yourself a present. In fact, it was Nicole Beck on the inside who just held the defender up just enough to release the pass, and when there's just 20 metres to cover and Elliot Green has a ball in hand, forget about it.
Conversion attempt this time is good. Australia 12 points to 0, and Ireland playing catch up here at the end of the first half. You give that woman an inch of space and she is gone like a rocket. 54 tries in an Australian jersey and still playing catch up to Emily Cherry.
Can you believe she was saying to me earlier that 23 feels old? Elliot Green, are you kidding?
What do we feel like if 23 feels old?
A million.
Put out to pasture, that's what we should be. Last play of the first half, Ireland need to get something back here. Need to get something on the board for their efforts. Started really well, this one is going to find touch, which means that should be that. And there is the halftime whistle. Ireland starting really, really well the first 3 minutes or so. Australia, one sniff, and they scored. And then full value for the second one from Green. 2 tries, they lead. Australia 12, Ireland 0.
Final de primeiro tempo. Austrália na frente de todos os grupos. Wales 12, Irlanda 0. Super desafio para partida de número 9. Próximo jogo depois do segundo tempo de Austrália e Irlanda. O Canadá contra Fiji.
then we've got an overlap somewhere. So people behind the person with the ball talk to them so they know you're there, and that's start using the width to do better.
Yeah, all girls do half, eh? Put it to the sword. 1, 2, 3, Aussie!
So instructions to both camps there. Obviously, Australian Tim Walsh, the happier of the two. Anthony Eddy trying to find a way to unlock that Australian defence. And Louise Galvin is going to come in from County Kerry in the south of Ireland. And we know she's got pace. Ireland looking for their first try of the game. So Etheridge to restart. 7 minutes to play. Australia at the moment on top in what is a very competitive pool. Opening win against Fiji for them. Canada next up against the Fijians, and the advantage being played to Australia. First touch for Galvin wasn't a good one, and Beck to ship one out. Australia trying to come back, and Emily Cherry, good strength from her to get those legs pumping. Ireland trying to hold her up, but look at that strength from Cherry. Still going inside the Irish 22. Options both sides. Ireland offside. And the penalty was against Ashley Baxter. What about that from Cherry?
Such power, and we see it with ball in hand, in contact, and just pre-contact as well. So explosive. Getting in around defenders on that occasion. She took about 6 with her, Hugh Carl.
6 Irish with her. Not an easy thing to do. Beck drifts across, looks for the deep runner, and they switch the attack again. Nice pop from Parry. Doesn't got a plan now. Chance for Ireland to counter. Mulhall. Oh, the juggle and the knock on. It's not going to count. The frustration. And Ireland, it's just not happening for them at the moment. Shannon Houston, you can see it all over her face. What are you laughing at?
I'm not laughing. I'm just saying the lead up to it is so precise and so sharp, and it's just those little moments that are costing Ireland, cost them against Canada. But what I love is we can see that it's there, the bare bones are there.
It's that last pass, isn't it?
100%.
Crouch.
It just hasn't happened, and there's a long way to go. Important for Ireland not to drop their heads. Australia with possession.
Stay.
Not the cleanest, but Nicole Beck has done well to run all the way across now. Runner outside, does she need it? Switch back in. Murphy needs help. Tackle goes in from Ali Miller.
Turnover is good.
Turnover ball for Ireland now. Can they get something? Australia are standing very deep. Maybe they can catch them unawares.
Roll!
2-person tackle there. Ireland get the penalty.
You can play.
And again, Australia discipline a little bit shaky as Audrey O'Flynn comes out from that one, none the worse for wear. I mean, you mentioned the birthday girl in your party, Audrey O'Flynn. Her birthday as well today for Ireland, and her teammates had a bit of fun with her yesterday. Managed to stage a bit of a fake photo shoot in one of the rooms in the hotel. Had her down in a whole series of poses, full kit and everything. And I think it's going to be up on social media over the next couple of days. So Audrey, happy birthday to you. And hopefully Ireland can get something to show for their efforts here with 4.5 minutes left to play.
What, so it was a stitch up, was it?
Bit of a stitch up, yeah. It's the Irish sense of humour.
You're good like that, you Irish.
Taken by Flood. Tries to force her way through. But Australia have enough numbers there. Ireland then over the ball again. Australia give away the penalty.
Stay up.
Love to see the count against them, because that's one area they're going to have to improve on. Lucy Mulhall, right boot, goes up the line, and Ireland's going to work something off the set piece line out.
Time off.
Well, a bit of attention there to Stacey Flood. It looks like one of the boots are giving him a problem.
Yeah.
She's back on her feet.
Thanks.
And crucial to the Irish line out. O'Flynn is in there. They're going to do a lift on Baxter. Again, Ball off the top to use. Australia have rushed this one though, and Mulhall has to come back inside and take the hit because there was no room at all outside Shannon Parry there. A scrap on the ground again. Another penalty against Australia. I mean, surely the referee has got to talk to somebody here, Shawnee.
Well, maybe a slight reprieve, but I'm with you 100%. The penalties are racking up. They're piggybacking Ireland up the park.
Well, Hall finds touch. We got 3 minutes to play. Ireland 2 tries down. They need one quickly, you feel, if there's any chance of what would be a bit of a miraculous comeback now at this stage. But game is still there to be won. Once again, the line out. Mulhall takes it. Deep pass to Galvin. Louise Galvin trips across. Going to require a tackle to be made here. Ali Miller trying on the outside, and the defend is good for Alison Miller. We might have a game on here. She's got a touchdown. That was a high tackle as well. Referee on the spot. Another clothesline goes in and a warning for Australia. But Alison Miller, the poor Schliefsfire, puts Ireland right back in this game.
Mahalia Murphy rounded her up, threw her over the touchline earlier in the game. On that occasion, Miller goes through. Look out, there's Nicole Beck. Ooh. To do what she does, jarring the ball loose over the try line.
Well, you don't blame Alison Miller for hanging on. Nicole Beck was breathing in on top of her, because as you say, the conversion attempt, just to the right and wide from the captain Lucy Mulhall. 12 points to 5, a one-score game. Shawnee's getting nervous, people.
Well, I'm okay, but I'm thinking maybe the players will just be a touch on edge. They were 19-point margins by 3 in the last series against one another, these two teams, and now 90 seconds to run, 7 the margin. Outstanding.
Brilliant play from Galvin to set that up, by the way. Delayed perfectly. We're going to have to restart. Time was off there. And I think Ireland looking to make a substitution. And the only player ready to come in might be Emer Considine. No, we're going to play on, and Mulhall to get us underway. Possession, crucial. 90 seconds to go. Australia want to hang on to it. Another score from them and it's all over. Ireland, if they can get their hands on this ball somehow. Look at that for the restart. Hang time. Up they go. They went backwards. And Australia take it to Emily Cherry. Any room outside? And a kick and chase. Tony Gata, I think, was the one trying to chase that one, but she lost her footing. Ireland have to wipe this one up. Stacey Flood in there. Galvin in to help. Where's the penalty going?
Release first. Lucy.
Against Australia.
Release first.
Sorry, I don't think our referee, who is an excellent referee in the form of Alhambra Neves, got that one right at all. Caslick made the hit, released the tackle player. It's like watching David Pocock go about his work. It was that sharp and fast.
What chances on the draw now? 40 seconds to go. Ireland with the line out. This is how they scored their last try. They've got Miller out there on the wing. They've got Galvin, the two quickest players in the squad. Australia have to defend. Tony Gatto against Miller. I'd pay to see that one if the ball gets out there. Ireland don't win the line out. Well, what a time to lose their first set piece of the tournament here in Sao Paulo. And surely that is Cherry tries to straighten and get through the Irish cover tackle. Tony Gatto at scrum half. We've got 10 seconds to play. Australia keep the ball and you have the victory. Green, she's going to go. Little stop and show. Green tries to break through and the ball's kept alive and Beck on the end of it. And that, folks, will be that. Nicole Beck seals it for Australia. Irish hearts are broken.
Well, Elliot Green, she is coming on in leaps and bounds. Her arsenal is ever expanding. In years past, she ends up over the touchline. Now she can hold her feet, start a set, bang, and then on the inside is Nicole Beck. Taps it down, that'll do it.
Well, a huge game conversion, no problem from the try scorer. Australia given a little fright at one stage, but they do enough. The world champs and the series leaders. It's another victory for Australia against Ireland, 19 points to 5.
Thanks, Captain. Thank you.
Brilliant step off the right.
Lovely step again, Jen Kish. This is going to be a brilliant individual try for the Canadian captain.
That was sensational from the Canadian captain.
Here comes the second to the captain. Jen Kish is in. Kish again. This is Captain Fantastic going in the score for Canada. Unbelievable.
Prefeitura Municipal de Barueri, juntos governados.
Okay, we are well and truly into the swing here on day one in Brazil. And there's a look at the World Series table with just the one leg down over in Dubai just before Christmas, where Australia got the better of Russia in the final. Then New Zealand, by their standards, having a fairly ordinary tournament in the desert. Speaking of New Zealand, I'm joined by one of their best ever women's players in the form of Melody Robinson, and we've got ourselves a little pearler.
This is a great game, isn't it? Because obviously they're in the same pool as Ireland and Australia. Fiji went down to Australia earlier in the day. Canada looked very strong indeed. The last time these two met in Dubai, don't forget, it was Fiji who came on top, their first ever victory over the Canadian girls.
They didn't just finish on top, they turned in some of the best women's sevens I've ever seen. They were magic in the UAE, and this is how they line up against the Canadians. And as always, the likes of Paquin and Kish give them a go forward. Bianca Ferrella and Landry so dangerous. And then for Fiji, well, they've got some weapons of their own.
Well, for a start, they haven't changed their starting seven from that first match, and that's because I believe Chris Cracknell would say to his girls, you have to redeem yourself from that match, because even though they lost to Australia, who is a very strong team, they gave a lot of ball away with some really poor passes. We know that they love that offload game, and they're a magical team. They play a style like no other, but the decisions they were making, they were passing at the wrong time.
There is the number 3 for Canada, Karen Paquin, so easy to pick out with the head taped up. Beatrice Benvenuti out of Italy is our referee for this one. Pool A, Canada v Fiji. And this is going to be an excellent matchup. Quality on both sides. Canada get us off and going and tapping it back. There is Russell. Making the tackle is Nangasau for Fiji. And again, Russell. Kish on the near side. Kish. She finds Mileski. Mileski palms off a couple. Landry. Landry 5 short for Canada. Fiji in defence is terrific. They've tapped and gone super quick, and making the shot there was Paquin. Ball staying with the Fijians for the moment. Some space to move here via Nangasau. Oh, she's caught the touchline. The chalk has been fluffed up, and that puts an end to that.
Gee, that would have been a touch and go call, that. Yes, she was skirting with the sideline, there was no doubt. But goodness gracious. Major mistake from Nangasau. She's an experienced player. She should know better than that. It was a 2-on-1 situation. They really manipulated the short side well.
Kish goes up and is brought down by Nangasau. Paquin. She's sent back a couple of metres but retains possession well. Russell. Russell stands and now offloads for Kish. That might have been a touch high from Naya Mbasali, and it was.
Yeah, it's difficult sometimes because a lot of the times the attacking players are falling down into the contact, and so it's very easy to be above that collar line.
Landry, Kish, their playmakers, all that had trouble written all over it, but it's going to fall nicely here for Canada. And breaking clear is Bianca Farella. Bianca Farella, that is beautiful. Superb individual effort there from Bianca Farella.
Her back from injury as well. She stepped back on the inside initially, and then you can see the sweep there. Rongitha, the captain for Fiji, she didn't have enough pace to stay with Farella, who just sort of zigzagged her way through to that try there.
Landry, and the conversion is good. That makes it Canada 7, Fiji 0.
She's 23 years old, Farella. She debuted back in 2012, so she's been around for some time.
Landry. Taking it there is Nangasau. Tap back to Nangasau. Now she dips into the tackle of Paquin. She's not going to miss a shot. And now Canada force the issue on Fijiana. They're going to make him pay here, I think, Canada. Kish pops to Landry. Sharp feet of Landry. She's held up there. And does extremely well to get to the turf. Kish. Burrowing through is Molesky. Oh, and it's come forward at the back of the ruck.
Yeah, Fiji haven't had much of the pill yet, have they?
Use the mark, please.
And when they have had it, they've lost it just because they're a little bit too relaxed, perhaps. I mean, that's the way Fijiana play, no doubt about that.
Yep. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Rongitha. Now Riwai. Kicking ahead is Nangasau. Nangasau. Oh, the bounce is awful for Nangasau. The option wasn't too bad. Here's the debutant, Nayo Mbasali. And, well, it's not a bad result for Fijiana, Mel.
Yeah, I did like that option. Nangasau, she comes from a football background as well. A lot of these Fijiana girls do. And it was perfectly placed. It's just that little bounce didn't quite favour her.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
That was what was it, a tight head in a sevens game? Pretty impressive.
Scooting out the side for Canada. Kish. There's the try scorer, Farella. I think Paquin do the hard work down that channel. 5 metre channel, out it comes. Canada will be able to tap and go here.
Go 10, go on the line, please. It's offside. Okay. Here, please.
So just the one try after 6.5 minutes of action, and that's not straight. Oh, that's letting Fijiana off the hook there. The one try going to Bianca Farella.
You know, sometimes when you're at this point, you know you've got a lot of sevens ahead of you, don't you? So concentration can be a little hot and cold.
Bind. Set.
Great hands from Riwai. Taking for a scoot here is Tisolo. Oh, ball in one hand. And getting the pass away to Tinai. Tinai can move. Tinai's going to take it all the way and then loop it back to Anna Maria Rongitha. That is Fiji doing what Fiji do so well.
Yeah, that is the Fiji we know and love, that threat that we so often see on the outside there. Tinai, and always Rongitha is backing up on the inside. Look, she didn't even have to pass the ball, she decided to anyway. The little captain under the posts. And this makes this match very interesting indeed.
All square at half time after that try to Rongitha. It is one converted try apiece.
The 4 has been on, we haven't gone to it once, right? So let's look for the 4, the first opportunity we get. We got a backside shoulder check, listen for it. That backside's got to get up and call for it too, okay? All right, once we go down there, they're in 6 to 7. You've got that 6 beat for speed, all right? So you're getting that ball out early towards this. Okay?
With Cyclone Winston hitting Fiji earlier today, no doubt that try will do a little something to lift the spirits of those back in Fiji. Good news that the women found out ahead of play today that not too much damage, no family or friends in any real danger, which is great to hear because it's a monster cyclone looming in the Pacific.
Yeah, one of the biggest ever, I hear. Yeah, it is good news because that's got to be weighing on these ladies' minds as well. They're such great family people. You go to Fiji, you see that, don't you?
Fiji happy to concede the free kick back on halfway after the restart didn't go the 10. A try that Fiji scored was only the second time they'd had possession of the ball inside Canada's half in that first 7 minutes of action. So just goes to show, if they get into that red zone, you're in trouble. Here's Russell for Canada. Getting back and making the tackle for Fiji is the try scorer, Rongitha.
Gee, that was great scrambling defence there from Fijiana because it was pretty much 3 players on 1 defender because Nagato had come in, outside in. They really worked hard to push themselves over, cover all the red jerseys that were out there on attack.
Well, Kish read that perfectly and has snaffled Fijiana's ball. Russell throws off the tackle of Nagato. Here come Canada. Here come Canada through a lady who's enjoyed day 1 action here in the number 1, Brittany Benn. She's in again. And there are our first points of the second half.
Yeah, a big high five from her teammates for Brittany Benn. Nice pass to Varela, back on the inside, backing up. Tackle missed, 1-on-1 by Tinai. And, you know, they turned that ball over at the line-out. Fijiana were confused. They didn't know where they were throwing it. Canada won it. And you know, the Canadian girls are really keeping their minds on the job, aren't they? They're really focused, everything they do, quite accurate as well.
Kick's no good from Ghislaine Landry. So the score stays at 12-7 to Canada. Going without it there was Nangasau, usually such a reliable set of hands. And here's Molesky. Molesky eventually brought down by Nangasau. Kish to laser pass for Farella, who's tackled there by Ravisa. We're going to go all the way back. High tackles are cool.
Yeah, not only Fijiana dropping a bit of ball, but they're giving away penalties too. And Canada being, you know, the 5 points ahead, are quite happy to slow the game down, reorganise, communicate.
Molesky. Goes to Landry, and now across to Paquin, who has a head of steam up and offloads back to Landry. That our assistant referees found a little tap forward there. So you'll see our ref, Beatrice Benvenuti, in the white skins, and that was a directive after a lot of consultation was done between World Rugby and local health authorities, the World Health Organization, in an effort to allay fears around the mosquitoes here in Brazil that are causing a few dramas here and there.
Yeah, all the teams are fully up to date about the threat of the virus, and we've all been given advice as to the right precautions. So if you want to choose to wear skins out there, they've made an exception to law 4 to allow that.
There's the action coming up. Russia v USA, then New Zealand v Spain, England, France, Japan and Brazil. You are on to the HSBC World Rugby Women's 7 Series from Sao Paulo. We are at the Arena Bureri, around about 60 minutes from the heart of Sao Paulo, this big bustling city. Each of the 12 teams here have enjoyed their time. There is Beatrice Benvenuti with the white skins on.
This could be probably one of the slowest games we've actually had today in terms of stops and starts, isn't it? And I'm sure that's because right now that sun is beating down and it's like a 38-degree sauna.
12-7 the score. Fiji have been deprived of field position but find themselves well within striking distance. Great job there of hanging on to it was Ravisa, and that's scrappy. It's popped up, been knocked on. Kish, Farella. Pinned down, Molesky. She's made some great inroads in tight. Here goes Ben. Ben is tossed across the touchline. So Fiji hanging in there, and now broken field, which is what they just love. Scooting wide is Vondo, and eventually it's a knocked on.
Look, you can see what they're trying to do. So one wraps and they've got another available on the inside. Your ball player just holds it up. I think that, you know, a few of these teams like Canada that would analyse them, they know what they want to do. They want to play the offload game, so they're crowding them at that area. It just means it's very difficult to get a pass away accurately.
Shove coming from Fiji, but the ball pops out for Canada, and that's about as easy as it gets for Landry. She lands at the killer blow against the Fijians and 10 times out of 10, Landry's going to get you in that part of the field.
Absolutely, Landry knows how to score tries. This is their third in Sao Paulo so far, and pretty much there were 3 Fijiana defenders. None of them took her because she's elusive. Carved her way through. Nicely done from the girl from Toronto Scottish Club.
It's a low conversion attempt, and it's good. Canada kicking clear here against Fiji. They're up by 12. Landry chasing Woodman. Woodman racks up her points via 5-pointers. Landry has got a terrific all-round game. Taken there by Tisolo. Starter step from Nangasau, who's been busy, some good, some bad. Trying to free the pass was the little live wire, Ravisa. Fortunately for her, it's fallen into the arms of the Canadians. Russell.
I think this Fijiana team, they need to vary up when they offload and that choice, because at the moment they're trying to push the pass all the time, and they actually have to take it into contact, you know, once every so often, especially if that pass is just not on.
It's all down to points. Differential now for the Fijians. That one out in front of Ravisa. Just what Mel Robinson was talking about right there, the offload not on. It's come loose, but it won't hurt them on that occasion as Jenkish concedes a penalty for not releasing. And now Fiji again with a chance. Landry in and away. That's a huge step. How about the step on Landry?
And let's give a little bit of credit to Kelly Russell, who stayed in that lazy sort of pocket line of the Fijiana ball. She kicked it back. Landry was there, and look at that, just brushed off Tisolo. Very easy for her to finish that off. She's had a good game in this one.
Landry starting to let her presence be known here at the Arena Barreira. Hitting the straps in Brazil. So too are her team. They are winners against Fiji, 24 points to 7.
So the penultimate game in round 2 of the pool stage, and 2 teams here still looking for their first win in Sao Paulo. United States beaten out the gate by an awesome New Zealand performance last time, while Russia, well, they must still be wondering how they let victory against Spain slip from their grasp. It's almost a year since these sides last met in 2015, and the USA edged it 17-14, but a lot has changed since then, and it'll be in. And the USA edged it 17-14, but a lot has changed since then, and it'll be interesting. Plays out. They've met 9 times. Russia with just 2 wins. United States with 7. And Sute, England international, former England international, is with me. Russia have changes. United States have a new coach, and it's still to really gel for them. It's a tough one to call, this one.
It is a tough one to call. Looking at the team list, United States probably have more experience on the team sheet, although Pavel Baranowski's gone for as much experience as he can. But as you say, United States had a really disappointing tournament in Dubai, a really disappointing first game of this tournament. So really hard to call because neither team quite firing as we might have hoped.
Bystrova, Lushina, Ledovskaya, Kukina, Shemshuk, Kazakova and Zedrakova for Russia. United States with Bonnie, Griffin, Potter, Kelter, Barivalala, Thomas and Javelin. Referee is Gabriel Lee. Those who've experienced 42nd match in the World Rugby 7 series, and we are just about to get underway in the Sao Paulo sunshine. Russia, well, they really started well against Spain, but just seemed to take their eye off the ball and caught with a sucker punch right at the death to lose. And the USA never really in it against New Zealand. They want to make amends for that. So it's going to be Marina Kukina to get us underway. She goes for distance on the kick. And Kelly Griffin happy to watch that one into touch and take the line out.
I'm not sure about that as a decision. I think you put yourself under a lot of pressure having to do a line out defensively on your 5 metre line. You know,
and when you consider in Sevens game, because it's only a 3-person line out, you know where to challenge and where the ball's going to go. Just puts a lot of pressure on. But the United States looking to kick this one clear. Barivalala with so much pace. We know all about her finishing ability. Thomas as well in support. And Russia turn it over against the run. And Bystrova, no advantage coming from the knock-on.
Yeah, they made good ground, the USA, making that decision of Kelly Griffin absolutely the right one. There with Barivalala, Javelin, Thomas, they've got a lot of pace on the pitch. Interesting looking at the combination. Javelin and Thomas, both really natural wingers, but Javelin in the centre, Thomas on the wing. So, you know, that is so much pace.
Interesting to see if they can exploit it. Russians lose that one against the head. And Kelter picks it off the ground. She runs into the brick wall that is Ledovskaya for Russia, one of the biggest players in the tournament, physically imposing. And here is Jessica Javelin, and here are the quick feet of the American towards the 10-metre line. USA do just enough. Whistle goes, and they don't release on the ground. I thought they had enough time. Russians waste no time in getting play back underway. Little pop pass out from Lushina. She goes in to tidy up. And Ledovskaya. Look at that. That's what I mean by the size of the Russian. So strong. Ferocious tackling for both teams, and the Russians getting the referee's advantage. Ball at the back with Kazakova. Messi. Kelter picks it up. Whistle goes. We'll have a scrum.
Number 1. Tackle, use your arms, not your leg.
Wow. Megan Bonney's going to go to the bin for using her legs in the tackle.
Yeah, I didn't see that. It'd be interested to see a replay, but the referee very, very clear about it. Gabriel Lee saw a trip there, which absolutely there's no place for.
Well, we saw the whistle go several times against the Australians with no card. That the first of the Sao Paulo Sevens as that Skaya kicks clear. That's the strength. Has she got the pace though? Almost a pop. In support was Zedrakova. USA turn it over, but they're illegal again. And they got to be careful here. Down to 6 players. Russians with a 1-person overlap at the moment. And here they go wide again. Chance here. Kazakova already has 1 try in Sao Paulo. The unselfish pass, reach for the line, and Bystrova gets there. Try for Russia, and no less than they deserve.
Yeah, the defensive organisation from the USA really disappointing there. If you're 6 on 7 that close to the line, you have to blitz up. You have to be in a sprint start on the try line and sprint up as soon as the ball's played to stop the ball getting out to that extra player on the outside. The USA didn't do that. They hedged their bets. The Russian passing was up to scratch. There we go, there's a replay of the yellow card. Definitely some legs in there. And there's the final try-scoring pass from Kazakova, just enough to get over the try line. But credit to Russia, really good passing to get it down the line into that space on the outside.
When you have the extra player, you have to make a count. In Russia, 1 try and 5 points to the good. Arina Bystrova with number 2 on her back as the United States hold out with just 6 players on the pitch. Can they get back in and keep possession here? If you're down a player, you've got to hang on to that ball.
Exactly right.
They go deep. Kelter, physically strong player for USA, trying to make a break for herself. the dream team in London back, of course, in 2015 was Leila Alef-Kelter. And here is Javelin. Little show from her. Barry Valala trying to kick the legs. Barry Valala still being dragged into touch, and again, just not showing the awareness there to, in fact, excuse me, it was Kristen Thomas who did Barry Valala a disservice, but Kristen Thomas just not having the presence to keep herself in play.
Yeah, she's one of the USA's crossover athletes. So she played last season, but with the awareness, the full game awareness at the moment, probably not quite there. If you get that close to touchline, you've got to step inside. If you go into touch, you're simply giving the ball away to the opposition. You might as well just stop and hand it to them.
I need you in a 2-and-2, please. Get in.
Yeah, I'm over.
Kokina to throw for Russia. About as short as he can get, just about goes to 5. It's broken though. And a chance for USA.
Clear release.
Can they get quick ball out?
Clear
Kelly
release,
Griffin trying to dig it. Quick tap and go. Griffin wastes no time getting on with him. Support back inside. It's from Potter. 1 try already for her in Sao Paulo. Taken up this time by Bonnie. Back to Griffin. Javelin ships one on. Thomas, was that flat? Oh, Kelter! Hands went backwards, says the referee. Kelter still with it. Tries that fend. Oh, she gave the pass. Javelin was in. Just couldn't get the hands free. Or didn't realise that Jessica Javelin was right in her shoulder. Thomas. Griffin once more. Quick hands needed. And it will be quick hands. Can they finish it off? Surely they must. Barry Valala for the line. And USA strike back. Barry Valala to finish it off.
They do strike back, but you thought they were never going to make it there. So many opportunities for the USA. In the end, very good hands that got it onto the outside. For Barry Valala, that pass from Gillian Potter, then Megan Bonney, then Barry Valala on the outside, and enough of a step to get round. But goodness me, they should probably have scored on the other side of the pitch. A little offload, as you say, from Alef-Kelter, Jessica Javelin, and it would save them a whole lot of hard work.
Well, they got there in the end. If they hadn't, there would have been strict and severe words from Jules McCoy on the sideline, who I'm sure will be pleased that the United States have got back into this one. Conversion is no good. So we are locked at 5 points each at the end of the first half. And there's Baranovsky, animated as always, sweating in the Sao Paulo sunshine. Don't blame him either.
You would think in this weather they'd have to calm down a little bit, but it's all right, he's got something to wipe the sweat away with.
Can we get a cold towel to the Russian bench ASAP? Kelter to restart. Splits the USA now. Question mark about Jill Potter there, was she onside or not? Went backwards off USA and the referee says she was, so play on. There was nothing in it though. Thomas, look at that, lovely feet. Looks pass back inside. Potter once more. Jill Potter presents it for Thomas. Now the Americans looking before half time to take the lead for the first time in this tournament. Barry Valala, the try scorer, gets it to wide and to the wing to Megan Bonney. Good tackle, had to be. Really good cover tackle there.
Yeah, very, very good cover tackle from Russia. You just wanted the USA there. They've switched the ball across the pitch, but stationary. You needed to see them really sprinting onto the ball.
So 1 try apiece. Arina Bystrova for Russia to take the lead, but Barry Valala and the United States striking back before half time, which means the half-time score is Russia 5, USA 5.
Stay here. You like this? No idea what you're talking.
Все у вас хорошо, только прошу вас, мяч не отдавайте, вы понимаете? У вас сейчас отдали доска и бегает вперед. Давит практически она одна. Блин, ну пробеги там нормально, отработай. Что ты мимо бегаешь? Здесь тебе в руки мяч кинул, ну посражайся. Ты ж галочку ставишь. Ничего не понятно, смотрите. Они играют, просто идите левую, максимально высоко и ложите руки. Они же не смогут долго держать своего игрока. Они лифт играют, только один игрок. Дальше играйте, начните, опять рядом ни разу не сыграл. Ну провалились, даваните хоть раз рядом. Давай.
Okay, thanks.
Never get tired of watching Pavel Barnovsky give the old half-time team talk. If they were 140 points to 0 up, I think he'd still be giving out about something soon.
I think he wouldn't. It would be no fun if he didn't. Keeps us all entertained. But how finely poised is this game? We thought it would be at the start. Can Russia's inexperienced team come back, or can the USA finally get a bit of confidence?
The United States, of course, have already booked their place in the Olympic Games in Rio this summer. Russia will go to the qualifier in Dublin as the hot favourites to join them.
Yeah, they certainly will. Spain and Ireland, others in that repechage. Mexico, but you know, Spain and Ireland probably the biggest challenges. But Russia over the last couple of years in the World Series definitely been the strongest of those.
Well, there's a lot of rugby to be played between now and then. Atlanta, Langford, and of course in Clermont. So anything can happen. Personnel, who knows, but for the time being, nothing to separate the United States and Russia here in Sao Paulo. Good initial first run by Marina Kukina there for Bystrova, the try score, and good strength
Let it go. Thanks.
by Ledovskaya just to keep that ball alive. There's a wrestling match for this ball. Who's going to win it? Told to leave it. Lushina had it. Ledovskaya to act as scrum half, and Russia, well, a blitz defence from the USA to cut out the supply, but good wraparound from Shemchuk to take that ball. But the USA defence has been very impressive. And look at that, the pick and the go from Thomas. Just held short. Chance for Bonnie. Bonnie ships one out. Oh, USA, surely they must from here. Kelter is over and Kelter is down. First try in the second half goes to the USA, and that owed everything today to the pressure on the USA defence.
It really did. The USA pushing up really hard on Russia. Like we said, they should have, when Russia scored their try, should have really blitzed. That's what they've been doing here, putting Russia under pressure. Gillian Potter, that pass goes behind her, but then look at that for sweet hands up into the hands of Alev Kelter. So good to see Gillian Potter back, and Alev Kelter doing her proud.
Well, isn't it great to see United States back? We've missed you for the last few weeks and playing some really nice rugby, some aggression in defence, and the beautiful hands there, as you mentioned, and Kelter on the receiving end. There it is, 127 points. She's a good bit behind Victoria Fellaini, who of course isn't part of the squad, and Lauren Doyle is also out at the moment.
It's a really good point, isn't it? We're saying USA aren't playing as well as we expect them to, but the two highest point scorers ever, Vix Fellaini and Lauren Doyle, real experience, not here. So they are lacking some of their best players who, you know, when the chips are down, you can just give the ball to and they'll sort it out for you.
If you took Portia Woodman and Kayla McAllister out of New Zealand, would they be the same? The same with Emily Charity and any one of Green. As the United States look to get this going again, the pace, it's going to be Rachel Greenling is going to touch down. Well, they call her Hunter, and that was a Hunter's punch for the try.
It really was. Gillian Potter at the heart of it again, straight off the kickoff. Then just fixes and gives to Greenling. Brilliant from the USA. You know, they've been down in the dumps, and to put two tries together like that, straight one after the other, it's got to give them confidence.
19 points to 5. USA, look at that from Potter. She watched that ball every step. Beautiful soft hands, and it won't stop Hunter from there. Try, USA, 19-5.
It's so simple when you get it right, Sevens, and Gillian Potter chasing the kickoff. We talk about kickoffs as being so crucial because that's what decides possession, and at the moment she's making sure that the USA have the majority of possession.
High hanging restart from Kelter. Potter's after this one. They're looking for almost a repeat of their last try, and again the pressure comes on Russia. Just really got to settle themselves here. They've got 4 minutes. This one by no means dead and buried. And Ledovskaya leading the charge out of her 22. The long, rangy stride of the Russian number 11. And a bit more aggression here from Matveeva. Dig out from Lushina. Russia trying to get something going inside USA's half. Kukina, any chance for her? There's the pass. Went backwards, says the referee. Ledovskaya to mop up the loose ball.
Hit it! Tackle only.
Back as far as Zedrakova. Big thumping hit goes in from Thomas. Ball's gone loose. Russia still have it inside their own 22. They cannot get over that 22-meter line. Look at this for defense for USA.
Tackle only.
If you are Jules McCoy watching on, you've got to be proud of the effort and commitment that your team have when they don't have the ball.
They're defending so narrow, but at the moment Russia can't find a space around it.
Cutting off supply at every angle. And Lushina to try and Put somebody free and a chance now for Fefalova over the halfway line. And Kelter's got to make this tackle. Kelter's got to make it, and she does. High tackle, says the referee. Well, I've seen two clotheslines that weren't given, and that one looked okay to me. But advantage being played to Russia. They're queuing up here. It should be numbers and hands, but USA fan across. Have they got enough bodies in the right place to try and stop the run of Kazakova? Told to let it go. Advantage is now over. As the United States, through Javelin, try and ruck that ball and get the penalty.
Brilliant defence from the USA, brilliant effort. Russia lucky to get away with that, I'd say. Matveeva taking the ball from the penalty.
Favesi with the original break. Oh, look at that for a tackle. I don't think that Megan Bonney was expecting that at all.
No,
that's the problem. She didn't have awareness of the players who are coming. There's bodies strewn all over the pitch because the whistle's hardly gone in the last 2 minutes. Players exhausted in this heat.
It's been a monstrous Herculean effort from both teams. So that sunshine takes its toll. 2 minutes to go. A couple of substitutions for the Russians. You see Fefalova coming in. Also see the big bulking figure of Anna Gavrilyuk. And she will add some physicality to the Russian front row unit.
Number 11.
And it's going to be Ledovskaya to make way.
Wait.
Hard to keep up with all the changes. There have been people running on and off the pitch. I do know that Gillian Potter has gone up after being so inspirational for her team.
Crouch.
Kazakova, Russian captain, is still on there, hands on her knees.
Well, the referees, I'm sure, were pointed out to by Paddy O'Brien to make sure that there is only 7 after what happened in New Zealand and Australia in the men's 7s as Russia try to break over the halfway line. And presenting the ball was Matveeva. Into touch goes Javelin. She didn't have the ball though, and Russia recycle. Matveeva dragged the scrum half out to Bankarova, and the big kicking legs of the substitute Gavrilyuk, who takes some stopping, I can tell you. Russia, well, it's all messy at the moment. The try scorer Bistrova, little handoff as far as Bankarova, and they come into the USA half for the first time, I think, in the second half, apart from that little break earlier on. Up the middle goes Matveeva, no way through the United States defence, and Russia get the penalty, not releasing the tackler.
You need to come back. Release.
Well, USA might be ahead, but they've done a lot of defending in this match, very, very well. They're getting pretty tired from all the tackling now.
Bankarova to Gavrilyuk. Handoff is a good one from Kukina. What's she got left? Javelin. Oh, can't put her down. Lovely handoff. Kukina needs help. She's exhausted and she just hits the deck. She's been on since the start, Kukina, and that is pure exhaustion. Quick tap and go. Fefalova in the scrum cap. Not 10 says the ref. Advantage being played. They won't need it in a substitute. Gavrilyuk touches down for Russia. And they strike back. Is it too little too late? 20 seconds to play.
I think it is too little too late, but at least Anna Gavrilyuk for Russia gets on the scoreboard. USA absolutely exhausted in defence. Russia not far off, similarly exhausted in attack. It has been end-to-end stuff, so a consolation for Russia, no more at this stage.
First ever try in the World Series for the Russian number 5, Anna Gavrilyuk. She is a big, powerful runner. And I wonder, is she one for the future as far as Pavel Baranovsky is concerned? One of the new faces in. We'll have time for one last play. 19-10, Russia needed that conversion to go over to give them a chance to tie it up, so USA will win the match, but is there another try left in this one? We've seen it so many times where it's come down to points difference in the end in terms of that cup quarter final spot, but this group tightly packed, anything could happen. Long restart by Russia. Javelin's back there, I'm sure. If she kicks this one dead, that'll be that. That's what Jessica Javelin decides to do. She finds touch. There is the full-time whistle. A very entertaining game, but the story for me is the United States performance in the second half. Defensively brilliant, and in attack clinical when they needed to be. Relief and delight, I'm sure, for Jules McCoy. Final score, Russia 10, the United States of America 19. First win in a long time for the USA.
Gilbert, fornecedor oficial.
She is such a straight runner for this
Yes, Portia Woodman there. She is a fantastic athlete, but the shame is that she is out injured for New Zealand, so we will not see her again in this tournament. 100 tries. That is so impressive, isn't it? But the lady second on that list, Kayla McAllister, will be out there as we get into our final game of the second round of round robin play here, and it is New Zealand taking on Spain. There are the lineups. Now, for New Zealand, 3 changes. Tui, Manuel and Fata Simpkins are all starting, and that means they have Woodman and Blyde out. So they're going to have to last this tournament with just 10 players. And for Spain, 4 changes to that lineup, which is pretty interesting. Maden, Alamede, Ichibaria and Casado all start this time. And interesting, I guess, Sude, because Spain did beat Russia in their first match.
Yes, it puts a lot onto this game for Spain. Spain's confidence will be high, and of course they had a very, very strong performance against New Zealand here last time, but you can't imagine New Zealand putting themselves under pressure and not winning this one, even without all of their complement of players.
Absolutely, yep. Spain, their victory 19 points to 12. They took it out in the last moments against Russia, and earlier New Zealand took out the United States 35 points to 5. And also of interest is that the last time these two teams met in this women's series was at London Sevens, arguably the biggest upset in the history of this women's Sevens series, because Spain took down the Kiwis 19 to 15. There's your referee. That was a great match, wasn't it? It was kind of ugly, but it was so intense.
Beautiful in its ugliness in some way, just because it was so unexpected, and you know, even the Spanish players weren't really expecting it to happen, and you know, that's the beauty of sevens, isn't it? You don't quite know what's ever going to happen.
So second match for both these teams starts off with Tyler Nathan Wan switching sides and Goss winning it. So effective on those kickoffs, Sarah Goss. Moving it to McAllister now. Shapes up to attack and does. Eventually hits the deck. Brazier, Manuel. Ball doesn't quite get to Goss, but gets to Tui instead. Fends off one. Ball still alive there. Manuel with Goss. There's Kelly Brazier. Brazier, so dangerous. Nathan Wong. And here's McAllister on the outside. She's giving it a go. Only the fingertips of Garcia touched her. That is what Kayla McAllister can do out there.
It's what Kayla McAllister can do out there because she's quick. It's also what New Zealand can do. Really lovely sevens, controlled, precise passing. That last pass, inch perfect from Tyler Nathan Wong. Kayla McAllister has pace. She could be out on the wing if she wanted to be. She's a finisher.
She's actually the fastest in the New Zealand squad, faster than Portia Woodman, which many would be surprised about. So that's converted 7 plays to 0. Started off.
Yeah, they make it look very, very easy, New Zealand, when they get it right, don't they? And they got it right there. Just very, very simple sevens, moving it back and forth, finding the space. Bang.
One of their strengths too, well, I guess one of their differences, they've got a lot of big players out there, and physically the smallest is probably this young lady here, Nathan Wong, just 60 kilograms. That distinctive change around and kick off this time goes to Garcia. She's a handy little player herself. Good handoff there to Martinez, but her pass no good.
Yeah, so Spain worked themselves a little opening there, but then just threw the ball away. If you're going to create pressure in a game like this, you've got to Be really sure of where those passes are going. If the pass isn't on, take it to ground, the next player's in to sort it out, but don't just offload into space. It just gives the ball back to, what's probably the best team in the world. You don't want to do that.
Sounds simple, Sue, but we both know it's not quite as easy as that as New Zealand. Have it in play, and here's McAllister again! And she just sliced through the defence so easily. Beautiful play by the number 12.
How many times have we seen her do that? She feints to pass on the outside or to go on the outside, steps off the left foot this time. It just looks just tiny little, I'm going to pass. Oh no, I'm not. I'm going through the gap, straight in under the posts. Kayla McAllister at her best.
Yeah, the question is, how do you defend it? Very difficult indeed. Almost need to go just man on rather than that sort of pushing across defence usually.
Well, if you push across defence, you have to then have, so your centre on centre, you've got to have your fly half pushing into that gap. So you're basically saying, right, me, the centre, I've got you on the outside, Kayla McAllister, and you, my fly up on the inside. If she steps, she's yours.
$12-0. This time Spain let it bounce. Garcia tries a bit of football against the Kiwis. Nathan Wong's there. Fata Simpkins this time. Defence all over her. But they recycle New Zealand. Brazier thought about going back to that short side, but they've got numbers here. Tui and Goss combine. The two props on the outside there for New Zealand. They set it up again. Nathan Wong at that first 5 position. Fata Simpkins this time on the inside. Gives the cut back to McAllister. She recycles it to Brazier. This looks good for New Zealand. They've got numbers to burn. Tui pushes it out to Manuel. And Hurdiana Manuel in the corner. Very sweet indeed. About 3 or 4 phases. Lovely work.
You can't argue with that. That's another lovely 7th try. The passing is just sublime from New Zealand in this match. Just goes through the hands. In the end it's Manuel, I think, who scores on the outside. But it actually came, so this time Kayla McAllister stepped inside, realised she couldn't make it, and lobbed the ball over the top and got the ball back into all the space on the other side. Beautiful, beautiful from New Zealand.
Yep, and those 3 tournaments where they struggled, London, Amsterdam, and also Dubai when they finished 5th in December, I guess we haven't seen as much of that wide game from them. They've been attacking through the middle, so it's great to see them go back to what they were previously very well known for.
Yeah, it's the fluidity, isn't it, that's really stood out in this match. You've got Kayla McAllister 1 minute running a gap through the middle, then the next minute they're passing it out to the outside, and defensively that makes it so hard because you don't know, should I stay tight to cover the break or should I get wide to cover the full width of the pitch. But balance is really, really good in this game.
So 1 minute to go in the first half. New Zealand looking very comfortable. Spain, well, unable to get anything on the go at this point. This time the kick beautifully pinpoint with Goss underneath it again. In the middle, it's Broughton who's come in off the bench. Gail Broughton. Manuel receives it. Dummies. Tui hanging out on the wing again. Gets the pass off. A rare mistake from Sarah Goss, the captain there from New Zealand. I think she was just still looking to recycle that ball, but unable to. So now Spain have an opportunity. Could have looked wide there. Taking it into contact. There's a little bit of room here to move for Garcia. Berta Garcia, that is. Good inside ball there to Martinez.
Contest is good. I'm going advantage.
This is better from Spain. Medin to Alameda. 2 Kiwis on her. And they're offside to New Zealand. Patricia Garcia gets it off to Berta Garcia. That combination, we've seen them 15s and 7s. This time it's Echevarria. This is better work from Spain. Making New Zealand work hard. Defence is up. Tui is up. Forces the Spanish attacker to pass the ball forward. And look who's here, but it's Juliana Manuel, ready to collect and ready to score and dive as well. So they strike back again, New Zealand, just before the half.
Heartbreaking for Spain. Finally, they'd strung some good phases of play together. Patricia Garcia tries to be clever, flick the ball back through her legs. Unfortunately, it goes straight to Juliana Manuel, and she has no problem finishing from there. Great to see her back. How heartbreaking for poor Spain.
29 years old, the former captain, Sarah Goss, took over from her when she was out injured for 18 months. This is her first tournament back. She's been training with the squad for about 7 or 8 months. It's only now that her fitness is right to be here. And look at that, 24 points to nil at half-time. She looks fatigued, but I bet you the Spaniards are even worse off.
Hay que construir, de verdad, no rimpando todos los balones, ¿de acuerdo? En las defensas, estamos ocupando poco espacio, ¿vale? Ocupar más espacio y las ayudas interiores que cedan. Y la ayuda de la ayuda tienen que trabajarse en unas ayudas mejores y más anticipadas. Y en el ataque tener el balón. ¿Para qué hacemos un salto aquí perdiendo toda la pelota? Lo que hay que coger es ritmo de juego. Hacer un salto es perder una fase de ritmo. Tener una posibilidad de estar ahí es perder el balón. Tenemos que tener el balón y se consigue a través de hacer las cosas fáciles sobre el punto del cuerpo. ¿De acuerdo? 2 cambios. Se van Patri y Lourdes. Entran Teresa y Amanda.
You speak Spanish, don't you? What did he say to his team?
Well, one of the big things I picked out, he said, hay que construir, you have to build. What Spain are doing at the moment is just, when there's a chance, throwing the ball speculatively, so that pass through the legs of Patricia Garcia, another offload straight into the touchline. They just think you have to keep the ball. Don't give it away to New Zealand. Build, build, build.
Yep, you've got to have the ball to win, as we see injured player out there, obviously broken nose. I think that's Delhan. The makeshift headgear. Niall Williams on now for New Zealand. Quesada kicks off. That too short. New Zealand left it, so it will be black ball in the middle of the field, which is a great attacking opportunity.
Just what Jose Antonio Barrio didn't want, I'd say. Good attacking ball for New Zealand right at the start of this half.
If I was a coach, I'd be banging my head against the wall quite a few times. So Nathan Wan brings it over to Brazier. It's a dummy runner in front. Broughton receives it behind, and then a lovely ball out to Fata Simpkins. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you create a try from a tap in the middle of the field.
That is just brilliant. We see so often teams line up to run penalty moves. They play it slow and then suddenly bang, fast, but don't quite get the timing right. They got the timing right there. And that last pass from Gail Broughton to Fata Simpkins, absolutely brilliant. Textbook, goes in the coaching manuals, that one.
Kat Fata Simpkins won the Anna Richards Player of the Year award at New Zealand's Nationals. She has had an outstanding past 12 months. Usually plays in the centres, definitely a creator, obviously has some pace to slip it at the wing position as well.
Quite a compliment to win an award with that name on it, isn't it?
Yeah, most capped New Zealand player in both 15s and 7s. Well, not anymore because they obviously have more sevens tournaments now, but gosh, she was an absolute legend. She'll be very pleased to see Kat Fata-Simpkins out there playing well. So once again, that kickoff not taken from Spain there, and it's a very easy in for Gail Broughton. Nobody wanted to know about it, and so New Zealand says, thanks very much, I'll have another 5 points.
So disappointing from Spain. They're under the cosh, but you have to take these. New Zealand don't need any help in this game. They're putting together one of the best performances we've seen from them in a very long time. They don't need any help from Spain to do that. So disappointing for Spain. But Gail Broughton played with her head up, took a chance.
They're using their bench well, New Zealand, with Broughton coming off. And that's the score so far, 34 points to nil, very dominant. Try line has not been breached, and that's because Spain haven't really had the ball. Yep, you got to have that because it is so hot out there.
It's hard to explain how hot it is. It's hot enough, but then running around for 40 minutes pretty much non-stop makes it even hotter.
Absolutely. Fata-Simpkins has kicking responsibilities now. Williams goes up to contest, but that just snuck forward, which is pretty lucky because it looks like Brazier was away.
Kelly Brazier cursing her luck there. She was in, wasn't she? If that hadn't been called by the referee. Spain struggling with the kick-off receipts, but that time, fortunately for them, a little Kiwi knock-on.
Yeah. Run out.
Hazel Tubic also on for New Zealand there.
Yes, subs there.
And the number 3. So still quite a bit of experimentation with some of these teams and still growing new players like Niall Williams here in the number 4. She debuted in Dubai, the first tournament.
Yeah, whilst we've seen Fata-Simpkins at a few tournaments, we actually haven't seen that much of her out on the pitch, have we? And I've been pretty impressed with what I've seen so far.
Yep, usually used off the bench and very sparingly. When you've got Woodman and McAllister fit and ready, I guess it's very difficult to get into the starting 7. As this time we see the girls in the red jerseys with a bit of the pill, but Broughton
First one by red, second one
mucking
by
it
black.
up.
Let's go. First by red, then black.
So just that pressure from the girls in the black jersey, just pushing the errors.
Okay, crouch. Fine.
Fata-Simpkins gets a little bit of a smack to the face. Ball's out, she's got to play. And discipline no good for Spain, so Brazier on the ball, on the money, takes it up. Is she going to get through? Not quite. Gets it out to McAllister, who's waiting out on the wing there. Brazier made it. McAllister finished it, and it is another try and a hat trick for that young lady too.
It felt like Kelly Brazier was running across the pitch, inviting Kayla McAllister to switch back. Kayla McAllister never did, so Kelly Brazier decided to take it herself, and in the end, because Kelly Brazier's drawn the whole defence in, a very, very easy finish for Kayla McAllister.
McAllister leading the try scoring stats so far. And that no good. But what is good is the form of this team and this young lady. She's got the 5. This performance, I'm sure, is going to have quite a number of the other teams who are looking like contenders, in particular Australia, who are probably favourites to win this, having a look and saying maybe New Zealand are back to their best.
Yeah, it's been emphatic, hasn't it, this performance? Nothing short of.
And once again, one of the New Zealand players up to try and collect. It's McAllister out there. And that, not a great pass for Ishibaria. So they take it in. looking to build, but not able to get accurate passing there. Urbina gets it to Ishibaria. Cutting back on the inside there. It's Casado.
That's a ruck now.
Here's an opportunity. Taking on Tui on the outside. It's Miden. Spills forward there. So another knock on for Spain. I wonder if Ruby Tui looked up and saw the mask heading towards her and thought, oh.
Must have wondered what was going on. New Zealand's defence has been very, very good as well. So Spain had numbers on the outside early in that phase of play, but simply couldn't get it there because New Zealand blitzed up, stopped it getting on the outside.
So full-time whistle has gone.
Set.
Until the whistle blows next. This is the last play of this match. Broughton still keen to give it a go. McAllister goes on her inside, not needed.
No tackle, that's not a tackle.
Manuel. Got numbers out there, but Chubik doesn't need it. Here's McAllister. What can McAllister put out there this time? Well, it's easy. She puts out another try just like that. Curves her way through the defence. It's just beautiful. Try number 4.
She's bought her running boots this weekend, hasn't she, Kayla McAllister? Looked up, saw a couple of players at home, thought, no problem at all, I'll run each way around those, straight in under the posts, easy. Lovely finishing from Kayla McAllister.
We haven't seen much of her because she has struggled with injury over the last few tournaments, so she'll be keen to make a statement of that. She certainly has. So New Zealand very dominant in that one, 46 points to 0. Looking like contenders for sure. Yeah, I think that Coach Sean Horan will be pleased. He'll give this team a bit of encouragement after that. And Hudiana Manuel there on the right of your screen too. She adds a lot defensively and organisation as well.
Yeah, she really does. You don't necessarily notice what she does, but she does everything right. You know, she is a lovely steppy player, great hands, but so experienced and helps the players around her be in the right place at the right time.
So here's how Pool A finished up. Canada on top there at this point with points differential over Australia. Both those sides looking very competitive indeed. Fiji, third, Ireland at the bottom. No victories for either of those two so far. New Zealand, well, 76 points differential. Looking strong, 6 points. United States, Spain, Russia. And in Pool C, wow, both France and England also very competitive. England with some great victories there over Japan and Brazil. France, the same for them. We're going to have a little bit of a break now and we'll be back with our third round of day 1 here at Sao Paulo in about 30 minutes time.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Arena Bareri here in downtown Sao Paulo, where we are stopping by for the second leg of the HSBC Women's Sevens World Series, and we're about to enter the twilight session on day one. Next up, we've got a Pool C game between England and France, and here's how they both look after their opening games here in South America. Both are very impressive in how they went about their work. And there are their seedings 3 and 4 overall after finishing in those spots respectively in Dubai just before Christmas last year. And overall in this series, England lead France handsomely to the tune of 7-1. This one is a very evenly lined up game and both sides are packing plenty of star power. Sude.
Yeah, they certainly are. Some big calls in there, though. Abigail Brown starting for England with people like Packer and Fleetwood on the bench. And for France, good to see Lina Guerin get a start. No Pauline Biscara. That's a really big call. She's, that jinky player at the heart of everything you do. But you have to think both coaches really trying things out, giving people opportunities as they need to do in the run-up to Rio.
Yes, not long now. The countdown clock is well and truly on for Rio. Both these sides will be featuring in August later this year, but now we're down to business in the Women's Sevens World Series. Such quality across the tournament. 12 teams going at it across the 5 stops of the series. World-class rugby. What you'd expect from these talented women. Rose Labreche is our referee for this one out of Canada, and Canada will host the penultimate leg of the series up in Langford. Looking forward to that. Next stop after this, it is Atlanta, but right now we're in Sao Paulo and it is England v France, Pool C. The final game of the day for both these sides as Fisher manages to scramble the kickoff back. And here is this promising debutant, Brown.
Back.
Going back for that one is the lady at the other end of the spectrum, Joanne Watmore, so experienced. She needs some support there. Well tackled and tapping and going quickly is Troncy. And France have got some wonderful numbers to work with out to the right. Here's Guerin going in and away, but wrapped up by McKenna. Good tackle. They peel off and go short side. No way around there. Not with McKenna. Repeat shots from McKenna. And now England come on quickly. Brown goes to Watmore. Both rangy runners. And here comes the ball of Muscle Fisher. Takes the hit, gets the pass away to Wilson Hardy. Fisher already serving up some delights on the sizzle reel earlier today. Watmore. Strong shot down low from Mayans.
Offside.
Frenetic pace, 1:10. No one's had a chance to catch their breath yet after the opening exchanges. And now we do, and bring in Sude to give us her thoughts on those opening moments.
Breathless start, wasn't it? Claire Allen and Sarah McKenna did very, very well for England defending in the far corner. France had a 5-on-2 pretty much. Probably should have converted that. But all in England's defensive half, so France putting a huge amount of pressure on England.
Switching is Richardson, the captain, and just coming in off the line there. It's Wilson Hardy.
Not held.
Fisher blows past one, now stands in the tackle and buys some time, but the work there from Lepesque is good. She's over the top in like a flash. Lepesque, and now taps and goes. Is this going to be the Lepesque show to get it started? McKenna! Oh, McKenna's shoulders are working overtime early on between England and France.
Yeah, McKenna keeps finding herself in those open spaces on the outside. Jade Lepesque looked like she was going to be in, but McKenna just about gets there. The reason there's that foot in touch, the reason France are putting so much pressure on England is because they're getting into the breakdown quicker, stealing the ball.
Sharp work at the front from Brown. Back it goes. The captain is going to kick for
Play.
Watmore, who's got a good head of steam up here. Getting back is Guerin for France, and it sits up nicely for Guerin, and now she'll try and get around Watmore, who'll shepherd her back in field. Still going here is Guerin. Breakdown work is sharp from France, and that's going to enable them now to utilise the flying Troncy. Oh, she got around Fisher and plants it down. Quality finish from Troncy.
Really well worked from France. England giving the ball away at the break, or rather France stealing the ball well at the breakdown. So it's France that have had all of the pressure there. Final pass comes in and Troncy just shrugs off that tackle. Heather Fisher powering across the pitch, so hard to stop, but Troncy shrugs off the tackle. First blood France.
Will be Iza hoping to
You need to go.
bring it round. She's hit that well. Oh, if you don't mind, from wide out. That is a sweet hit from the boot of Jen Troncy, and it is 7-0 to France after 4 minutes of play.
Shannon is such an important player coming back for France from injury. She's been brilliant running today, but kicking as well, adding the extra 2 points. So important.
Fisher stands and delivers to Watmore, who looks to use those long limbs of hers to clear the contact zone. Can't do so. France are meeting them at every turn here. Reading that beautifully was McKenna again. And the quick ball makes Hunt
Tackle only.
need to scoot and shut down another threat, and Fisher this time makes a great tackle, scragging her opposite, Laranu, who's so dangerous. Well, Heather Fisher stung by that earlier mistake. No way you're getting past her a second time round.
No, France brilliant in the breakdown though. England are getting stopped at the tackle, not beyond it, so it's helping the tackler just be able to get straight in there, or the next supporting player, and England aren't getting numbers there quick enough at the moment. It's France's breakdown where it's the difference between the two teams.
Crouch. Bind. Sit.
Scrappy, back it goes. Little dummy there from Richardson.
Ruck.
That's better work from Fisher, making the clean out stick at the breakdown. But here they come again, France. Look at them, they're just like leeches on the ball. That time it's Lepesque again.
Not releasing. No.
I don't think I've ever seen a player sin bin in possession of the ball. Off the field comes Brown.
Play.
And France have got the extra woman on the park, and they're going to make it count straight away. Popping it down is Fanny Mortar. It has been all France in the first half.
All France, and as we keep saying, it's that breakdown that's killing England. France, in the end, that lovely little offload to the captain, Fanny Horter, but England just making it too hard for themselves. They're stopping at contact. You've got to drive through the contact, give the next player in a chance to get over it. France just brilliant in that breakdown area at the moment, and I think Abigail Brown really took one for the team. The holding on referee, I think, just said too many penalties.
And the conversion is way to the right, so 12-0 remains. Just to clarify, so Abigail Brown was sin bin for repeated penalties, but she's in possession of the ball.
She was holding on, so I think a penalty given away by England. I'm assuming the referee's thinking, right, that's 3, 4, 5 penalties given away at the breakdown. Team yellow card.
Might have a chat to Paddy O'Brien, the referee's boss, about that one, just to get a better understanding.
Clear release there. Tackle assist.
Tap and go. Hunt. The try here, well, that's a good line from the tackling machine, McKenna. Would make things interesting because England have been forced to absorb so much from this French team, who've been impressive. That's good, though, from England. He's Fisher. Fisher's in there lurking and loves to fend. He's so effective up top. That's great work from Richardson. Watmore digs it out. And again, Fisher does well.
No. Over here.
Very precise
Have your yellow card returned?
instructions about the placement of the penalty from the referee. England back to full complement at least.
Seemed a quick 2 minutes. Was gone in a flash. Brown back on the field. Looking to make amends for Richardson. Fisher, oh, it slips out the back, and peeling away with it for France is Guerin. France happy just to take their medicine, up by 12 before the break. No, they're going to take it for a spin down the far touchline.
Play.
And it might come to hurt them as Richardson is the one who'll come away with it. Lovely passing from the English. Watmore gets there. That is a key try to England just before the break, and who else but Joanne Watmore?
Exactly what England needed before the break. 40 tries for her now, but it was a beautiful team try. Joanne Watmore finished it very, very well. Izard chasing behind, but it was Richardson and Mo Hunt with good hands getting the ball there in the first place.
About 10.
Just wonder what French coach David Cortix is thinking. Up by 12. Conversion attempt is away. Now only up by 7. It is 12 points to 5 in favour of France over England at half time. Just wondering if they might have been better off just tapping it away in a touch. Trying to work it out of your own 22. Third game on day one. Up by 12 against the team that you've only ever beaten once before on the series.
Yeah, you've got to admire the spirit, haven't you, trying to keep the ball alive, but you're right, going in 12-0 up at half-time psychologically would have made a huge difference. Now the French players just a slight niggle of doubt. Oh, we rarely beat England in games like this. Have we just let them back in it? And England just go into the half-time break with a little glimmer of confidence.
I know when we look at our head-to-head stats, they're only around the HSBC Women's 7 Series, but it's hard to imagine that is the case, that France have only beaten England once.
Yeah, the head-to-head looked surprising, didn't it? Because games between the two teams are always close. It's just that England have generally scraped them in the past. No, well, actually not. Look, 110 points to 24. You remember lots of close games between these two teams, but there must have been some big scores in there. France have, of course, though, beaten England in warm-up tournaments or in non-World Series tournaments in between there. So, talking to one of the England girls earlier and saying, yeah, everybody talks about this huge differential, but actually, you know, there's times when France have beaten England.
Now, a number of the injured England women are watching on back in the UK. Likes of Rachel Burford, Danielle Waterman. A couple others in the mix as well. Got the peepers glued to the World Rugby stream. Meanwhile, back in the South Americas, a little bit of samba going on up in the stands here at the Adelina Bureri. Love to know where you're watching on from, wherever it is around the world. Just use the hashtag Sao Paulo 7s, or one word. Throw a little photo up there on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. There it is, Sao Paulo 7s. That's all you need. Lovely to know where you're catching it from. Watmore, the try scorer, makes the tackle. France looking to take play back into the English half. They dominated field position. That's a great pass from Mayans. Marjorie Mayans has been one of the best in the tournament on day one, and that'll help win her team a penalty. And France will steady and kick to touch.
That one felt like England competing far better at the breakdown. Tight call for France to win the penalty, but at least England really having a go at the breakdown, which they weren't doing in the first half.
Here she goes. Once more. Marjorie Mayans. Oh, and that's been knocked forward from Izar.
Izar disgusted with herself. She's had such a good tournament so far. Really has stood out with her strong running, but so disappointed with herself there. Really good attacking opportunity.
What number? White number 4. Let's go, guys.
Couple of changes being made here. Some fresh legs.
Okay, time in.
Late on Saturday, day one action.
Coach. Fine. Let her bind on. Coach. Bind. Set.
Richardson. Oh, that somehow falls into the hands of McKenna. Timing was just a little out there. And now France swarm, and over the top there is Lepesque, who's been over everything England are taking into contact, and more often than not, she's forced a penalty or just stolen it clean. Here come France. That is a super pass. This is going to be a beautiful try for France. Oh, that is skill level right out of the top drawer.
Yeah, great work from France, moving the ball into the open spaces. And at the moment, they've just got no answer for France at the breakdown. We don't come back to the breakdown there, but Izar manages to pop the ball out of contact, and that's the pass there. Marjorie Mayans managing to get the ball away for Lina Guerin to score. England really need to talk to the referee. If you're getting this many penalties against you, you have to go to the referee and understand what's wrong. You can't just let it carry on happening.
First points of the second half go to Le French. It's 17-5. Okay, now here's a shot for England to get themselves back into this one. That was a wonderful run from Fleetwood, and that's going to enable England to go in under the posts via Sarah McKenna. She saved about 3 tries with the defence, and now she dots one down. Goes against her name, and she will add the additional 2 as well. She's moving and shaking in Brazil.
In front of the post, but a really important kick for England, this one. Yeah, all the good work's done before this. McKenna on the outside, but it was a break from Marley Packer. They've used her sparingly. Big ball carrier, but made the break, and then managed to get the offload, which finally made its way to Sarah McKenna. So game on here.
Get a hand on that, tap it forward, do anything to try and stop France being handed this golden chance to launch an attack of their own.
That's just what England didn't need. You can't afford to make those mistakes. 2 minutes to go in a game like this.
Mayans. On the switch there is Thomas. going quick, he is Le Pest. Offloading beautifully as well. Biscarat, big tackle from Watmore. Then ups and goes again. That is superb work. That should be a penalty. No? Yes. We get one right. Gee, that's great work from Joanne Watmore. Has she breathed life into her team's chances here against France? Brennan. Crashing at midfield is McLean.
Turnover's good.
Somehow France just do it again though. Not packing a scrum there. No, it's going to be a penalty.
Release their waist.
Interesting.
No, Mark's over here.
Normally when a player's tackled back in or a ruck situation, you just blow the whistle immediately and it becomes a scrum.
I think England have given away so many penalties early in the game now that the conclusion is that it's England each time in these breakdowns. They're just killing themselves by taking the contact. England are not doing well at the breakdown. They're not getting the calls at the breakdown, and so they need to keep it out of the contact area. What they're actually doing is running it straight back in every time. So whether or not they agree with the referee's calls, the fact is they need to control the situation. They're not doing that.
10 seconds to run. Watmore will come down with it. So still hope for the English here in Brazil, their third and final game. On day one, Lepesco over the top again, though. On this occasion, she concedes a penalty.
But again, England running it back in when they're spaced out wide and they're not winning the breakdown. Play with your head as well as your feet.
Watmore in those pink boots and slipping out of the tackle was McLean, and then the pass has gone forward, and that will be it for just the second time on the circuit. France have defeated England 17 points to 12. It's an upset here in Pool C.
Hoje já encerraram as participações das duas seleções estão em campo. Inglaterra e França já não jogam mais hoje, voltam a campo amanhã. Aguardando os adversários, dependendo dos confrontos, dos resultados dos outros confrontos. Obrigado pelo dia de hoje, as seleções da França.
And we have the final game in Pool C now. Two sides still searching for their first win. Brazil losing out to France, and then England and Japan also on the wrong end of the English and the French. One change for Chris Neal and Brazil. Paula Ishibashi comes in for her first start of the day, with Berent, the player, to make way from the starting seven. Well, we're nearing the end of day one, and former New Zealand international Mel Robinson is beside me, and it's been an entertaining day so far, some brilliant rugby, and we'll hope that continues with this match this evening.
Well, yeah, both of these teams have had losses. This is one that they would have targeted for sure to try and bounce back and get their patterns back in play. It's great to see Ishibashi starting this time, the captain, 31 years old. She's there in the team even though she's only coming back from injury. She's not quite fit enough to last entire games and the whole tournament, but this will give her team a lot of confidence that she's out there to guide them.
And fitting enough that we have two teams with the most amount of supporters in the stadium. Obviously the home crowd, Brazil, attract their own, but the Japanese have made a huge effort to be here and support their team, and I'm sure the starting seven and indeed the entire 12-person squad under Kiko Asami would love to give the Japanese fans something to shout about.
And they're always going to do it tough, aren't they? I mean, this is their first time they've been on the world circuit as a team, you know, of the 12 at every tournament. They're really small players, they're still learning, but they're really fighting well.
And you know what I love about them? They play with a smile on their face the whole time, and even their attitude around the team hotel, you can see they're really enjoying being here and taking part in this HSBC 7 series. First touch of the game for Takeuchi, and Brazil has tended to start slowly in these last two games, particularly against England and France. Let's see if they can hit the ground running with Ichibashi, and the first touch for her. Estevez takes the pass inside the Japanese 22. Here is Santini, one try to her name already. Edna Santini, look for the wraparound. It would have been ideal because of the two-player overlap. Quick tap and go by the Brazilian number 4. Santini back inside to Estevez. Japanese defending here in the opening minutes in the final game in Pool C. Again, the penalty conceded, got to be careful. 2-on-2 out wide. It's Kokan. Delayed the pass, looking for the inside run. She doesn't need it. The Japanese defense asleep at the wheel. And Kokan touches down for the opener for Brazil.
In normal rights, you wouldn't be able to score that try because defensively, the tackler should be able to reel you in because she was running sideways there, Kokan. But you can see there it was Yamanaka who let her run around. She's got good pace, no doubt about that. Japanese defence asleep and Brazil strike first.
Yeah, Yamanaka will not want to see a replay of that one. Just lost her foot at the crucial stage, and the extras added. Brazil 7 points to the good against Japan, and the home fans banging the drums in appreciation.
This is when I like Brazil, when they do use the hands, put the ball through, send it off to their wingers. They've been guilty of taking it back into the traffic quite a bit.
So Kokan is going to restart. Chasers really all on the right-hand side here for Brazil. And it's a beautiful hanging ball. Just gives the Brazil covered chasers a knock on from a Japanese hand there. So advantage not coming to Brazil. We'll have a scrum. But again, pressure on the Japanese.
Oh, look, absolutely. She looked up. She saw a wall of yellow jerseys heading her way. Distracted her for that moment. Just pop forward.
Crouch. Point. Set.
There's the feed by Santini trying to wriggle away free, and the pass to Ishibashi just about finding her fingernails. Dug out from the back of the ruck by Campos. Pass wasn't a good one. Santini, an equally poor one, but it's effective. I tell you, it's very effective because Mulbauer stretches the legs over the line. Brazil have their second. It was unorthodox. It wasn't very pretty, but who cares? Brazil are 2 tries to the good.
Absolutely fantastic. It might not have been pretty, but because it was so unique, that defence from Japan just didn't get a chance to reorganise. And they're happy out there, aren't they? Hello, back home. When they move the ball, Brazil, that's when they're so good because they're such quick little agile players and they've got huge engines. They keep working. There it is, just picked it up. It was Takeuchi, the number 4, who just didn't anticipate that ball bouncing up.
Well, I can tell you that the assistant referee didn't give the conversion. It went over the bar, and the assistant referee did not give it. He thought it went underneath. I'm telling you, I'm sitting here right watching it. Incredible decision. We might get a chance to see it later on, but I can tell you, Kokan was staring at the lines, waiting to put up the flag. Never came. Advantage being played to Brazil and Santini. Here is Kokan. She doesn't care about the conversion now because she has possession and she's got 2 Japanese, Koida included, trying to rip the ball off for Santini. It's all Brazilian samba at the moment. Japan cannot live with the pace of the host nation. Still with possession. Japan have not touched the ball, bar a restart which they managed to knock on. And there's the lovely hands over the outside. Chance to take on one-on-one here for Estevez. Leaves it for dead and over that line. There is only one team playing rugby. They've got yellow jerseys and they are from Brazil.
Well, I hope that Estevez doesn't take offence, but that try was like it was in slow motion already because she was so tired. She'd done so much work elsewhere on the pitch. She got that ball at the end, probably didn't really want it. Here it is. And beat the defence there just with that little shimmy. Nowhere near it. And then fitness gets her over. She'll be wanting to.
I tell you what, they're happy about that. South African jersey, Brazilian flag. Only one team to support here. South Africa obviously aren't involved this season. Conversion attempt from Kokan. Pushes it left. That one definitely did not go over. So, correct decision. 2 minutes to play in the first half.
What I'm loving too about Brazil is fast ruck ball, isn't it? And that means they're getting the momentum, they're going forward. And then individually, they're really taking the line on, backing themselves.
Japan are shell-shocked at the moment. And Brazil doing their points difference no harm whatsoever with 3 tries so far. High ball for the restart.
Rock!
90 seconds to go, Brazil told it even. Now Japan with their first real taste of possession in this game, incredibly. What can they do with it? Tackle wrapped up Kuwait. No room to move for her. Again, Ishibashi and Santini combine to release Brazil out of the traps here. She runs all the way across the field. They say never do it, but I tell you what, that was effective. Little step back inside, Araujo, little pop ball, and it's going to be another one for Kokan. Brazil in free flow at the moment. Japan are being walloped.
Well, where was this team when we started this tournament in the last 2 games? They finally found a bit of spice out there, their mojo. They're doing the samba. This is fantastic. It was the experience of Ishibashi combined with Santini running across the field. Once again, a good defensive system would mop that up, but who cares, because Kokan, it's her 4th try of this tournament so far.
Almost a kamikaze run from Santini, crossed the pitch. I kept waiting for the Japanese defense just to come up and make the hit. It never came. Here was the conversion attempt, and the flags stay down. Who needs conversions when you can score tries for fun? And Kokan and Brazil are flying it at the moment. Japan yet to register a single point. Well, one more restart before the halftime break. It's not going to go 10. That was a pretty poor effort. We'll go back for the scrum because, or even the free kick, I should say, because there will be time for Japan to have a go. I mean, a try before the break might give them something to cling on to. I don't fancy being Kiko Asami having to make the halftime team talk. I don't fancy the players having to listen to it, in fact, because it's going to be the riot act, which is Japan over the 10-meter line. Hands to keep that alive. Little twist and turn. And the pop ball. It could be opportunity here for the Japanese, and it's Yoko. Oh, yes. Well, maybe they've spared themselves complete annihilation from the coach, because Japan hit back right at the stroke at halftime. Yoko's 3rd try in the 7th series.
And what I loved about this try was the fend. Yes, it was opportunist at this point, but look, in your face, baby, I'm off. Love it. Started playing at 6 years old, this young lady. One of the few that comes from a 15s background.
So 5 points in reply for Japan. The conversion, well, I won't even begin to describe it because it was a shocker. But Brazil, samba rugby in the first half here in Sao Paulo. The crowd loving Japan with 1 try at the death to bring them ever so slightly back into this game. Japan 5, Brazil 22 at the break.
Alright. What you need to do is keep on going the same way. What we did is we went one way with Edna, and then the link stayed there. They should have gone again. Even though we scored, keep going the same way. It's ball control. Keep playing on the vantage line. Be more accurate. There's a couple of loose passes. We're getting a little soft, okay? Hit them off with your hip. Yep.
Doesn't look like he's giving him the right act.
No.
It's very calm.
Sometimes the deadliest attackers come in silence.
We go hard and we play that.
I don't know what that means.
Defense, it's shoulder on. Okay, we're holding on. Drive them back and then counteract if you get underneath them. Get in the hole.
So the game plan that Brazil are putting out there is one they practiced against France last week when the French turned up for some practice games, and he talked about attacking the advantage line. In the first 2 matches that we saw today, they were quite deep, and when you're deep, what you're trying to do is just to get it really wide, and it gives you the space to get it wide. But actually Brazil, this suits how they play, really physical, because they're so nippy and quick.
And I tell you who else is going to suit. Bianca Silva has just come on. Now, we've seen what you can do given a bit of space. The problem for Brazil against France and England was that they had no room every time they got the ball. But the way that Japan are defending and the way Brazil are playing, she gets into a bit of room. Good night, good luck, and see you next time. Brazil got to the restart, and she might get a touch here if they spread this ball. Got to win the ruck first. That's exactly what they do. Happy to keep it tight for the time being and take it in by substitute Ramayo. Going to work that blind side. Ishibashi, nice hands. Berendt off the bench as well. So Chris Neal happy to bring in some fresh legs. See how that works out. Brazil keeping it tight. Well, we saw in the first half they were throwing it around into space for fun. Now they're using pick and go strategy. Doesn't quite fit with the manner in which they're playing in that first time. Ishibashi is bungled up, but told to leave it.
Oh, smart. Knocked it on so she could get the penalty.
Now, if they spread this one wide, Bianca Silva calling for it. Here she is. Not much room there. Oh, there is though. Little twinkle toes is off. She's off and away. No, needs a bit of help. Just couldn't get rid of the last offender. And a little pick off the back from Campos. Silva offload down this blind side. Julia Sarda still there for Brazil. Campos once more runs into a wall of white jerseys and into trouble. Can they recycle it? It's a scrap on the ground there. Someone's going to have to let go. Brazil, I think, doing just enough to retain possession. Silva looks for offload. Oh, lovely little hands back inside. And this is Sarda. Sarda opens the legs but can't get the pass away. Good defending from Japan. Advantage being played to the Japanese. Brazil, just that mistake. We haven't seen too many.
Nice though, eating up the meters, and I loved what Silva put out there before. She stopped and restarted, and still she had the pace to nearly get on the outside.
There's the feed, Japan from well within their own 22. The pass, well, you can see what the idea was, but execution didn't quite live up. And Brazil with a chance to go again here. There's very little room on this blind side. Ball back towards Ramayo. Good support work there from Berendt to clear it out, and it is Berendt who comes away with it. They need to tackle her. Japan desperate defending from Kanimatsu. And they get it to turn it over, but it's illegal. Hands in the ruck.
Well, that's when they had to move it.
Ishibashi reaches! And a penalty against double movement. I did wonder the referee go against her. She was held in the tackle, which means you must release. And double movement, Japan break out of their own 22. Tomita. Under 4 to go. Brazil in control from their dominance in the first half. Yet to have a try in the second. Japan keeping it alive here. Need to get it out to the speedsters. Koida can move, I can tell you. Any room through. Nice offload. Good retention. Oh, the pass again doesn't go to plan. Santini needs a bit of help. Or does she? No, she's heading him off. Willy-nilly. Inside the 22, Santini. Pick and go. Ishibashi. Pop ball. Campos. Just short. And the knock on by Japan.
I love the two little pocket rockets out there. Santini took them a while to get it down, combined with Ishibashi. Oh, wait. They may be small, but they're dangerous.
Tell you what, the referees covered a hell of a lot of ground today because it has been end-to-end stuff. A couple of substitutions coming in.
Okay. Time back on.
Skatrud coming on for Brazil. She might have to wait for a minute.
Time is off. Wait. 3. 2. Number 2. Number 2. Dos.
So it's Luisa Campos is going to go off. Skatrud comes in, and Santini will feed the scrum. Now, interesting to see what they decide to go for here. They're working the open side. Santini needs help. Swallowed up. She takes an awful lot out of the ball from the scrum every time, Santini. And opposition defences are onto her now.
Yeah, well, her teammates have to actually support her in that and be available for the offload to take the pressure off as well. if we've predicted she's going to do that, then teammates should be right up there with her.
Absolutely.
Please engage. Don't push. Crouch. Bind. Set.
There's the feed. Ball just about gets out of the scrum. Ishibashi hands up. No, the dummy will do it. The dummy will do it for Ishibashi. Back for Brazil and back with a bang.
Well done. Heads up play. Saw it open up in front of her. The big dummy came on. And she just went for it. There it is. She had two outsider, just the two defensive players there. Didn't need them. Beautiful.
The lungs must be burning. First start of the day for Ishibashi, and she has put herself about, I can tell you. And that try no less than she deserves. Conversion attempt. No. So 27 points to 5. Brazil still very comfortable in the first score of the second half. There's 90 seconds left to play. Well, interesting to see if they can carry over this kind of form into tomorrow, but certainly it's taken a couple of games for the host nation to find their rhythm.
Yeah, well, they toured South Africa earlier this year. They had 8 games. The first match they lost, they won the next 7. And they just take a little bit to settle, don't they?
Japan, you have to say, just look tired out there at the moment. Beautiful hang and restart, 10 meters out. They went forward. But absolute precision for the kick.
Yeah, the kick was beautiful, wasn't it?
Now, Japan, can they finish with a bang? They're going to try at the end of the first half. Can they get another one to wrap up this match? They won't win, but I tell you what, pace on the outside. It's going to be a foot race. Silva comes off to make the tackle. The pass back inside from Yamaguchi goes straight to Brazilian arms, and the attack will come to nothing. Here is Bianca Silva, not the biggest, so takes that tackle. Advantage over, says the referee. Brazil. 10 seconds left to play. Plenty of tries in this one. Oh, misread there. Japan thought about the pounce, but the bounce got away from them. Ruck is called by the referee. Dug out the gap there by Scott Root. Again, the pass wasn't particularly good. Santini twisting and turning, running into trouble. Bounces off one, touches it down. And advantage was being played for offside. Ishibashi is down on the ground, exhausted.
Oh. Well, they all are. I mean, that's why the passes are going awry at this point, because
it's party time in the stands.
It always is.
I'm heading over there in about 20 minutes.
Good luck.
That's where all the parties are happening, and the final whistle goes, and that is that. A brilliant first half of rugby. Second half didn't quite live up to it, but Brazil very, very comfortable in the end. They win out their first win by 27 points to 5.
Amanhã joga de novo, com o adversário sempre definido, dependendo dos resultados das outras seleções. Valeu a seleção brasileira, parabéns. Fechando o jogo, já de vitória em 27-5 sobre o Japão.
She's all tuned up and flying is Elia Green. The green machine is all business.
Too quick, too much pace, too much class.
This is Elia Green doing what she does best, scoring tries.
Foot to the floor. Here goes the green machine.
It is the green grass of home.
One of the most exciting players on the series. No doubt about that, Elia Green, and she's about to do battle against Canada alongside Australia. There is Pool A and how it sits after day one with just the 2 games to come from this pool throughout the twilight session here in Sao Paulo. Canada have been good. Australia, it must be said, were rather scratchy against Ireland in their second game of the day at the Arena Burreri. And here is how we line up Australia currently ranked number 1, Canada 6th, and overall it's fairly tight with Australia 7-4 leaders overall in the series, that is, in the HSBC Women's 7 Series. Last time they met, Australia went down. This is how they look for this matchup in Pool A. And at Melody Robinson, well, there is just some real talent on both sides of the coin.
Absolutely, and then on the bench as well, look at Green in the number 12 for Australia, injected throughout the match. And then for Canada, well, I love 3, 4 and 7. The big girls up the front that just really set the platform for Canada. Plus, of course, Pat Little, she's got a bit of speed on her too, so she can take you on the outside.
Jen Kish there with the dyed blonde hair, the tattoos up and down the arms and legs. She's got the rock star look going, a rock star game to complement it. On the other side there is Shan Parry, captaining in the absence of Shani Williams, who is here in Sao Paulo with the team and presented the jerseys as well last night. Rasta Vengi is our referee. Good morning to you back in Australia. Just tick past 6 a.m. So if you're up watching on your smart TV via the stream, good morning to you. And to you up in Canada as well, hello, and we trust you'll enjoy this one. Both sides very closely lined up, Australia and Canada. Here in Brazil, taking into contact there is Ben, who has broken the line on a number of occasions in the earlier matches today against Ireland and Fiji. Oh, that is a sweet ball from Russell, I think it was, who got the pass away. Indeed it was. That was a lovely sleight of hand from Kelly Russell. However, Australia have somehow found a way to tear it back. Now Tonagato holds a pass up. Quirk taps it on across to Polite. Polite going to back herself in and away on Farella. Oh my goodness. Polite went in, then darted the other way, and in a blink, she has skipped clear and grabbed Australia's first.
Individually, I believe Polite has been your best so far, Australia. She's been unreal when she gets the ball. Every time she stresses the defence, you just don't know which direction she's going to take, because look at that balance. And Farella, I mean, for her to lose her balance like that, that is full on. That is great work.
Such a good way to describe her, Melody Robinson. As we just get a quick look at Etheridge with the conversion attempt. It's away yet. Talking of Vani Polite, balance is the first word that springs to mind. When she's at full tilt, everything she does is just so well-rounded. 5-0 Australia leading Canada. She just glides across the turf.
Absolutely. And the wonderful thing is Australia has so many threats that it gives somebody like her a chance to shine on the odd occasion too. She certainly has.
And now hassling and reclaiming the restart. Oh, that is just excellent work from Polite. Quirk across to Parry. Now Kaslik. Kaslik will hold the pass up for Cherry. Cherry is going to scoot away, and Australia have fired out of the blocks against Canada. They're up by 10.
Karen Paquin, so quick, so fast, usually on defence there. She's going to kick herself when she sees that video replay, because she'd come in there, you see, on Charlotte Caslick. She should have trusted Malishki on her inside, and you never let this lady have any space like that in front of her. She is outstandingly quick, and she's top try scorer for Australia in their history.
Well, those cobwebs that were catching around the Australian performance against Ireland have been ripped away early on against Canada. Kicks away, so it stays 10-0. She can afford a little smile, and Cherry.
Yeah, it was just discipline in that match. For some reason, they were giving away a lot of penalties. They've obviously had a look, worked it out.
Etheridge won't find the 10-metre line, so Canada will have their first jaunt inside Australia's half with ball in hand. Tapping and going is Mileski. That's a nice ball across to Farella.
Rack! Rack! Rack first, too late. Rack first.
Very clear with the call was Ruster, and Canada playing quickly through Kish. Kish in and around, and now powering at the line. Jen Kish, as we said, rock star looks, rock star game.
And she's like a freight train, straight through the middle. There's a huge load off her. It was about 3 Australian players. Didn't matter because she just trudged her way over. Look, a bit of dexterity too, I've got to say. Power involved, footwork. And there it is, the Aussies hanging off. Doesn't worry, Kish.
Conversion attempt to bring it back to just a 3-point game, and it is good off the boot of Landry. Kish brings her team back into this one, and it is now 10 points to 7 in favour of the Aussies. Russell on the hunt and tapping back. Does beautifully. Kish again. Kish pops it to Paquin. Oh, strong contact. She barreled into Polite. It was slow coming out of that. Etheridge. Terrific covering tackle.
Over.
Russell. Oh, Polite stuck her hand out, and it'll just be the scrum pack. Not knocked down was the call.
Yeah, interesting, because Super Rugby this year, that will be penalised.
She's about to catch them.
Even if they're trying to go for the intercept. Because, you know, Paquin could have been away there.
Fine.
80% would have been away.
Set.
Sean, you might not agree.
She would have taken some stopping, Paquin. Farella looking to get outside Cherry. Cherry shows her the outside and then brings it down. Farella, excellent heads up play to release on the ground and pick and go again. And the double rolls the call, just trying to buy some extra time was Farella.
Yeah, she didn't need to. She had at least 2 red jerseys with her there, but she just fell for the temptation, didn't she?
Kaslik restarting play. Tonagato is deep in the pocket there, and that is offside play.
They use the switches a lot, Australia, usually very effective.
Right now they're going to have to muscle up and hold tight in defence as this impressive Canadian team come on through Mileski. Landry. Across to Ben. Ben has Paquin on the outside. Polite makes the tackle with the help of Etheridge, and now Russell digs it out. Russell all rumbling at the line and reaches out. She plants it down. What a great bit of play there from Kelly Russell.
They're using the big girls up the front, aren't they? Canada, first it was Kish, and now it's her fellow prop and Russell. There's the set up from Ben. Yep, bit of a dummy. 2 Aussies, and just got over in the end. Definitely playing the power game, Canada, at this point.
And the conversion attempt is an absolute peach from out wide, thanks to Landry. And at half-time, Canada have overturned a 10-0 deficit to lead by 4. Tim Walsh just addressing the team.
He's great
In the
composure,
Canadian
right? Great
huddle, it's John Tate, their coach.
in the second half now is just keep on sticking to the game plan. It's working, right? Good composure. We got good support to the ball. Just lots of patience, right? Good battle over here. Every time we come back here, just patience. Keep your feet, keep working together. The latch and it's on. Okay.
Keep saying those fours are on. Yeah.
Force are definitely on, and they're stacking in this breakdown. So that's what we need is just the patience. It's 1-1-4-2 or 1-1-1-1-2. Okay.
So a step sooner on the latch. They're right on that ball. We got to get quicker on that.
He's always so calm, isn't he, Canadian coach John Tate? You know, I've got a career mapped out for him post-rugby.
What is it?
Audiobooks. He just reads audiobooks because he could put me to sleep in the blink of an eye.
With the old jet lag right now, you probably needed
Thick
that last
Canadian
night.
accent, he's so calm. Whatever you say, Big Johnny,
Yeah,
I'm all yours.
he really is, and I would have loved that when I was playing as a coach because we certainly didn't get that back in the old days.
But it shows it works for this Canadian team.
And, you know, he identified what I'd sort of pointed out at the beginning of the game, that he thinks that their advantage lies in the forwards, in your Kishes, in your Patwins, those kind of players, and of course Russell, and he's liking them attacking up that right-hand edge.
Goal.
So after
Red.
trailing by 10, Canada have hit back hard against the Aussies, the #1 ranked team in the world at present. Canada are clear by 4 points. Landry will be looking for a good chase on this. She goes deep. Down it goes to Kaslik. Kaslik across the field to Etheridge. Etheridge will bust them open initially and now look to link. She won't have the gas to go the whole way, but Tonagato on the outside would have. They couldn't link. It comes loose. Oleski dives on it. Scrappy stuff, but all good for Canada. Kish. Across to the tallest player on the field by some distance, Russell. Tonagato had to come up quick. And now Oleski having a little dart. Oh, that's back and forth, back and forth. That looked to be knocked on.
Sorry.
We saw that a penalty a little earlier. The same thing from the Australians on the switch ball. That time round, just the scrum.
Oh, sorry.
Well, refs don't always get it right. They're not 100% all of the time. Tell you what, though, Australia need to work harder at the breakdown because I think that's an area also that Canada have the advantage over them at the moment. They're really attacking that area and they're winning possession there.
Catch. Bind. Sit.
Kaslik pops to Quirk. Cherry looking to get on the outside of Farella. Farella gave her a bit of room and now will back herself to chase her down on the inside. Was Green, and on her 23rd birthday, Elliot Green now has 2 tries to celebrate.
Well worked, classic Australian try that with Green on the edge, seen that plenty of times already over the past couple of years. Just her second try so far today, but you know, using her sparingly off the bench. Good work from Cherry, and you know that all happened because one of the players, Farella it was, just didn't trust her inside. It was Maleshki coming up. She should have just let her come up on defence. She should have stayed on Cherry. Gave Cherry a good opportunity. You just can't let Australia in like that. Take full advantage.
She is top of the pops at the moment. Elliot Green, very clear of Silver and Kelly Brazier.
And how fast does she run the 100 metres?
11.3 seconds.
11.3. It's smoking.
That is quick. 15-14. Etheridge to Polite, and now Quirk. Here's Cherry. Cherry grubbering through, trying to get in behind Kish, but she's all over that. Kish. Parry dumps her into the turf. Captain on captain.
Move back.
Etheridge read that well. As soon as it was scooped up by Packer, and Etheridge hit her with everything she had.
Tackle only.
Kish. Across to Landry. Landry, that's a well-timed pass for Russell, who's having a day out. Kelly Russell. Great skill set for such a rangy player as well. Green and Parry make the tackle there on Landry. It's Farella. Farella trying to slip by Polite. Polite gets her on the second attempt. Paquin does beautifully, and then the counter ruck is awesome from Australia. Kazlik swooped through, picked up the loose ball, and is going to back herself to go the distance. Well, there was nothing doing for Australia, but that's what the top teams can do. They'll sting you from all over. Defence or attack, it does not matter.
That is exactly right. There was Canadian ball. Paquin was on top of it. They only had two there. She should have probably picked up the ball, but she just didn't have the support. Out-muscled there. Quirk involved, I think it was. And also this young lady here, Kaslik. We know how fast she is too.
From three with conversions. Etheridge this time is hit beautifully and it goes through. So that opens up a handy little buffer for Australia. 8 points to margin.
Thing about the Australians, they're just so calm even when they're behind on the scoreboard. They've got a lot of innate belief in themselves now.
Bob, are we ready to go?
We've had 3 lead changes in this one. It's been an excellent game between the Aussies and the Canadians, and Nicole Beck now onto the park. Nicole Beck, we don't see her restart too often, and that's why. That one out the fly and going about 3 metres off the boot.
Well, Chloe Dalton, of course, not here with Australia, and her kicking, unbelievable, on the money every time. You lose a kicker like that, it's tough just to pick up the skill.
Molesky to Landry. Heaps of time left for Canada if they can score here. Farella does well. That is excellent from Farella, and then she explodes through the other side. Unfortunately for her, Alicia Quirk was waiting and swooped on the ball. Polite. Kish, great tackle inside Parry. This is going to be interesting. Let's see what Elliot Green can do to Karen Paquin. Green is going to stop and go. That's such terrific cover defence initially from Paquin. Green now throws it back infield to Nicole Beck. They're forming quite a partnership, these two, Green and Beck. Oh, it's a little bit of something for Shan Parry. Beck lays it off for the captain. And this one is bagged and tagged for the Aussies.
Yeah, give it to the captain. She's done all the hard graft up the middle, this young lady. But Green, I would have put money on her just to keep going initially when Paquin was on it. Just back yourself, put the fend out there. You've got enough speed to do it. Bit of a basketball pass at the end. But wow, Australia showing their class at this point.
Perhaps Nicole Beck owed Shan Parry one. And Nicole Beck slaps through the extra 2, and in the end, Australia get home against a very, very strong Canadian team. Full time, 29-14.
Aqui no super desafio de Rugby Sevens, Brasil, Bradesco.
Hi, I'm Louise Galvin. I play with the Irish Women's Sevens Rugby team and I play centre. This is my 7 and 60. I lost a bet and I started playing in November 2013. Various nicknames. Gally with the football team is my surname, Luigi with the basketball team, Lou Bags with the rugby team. I think getting my first sevens cap in Dubai this year is a really good memory. Just coming from a camp in Australia, and probably Emma and Cherry was pretty much a handful for me to cover. Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. Surf and turf, filet mignon, medium rare with lobster. Probably, God, I don't miss anything, I love it.
So a quick look at Pool A, and Australia top it on 9 points, undefeated throughout the day here in Sao Paulo in Canada. As I said, well, they look pretty good at half time, but just the sheer power and skill of the Australians doing enough to win out in the end. Fiji and Ireland without a win. That's coming up in a few minutes' time. The battle to avoid the bottom spot in the group. So the last and final game in Pool A, and it's Fijiana taking on Ireland to avoid bottom spot in the group. As I mentioned, there's been everything from the sublime to the ridiculous from Fiji so far today. Ireland, well, they put up a good fight against Australia and will be looking to build on that. Just as they did in Dubai, these two teams clashed in the last pool game. Fiji were the winners on that occasion. Let's see what happens here. Well, a couple of changes for both sides, and Ireland, you just feel, are growing into this tournament. The first game against Canada, they were well beaten. They put up a good fight against Australia, just overpowered in the end. And Fiji have been brilliant and awful.
Which makes it so hard to call, doesn't it? You don't know which Fiji's going to come out. I see Tinai on the bench, probably the one who's been most guilty of offloads that haven't gone to anybody. And Ireland really growing into this tournament, growing into the World Series. So getting better and better.
Yeah, well, I think it's indicative of the mood in the squad there. You just saw the 7 and 60 Louise Galvin. What do you miss about home when you're on tour? And the answer is nothing, because they are really enjoying themselves. But they've got to turn, I suppose, what is a very good experience into some wins. And, you know, you can't sustain life on this tour unless you start turning performances into victories.
No, and they had some really good performances in Dubai. The girls were really disappointed after. They had higher expectations of themselves, but you've got to remember they're coming into a series with loads of teams, loads of players who've been here for a long time and know what it takes and have all of that experience, and you can't beat experience in this environment. So they shouldn't be too hard on themselves, but as you say, it's important to start getting the wins on the board.
Well, the best way to stop Fiji offloading the ball is to try and put the choke tackle into effect. I don't know if that's something Ireland will look at. Certainly it's something the men's senior team in the past have become experts at, but Lucy Mulhall will get us underway, and the first touch for Fijiana squirts out the back, and it's Naingato who tries to keep it alive. Nice little offload as well. This is what Fiji do so well. When it works, it's brilliant. When it doesn't, it's awful. And Tamoy over the 10, over the 22. Audrey O'Flynn with a try-saving tackle. Fiji still have it though. Naingato, little pop ball, rewind, and straight into the action here. No time for hanging around in this game. Blink and you'll miss it. Nangasau, across the pitch. Shepherded well, the try in the corner, surely it must be, it is! Tisolo! It's got a touchdown for Fiji. Just a little word with the touch judge, and the try is given. Tisolo opens the scoring.
Yeah, and that's the best of Fiji, isn't it? Ireland couldn't really have defended any better. Fiji offloaded in the corner, so that pulled all the defenders in. And in the end, they just don't quite have enough numbers. Ireland to stop Tisolo in the corner. Really good effort from Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, but just not quite enough space to affect the tackle before the try line.
And Tisolo is going to attempt to convert her own try. That's what faces her. It's the toughest angle for the conversion. She struck it well, just to the right and short. So 5 points to nil. Fiji starts in blistering style here in Sao Paulo. I'm delighted to say that the heat has subsided. We're into evening time here. That'll suit the Irish. Fiji won't care about the sunshine, but it's the last game and nobody wants to finish bottom of the pool.
No, they don't.
Mulhall takes the restart, offload to Galvin, trying to kick the legs clear. The Kerry native, and again, look at the counter up from Fiji. Strength and power, body positions low, and they're going to take on the 2-on-1 here on the blind side. Good tackle goes in from Megan Williams to stop the offload, but Fiji still with possession. Nangasau ships it out. Riwai, dangerous stuff. Tamoy looking for the pass to Rongetha, who takes it facing the wrong way, spins out of the tackle, and a little step, and the pass to an Irish player, and a chance for Galvin perhaps to set the ball here. Ireland, first real opportunity for them. O'Flynn carries it in. The pass wasn't great, but Mulhall in the right place, as every captain should be. Ireland trying to work it out. Stacey Flood. Again, pressure from Fiji at the breakdown. Not releasing on the ground against Ireland. Penalty to Fiji. Rongetha wastes no time getting on with it. This is Nangasau. Pass flat. Overlap on the right. The dummy in the show. Tisolo with the pop for the corner. Oh, brilliant cover tackle. Mulhall and a pop. Penalty against. Brilliant cover tackle there.
Very, very good cover tackle at Naima Sally in the end. Just needed to let go a little bit sooner. Brilliant cover tackle.
Ireland defending here, and this has been a tactic throughout the day so far. Any penalties, use the boot of Mulhall to go into touch, set the line out, and try and back yourselves out wide.
Yeah, probably could have done with a little bit more distance. Lucy Mulhall's been such a good captain for Ireland, hasn't she? Always in the right place at the right time, puts in.
All the best leaders in Ireland are from Wicklow.
Is that
You're
right?
sitting beside one yourself. Here is the line out. O'Flynn in there to lift. So too is Ashley Baxter. Ireland told not to close the gap. Fiji, they don't contest, they leave Ireland to take it. And down goes Megan Williams. Pass from Baxter. Trying to kick clear, Stacey Flood. Fiji again contesting on the ground, making life difficult for Ireland. Mulhall, nowhere to go but up the middle. Makes a few meters. Pick off the back of the ruck. This is better from Ireland. Ashley Baxter. Just control possession at the moment. Did that go forward? Referee was looking the other way, so even if it did, Ireland will get to go again. Ball is called, and look at that. In Nangato to hold Ireland up. Don't use it. They concede the scrum, and it's frustration.
Yeah, they've got such height players like Nangato for Fiji, so they can just wrap players up. The strength to hold them up. It's not often you see a held up maul in sevens rugby.
Game, no. So Rongetha to feed. 2 minutes to go. Just the one try from Fiji to Solo. Ireland have not been out of their half really since the game kicked off.
No, partly because Fiji just putting so much pressure on them at the breakdown. Ireland can't get quick ball and often can't keep the ball.
It was always going to be a tough ask in this pool for Ireland, but if they can get a victory against Fiji, really would lift the confidence levels. Got to get possession to do that, though. Lovely offload from Tamoy, and Ireland steal it to Ashley Baxter and get the penalty. It looks like one of the, I think is it Ashley Baxter who's down injured at the moment. She just took a big hit there from one of the Fijian players. It might be just winded. Hopefully nothing too serious.
Yeah, it was a high tackle, the referee said, so probably, hopefully just winded. Needs a minute or two to gather herself.
Made of strong stuff, the Irish. Thankfully looks to be back on her feet. Is she okay to continue? Yeah, it'll take more than that to get Ashley Baxter off the pitch. The Brazilian crowd have stayed to the death. There's the penalty. Is it going to find touch at the mercy of the ball? And the answer is no. So Riwai and Rongetha to try and push this ball from inside their own 22. Galvin's in over the top, trying to steal. She's done a brilliant job, Louise Galvin, and it's a 2-on-2 here. O'Flynn calling from the outside. He's going to have to go in and just secure that possession. Low body position, high tackle against Fiji. And Ireland want to use this quickly. Baxter again. Mulhall, pass was high to Galvin. No advantage, not back the required distance. And Ireland will get another go.
Yeah. Fiji making life difficult for themselves at the moment. The high tackles coming in, not getting back 10, giving Ireland a few lives. Perfect moment to score for Ireland, wouldn't it? If they could get
Interesting to see
one
what
now.
they do here, because
Catch and drive?
that's what I do. That's why I'm not playing 7, Sue. Little dummy switch, and then a flat pass. Taken well by Megan Williams. Options both sides now for Stacey Flood. Fiji up very quickly. Mulhall trying to kick clear. Can she get it down? Is she there? Yes, she is. The captain's try for Ireland. Lucy Mulhall level things up. Conversion to come. Brilliant stuff from Ireland.
Yeah, great finish from her. It was the gamble in the Fiji defence that made it. They rushed up, which gave her the inside option.
Ireland to take the lead. Lucy Mulhall, the Gaelic footballer from Wicklow, doesn't miss those ones. Here's the try. She had so much work to do. You're allowed to roll. Your momentum takes them over. Super try for Ireland. And I tell you what, they've turned this around on its head, because it was all Fiji for the first 3.5, 4 minutes. It's now Fiji 5, Ireland 7 at the break.
Heineken, cultura inglesa, América Latina e Logística. Grupo Hotels e Resorts.
Just got a little bit wide in defence. Wide up there. We must go forward. It's great.
Por enquanto, leva à frente por 2 pontos, 7-15.
Make sure that our second player is there immediately. They're trying to get in, and in defence, let's pick our battles. Okay, they're off their feet in the breakdown, so let's pick our battles. If they're flying in and they're off their feet, step away, make the referee aware of it. All right. So at the moment, they're just off their feet all the time. Set. Yeah. Let's go, girls. Yeah. Up the tempo again. Up the tempo again.
Chris Cracknell giving away the Irish secrets there, Sue. We're illegal at the breakdown. You want to be telling the referee, perhaps, but yeah, interesting first half, you'd have to say. And Ireland's top try scorer, Alison Miller, yet to enter the fray. And we know the damage that she can do. In fact, well, she looks like she's getting ready to come on any minute now. So far, Ireland remain unchanged. We start from Fiji. It's going to go the 10. Awkward one for Mulhall, but she had Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe right in behind her to secure possession. Galvin swings one. Chance to run this now from inside their own 22, Ireland. Quick ball needed. We've got Audrey O'Flynn on the left, so Galvin swings one to the right and a diving catch. Good skill from Baxter. Galvin again in active scrum half. Now, Murphy-Crowe. Not much room to move there, and she had Salali right in front of her. Give away the penalty. Quick tap and go, this time from Nangasau. Shipped one on. Fiji dangerous. This is where they love to offload. Tamoy, ball on the outside. It's a foot race. O'Flynn's not going to get that. Githa touches down for Fiji into the corner, and Fiji retake the lead. It's taken less than a minute, Sue.
Yeah, Githa so often the playmaker. This time the finisher. Chris Cracknell was talking about the breakdown at half time. It was the breakdown where Fiji stole that ball, moved it all the way to the side of the pitch, and Githa has a bit of pace on her.
She certainly does. And Audrey O'Flynn just couldn't live with that pace from Rungitha. Conversion to come from Tisolo. So the conversion goes to the left and wide. The try scorer Rungitha dangerous strike runners, Zuzet, and Ireland now. Well, they're only down by 3. Next score crucial. Is this going to go 10? And possession gifted back to Ireland. Advantage being played. And a lovely pick off the ground. And again, a little step from Williams. Needs help on the inside. Almost towards the touchline. It went for an advantage now. Rungetha. Whistle had gone. Oh, Fijians don't like that one.
Referee says there's a second knock on. If there hadn't been, then they were quite within their rights to be annoyed about that. But 2 knock-ons. Referee has to call it back for a scrummage. Megan Williams there trying to do the Fiji thing and offload. Probably wasn't on.
Alison Miller warming up on the sideline. So too Katie Fitzhenry. 2 players at a bit of pace for Ireland. And backs are going to have to defend here now. This is where Fiji are dangerous.
Interesting call, isn't it, from Anthony Eddy, leaving Alison Miller on the sideline for this long. Their best finisher, their most experienced finisher by quite some way.
I just wonder in terms of match fitness with that broken hand, and she was out of action for a while. I wonder did it have anything to do with it, but certainly she's been a couple of times on the bench now and been used to great effect when she has come on. Nangasau with the pass and the lovely offload. Didn't go to plan. Rewind just as I say it. And here is Rungetha in the middle. Chance to straighten up. Nangato breaks the tackle. It's a poor one from Mulhall. Nangato trying to go through. Dragged down inside the Irish 22. Options all left here, but they can see the penalty going off their feet. And how ironic is that? The one thing Chris Cracknell said Ireland were doing, Fiji get pinged for.
He's not going to like that, is he, in the video analysis after the game? Hang on a minute, that's what I thought Ireland had been doing all game, according to him. But good work from Ireland at the break. A good cover defence, wasn't it?
10 points to 7, 3 in it. Both sides looking for their first win. Mulhall looks for touch, and that's a really good kick. Bring play up to the halfway line. The substitutions for Ireland getting ready, and so too for Fiji. I see Ravisa, who also has got a lovely turn of foot, and Tinai to come in. So Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe is coming off, and so too is Megan Williams. So Fitzhenry and Miller in for Ireland. Let's see what the new faces can do. Plan number 1 off the line out, give the ball to Ali Miller. See what she's got left in the tank.
I certainly can't think of a better plan. So much space out here.
2 tries already for Alison Miller. Got to win the line out though.
Come on.
Ireland spring like a coil but can't hold on to it. Where's that ball? It's going to come back just about. It looked like it could have been a suspicion of a knock on there. Referee says play on, and that's exactly what they do. Galvin, lovely pass, held well, hit the ground just before it got to Baxter, and the penalty against Fiji.
The referee's been really hot on that all game, calling it any remotely high tackle high, so the players have to take notice of that and adapt accordingly.
Maybe they got a dressing down after the 2 early hits that went unpunished. Just a little reminder of the rules, but that's how Pool A looks as it stands. Ireland and Fiji battling to avoid the last spot. Australia and Canada comfortably through to the quarterfinals of the Cup tomorrow. Ireland, last line, it didn't go to plan. This one looks better. Was it straight? Yes, it was. Play on, says the referee. Mulhall drifts across the pitch. Needs the pass to go to hand. Bounces off 1. Bounces off 2. Mulhall into the 22 to Miller. Ireland on the attack. 2 minutes to play. Anybody's game, and they give away the penalty. Well, there you go. Cracknell's calls have been answered.
A real battle between the 2 number 12s there. Alison Miller, Timo Ravisa just getting the tackle in and then winning the penalty.
Rungetha gets us back underway. Fiji haven't seen the usual. There's one offload, but it hasn't been quite as ridiculous as the last 2 games where literally the ball could have gone anywhere and did go anywhere. Miller makes the hit. Keep it alive. Lovely play. Ravisa keeps it going. Massive overlap left here. If they can move this ball and straighten up. This is Nangasau. Nangasau through the middle. Across comes Stacey Flood, but she's not going to catch her. And Nangasau underneath the post. Will this be the match-winning try for Fijiana?
That's when Fiji's offloading game is so effective. Over on this side of the pitch, there was offload after offload after offload. What that does is it draws in the defence, as you called it. When the ball then went out wide, it was 3-4 on 1. The Irish defence, no chance at all, and Nangasau finishes brilliantly. 2 players outside of though.
brilliant run through the middle from Nangasau. There is the conversion attempt. Flag stays down. So 5 points tacked on for Fiji inside the last minute of normal time. Fiji 15, Ireland 7. 2 scores needed for Ireland. It's mission impossible, you feel. Well, they want to get this ball quickly. They want to get this ball quickly and go from tap and go from the halfway line. Got to get on with it.
Quickly doesn't seem to be happening at the moment, does it? A little bit of indecision. Not sure if they realise they've got 17 seconds left.
Tired legs, tired minds perhaps for Ireland at the moment. Australia game, I'm guessing, took an awful lot out of them. It was a hugely physical performance from Ireland then to match Australia. And they did that for large parts of the game. Ball on the outside to Miller. Just wasn't to be for Ireland today. Knock on. And that should be that in terms of the final whistle. It is Ireland. Well, it's another defeat for them on the opening day here in Sao Paulo. Fiji get off the mark with victory. A final score, Fiji 15, Ireland 7.
Now here comes Goss. Goss, the big feed and a try! New Zealand have stolen it!
I'm Sarah Goss and I'm captain of the New Zealand Women's Sevens team, and this is my 7 in 60. Probably making this team for the first time and getting to wear the first black jersey. I suppose there's a few. I think Shani Williams and Jen Kish are probably the main two. Probably hot chips and fizzy. Hardworking, a farm girl, and just laid back. Beyonce, the Queen, and Oprah. Probably winning the World Series and also winning the World Cup. Last meal, probably fries. I love hot chips.
And what Sarah Goss didn't say then was that she is also a champion Golden Shears shearer in New Zealand, and sheep shearing, of course. Very legitimate sport there as we look at the Pool B where New Zealand is. They're at top of the pool with 6 points. United States second, Spain, Russia, and of course that 46-0 victory over Spain. Very emphatic statement from them, basically saying we are back big time. That was the largest score of the day, and I've got to say most impressive on the pitch was Kayla McAllister. Aggression on 2 legs, that's for sure. And of course New Zealand are missing one team member to injury, that's Portia Woodman, the all-time points scorer in this women's competition. And of course we're talking about New Zealand because they're taking on Russia, ranked number 2 coming into this after their fantastic performance in Dubai. There's the head-to-head between these two sides, and the key game there was the last time they met in Dubai, where Russia won 33 points to 7. It was New Zealand's largest defeat ever. However, 7 changes to the squad that Pavel Baranovsky has brought here. He's looking to develop and give more competition time to some of the new girls. As for New Zealand, well, coming into the starting line, Niall Williams there in the number 4, coming in to add a little power to that front row and also probably give a bit of a rest. Good to see Michaela Bly back on the bench though. Sue Day's with me, and yes, New Zealand very impressive.
New Zealand have had a brilliant day at the office. Russia have had a really, really tough day at the office. After that brilliant performance from then in Dubai, they've really tailed off. Of course, 7 change to the squad is going to make that happen, but New Zealand a pretty disappointing tournament for them. Russia listed first in this match. Russia versus New Zealand shows that it was Russia that were the team who were top seed for this pool, but New Zealand have looked like the top seeds all day, haven't they?
Absolutely have. They've got a tough job in front of them, Russia, for this one. I'm sure those Kiwi girls there will be looking for some revenge, even though different personnel up against them. Broughton there, always a smile on her face. Of course, the very experienced Alhambra Neves taking charge of this one. Kukina pushes it right to the 22, where Nathan Wong is waiting. Brazier. And here's McAllister. Top try scorer so far, and look at that. Stepped with ease off her left foot and left Kukina in the dust. And that is how Kayla McAllister is going to start this match.
She has really come here to make a statement, Kayla McAllister, hasn't she? 7 tries already this weekend. First touch of the ball, step out, step in, pin the ears back, in under the post. I mean, it really is very impressive indeed. Nobody laid a finger on her.
Nathan Wong makes it count, 7 points to 0 now. First touch of the ball, New Zealand over. Shredded the defence.
And just what this inexperienced Russian team didn't need. They'll already be low on confidence after the first 2 games, and then to go a try down before they've even touched the ball other than the kick-off, without even laying a finger of a tackle on the opposition, that hurts.
Good high kick. Goss was under it. Left it behind, however. She won't be treating herself with a scoop of chips tonight.
No, she won't. It's very, very close though, wasn't it?
That takes a huge amount of practice to get those right with the kicker in you. You've got to be really aggressive, chasing it and in the air. So moving it to the centre where McAllister just takes her eye off the ball.
Kazakova off opposite Kayla McAllister, breathing a sigh of relief there on that ball. Went to ground, you could see her beckoning inside to come and support her on the inside shoulder, and you can hardly blame her.
Kazakova, no slouch either. We've seen her score some fantastic tries.
Yeah, there's a lot on her shoulders this weekend as captain in the absence of all those big players.
And here she is here. Puts the fend on. One-on-one with McAllister. We'll call that one a draw. Coming in offside there was Kelly Brazier. So, quick tap from Lushina and a bit of ball play there. Here's Zdrokova, the new speedster debuting here in Brazil. And they're still on the attack here with Bystrova. And she dies on that sideline.
Completely outnumbered Bystrova, wasn't she? 3 New Zealand players on one, absolutely nothing she could do about that.
Tui lined up against Bankarova. Nice ball into Goss. Brazier. Pass off to McAllister. Fata Simpkins not needed at this point. Just pulled by the collar there for sure by Kazakova. So referee's got the advantage, Brazier. It's a dance on. Decides to move it, Williams. Good pass to Goss. And here's Tui. Ruby Tui's got room to move. And very easy try for Ruby Tui, who is waiting patiently on the wing and gets the reward.
Yeah, good finish from Ruby Tui. Elena Zadrakova showed her inexperience there, not even getting the tackle. It needed to take Ruby Tui a bit lower, probably had enough space to make the tackle, but didn't. But again, New Zealand, they took the ball all the way to one side of the pitch, and with excellent handling, just brought it all the way back again. And in the end, the last pass ends up in the hands of Ruby Tui in a bit of space. Easy.
Yeah, I didn't think she wanted to know Ruby Tui there, did she? Yeah, once again, slotted perfectly there for Nathan Wong. So 14 plays nil. Just easing ahead here, New Zealand.
Yeah, it's quietly efficient, this New Zealand performance, isn't it? Not really putting a foot wrong, keeping the ball in hand, moving it to the open spaces until they manage to make a gap. Russia really not having any chances at all.
Back. So that ball goes back off Bankarova. And they release it into the pocket. Kikina getting smashed by Williams. Maintain possession though, Russia. Here's Kazakova. So good work from Russia, although well behind the 22. Need to make some meters. The run by Strova. Kikina just trying on. Strova again. Kazakova, those three just playing their own little game on that short side. Will they move it now? No, short hit instead to Edovskaya. Kukina. Well, they've made about 4 meters.
Yeah.
And that spills forward. Williams is on it. She got hit from the side.
Yeah, Russia were making it really difficult for themselves, not taking the ball into contact. They kept offloading, and what that meant was there was no breakdown, where there was no offside line. So every time they looked up to try and pass the ball back, there were New Zealand players in the way. Sometimes you've just got to take the ball forward as hard as you can, create an offside line, and make the defence work hard to get back onside.
Well, Williams' mistake means Russian line-out ball. Kina throws it in. It's a long one where Brazier collects. Brazier with that fantastic left foot step. What can you do about that? She's a magician, isn't she, Kelly Brazier?
Yeah, nothing you can do about that, really. And she had a player on her shoulder as well, so the poor defender's trying to defend one of the best steps in world rugby and the second player. Here she goes. It's just poetry in motion, that step. Twice off the left foot and in under the post.
First represented the Black Ferns, which is the 15-a-side team back in 2009. She's been a regular there, a regular here for the New Zealand Sevens team as well. She was the Rugby World Cup top point scorer in 2010. Of course, she won the Sevens Rugby World Cup in Moscow too in 2013. So there's the halftime score, 21-0. It is New Zealand leading Russia.
Tudo bem?
Então, tiveram já anunciamos os confrontos do segundo dia amanhã. Aqui mesmo, na Arena Bariri.
But if we had chop tackled, we probably would have had a better chance of going for the ball. So just those first up tackles, if we can chop them, we go from there. As you can see, they'll hold us further. We're going to hold on to the ball, and then it's going to start from there. Awesome freedom here, take it to space, that's all we're doing, right? Just do the simple things well, keep coming forward and keep got it, check circles, otherwise when you win the ball, you decide to move it up.
Well, I hope they've got first aid down there, because Pavel Baranovsky looks like he's going to have a heart attack.
That might be the most animated or angry I think I've ever seen him in one of those huddles. He does look like he's about to burst a blood vessel. To be fair to this Russian team, there's so many changes from the last tournament. It's hard to keep your shape, and they're missing really key players. Kudanova has been their standout playmaker for such a long time. If you take somebody like that out,
of the mix, it makes things really difficult. And they're up against a team playing, you know, at the height of their powers compared to how they played in Dubai, New Zealand. It's actually well.
Yeah, they're looking calm again and very convicted, aren't they? Very assured of their pattern and their structure. Williams, she's made some good progress and she's debuted in Dubai. Goss is chasing. Zdrokova takes it, but look at that ruck from New Zealand. Won that easily. Brazier again. Just playing on that advantage line. Here's Tui. Nice transition. Nathan Wong. Broughton's on. And if you've got Brazier at one side, you've got Broughton on the other. The two Bs have just been fantastic today.
The stepping ability in the team, absolutely fantastic, isn't it? Gail Broughton looked up. There was no overlap, nothing like that. She just thought, right, well, I'll create it myself then. Just a little step, and another one. Offers the ball up one-handed. It doesn't need to make the pass because she's in.
And poor old Fata Simpkins, she's been hanging out waiting for a pass, and if it's not Broughton, it's McAllister. She never gets it. And kicking on Song. 28-0 now.
Yeah, they'll be quite keen to beat the gap from the score in Dubai, New Zealand, I think.
The only problem is if you end up top into the quarters, you might end up playing Fijiana. We know that they can actually upset any team. We'll wait and see how that plays out. Broughton nearly offside. Russia now passing it, but that defence at outside in D from Ruby Tui stopped Lushina in her tracks. Looked right. Shemshak there, being held up. Eventually goes down. Just in 6s and 7s here. Lushina now. Trying hard to break that line, but doing it individually, and it turns out a penalty for New Zealand. So Brazier takes it quickly, dummies Tui, gets a nice wide ball out to Chubik, and Chubik's come off the bench, reached out, popped over, and there's another 5 points.
Yeah, we saw earlier Brazier's brilliant sidestep there. We saw her vision. She realised that the defence was in tight, so put the wide pass past a couple of players out to Tubik. An easy finish for Tubik once she'd gathered it.
Chubik played for Counties Manukau Nationals in New Zealand recently. She's a very versatile player, can play in the backs and forwards. Let's see if she can go 100%. Oh, looking good. And it is, so perfect so far. The young Tyler Nathan Wong converts 35-0 now. And she'll leave the pitch on 100%.
Thank you.
Conversions do definitely count when it comes to close matches, we know that.
Just the importance of accurate kicking in 7s helps you to regain your kickoffs, and those extra 2 points can make all the difference. Not in this game, though.
So Russia deep, once again pushed back. They're trying their hearts out. This promising here, and it's Zdrokova. Zdrokova on the outside. Is Fata Simpkins going to be able to reel her in? No, and that is the speed that Baranowski was talking about for the young debutante. She's made her mark in this match and broken the New Zealand defensive line.
Good for Zdrokova. We've been waiting for it all day, haven't we? We talked about it right up front, that she's got pace. We didn't know how much pace she had. We do know, though, that Katerina Fata-Simpkins has pace. She couldn't catch her. Great finish. Pretty tired there.
Just 19 years old. So keep an eye on her for the future, now and beyond. She's made it up to 5 points to 35. Temperatures still soaring on the sideline there for Peronowski.
Looks like he's been out in the sun a little bit too long, doesn't he?
He looks a little calmer. Who knows who he's talking to? Deep kick put in there, Tui underneath. Gets it out to trusty playmaker Brazier. Beats 2. Nice short ball to Manuel. Manuel's line straight through the middle. She saw there was nothing but open space in front of her. And great way to come on off the bench, Juliana Manuel.
Lovely to see Brazier and Manuel linking up again. Manuel's been out a long time, but how many times have we seen the two of them linking up? It was Brazier's step through the gap and then the offload to Manuel, who cut the line off her like any good 15 centre that she is would, and showed that she's still got that pace.
She certainly did. But really her ability to know when to time the hit, isn't it? It's lovely. Fada Simpkins takes over conversion duties. Wasn't able to get it through the post, so 35-point advantage for New Zealand. And number 2's the kick. If I remember rightly, that goes to Sarah Goss's side.
Right.
Let's see if I'm right.
Let's see if you're right.
Is she still on?
I'm not sure she is. I know what you mean.
Ah, goes
there
to the
go.
left. We'll work it out. So good chase on, but Gavula takes the pressure. Just looking once again to shovel bad passes.
Yeah, Russia really passing in desperation now, just want to move the ball away.
So nearly finished this final pool game for both Russia and New Zealand. Can they finish off with a spark, the Russians? Big hit coming in there from the big shoulders of McAllister. Somehow Russia absorbed that because they're tough. That's why Fefelofa gets it out to Gavula. Gavula, well, she's put in a big run here, but who's chasing? Ruby Tui. Good fitness, makes another tackle too. How fantastic was that defence? Russia still have it. Can they make this try? Yes, because they've given it to the speedster, Zadrokova, at the end. So created a very good finish, didn't they, Russia? Talk about guts.
I half expected Ruby Tui to pop up with a third tackle there on Zadrokova, but great heart from Russia, great heart from them pushing all the way to the end. Ruby Tui does everything she possibly can to stop the scoring. Amazing that she got up to make that second tackle. But Zadrokova so pleased with that, kisses the ball, plants it down. Great heart from the Russians.
That kick askew. So, another fantastic performance there from New Zealand, and plenty of guts and heart from Russia too. The Kiwis take it 40 points to 10.
Rugby Under-20 Championship. The hero of South Africa, Jan Serpentine. Jack Noah, away goes Clifford. Watson is over.
Pablo Matera has done the business. A little step through from Pollard, and this is going to be another try. Too easy for Ringrose.
Jesse Crean.
Superb finish.
The man is so powerful.
The Wales captain, Sam Warburton. Bigger, it's all over.
David Pocock, captain supreme.
It's Savea, and look at that.
Well, how good is that going to be? What about the list of superstars that have gone through the 20s ranks, and this year all the action will be coming to you from Manchester in England between June 7 and 25. Oh, Mel Robinson. What about the names there? Pocock, Sevilla, Warburton, Bigger. The biggest and the best in the world. Speaking of the biggest and the best in the world, what about in the world of women's sevens? We've got them here in Sao Paulo for you, ladies and gents. And topping Pool B is New Zealand, who were dominant. Is probably the best way to describe their performances earlier today. And, well, to wrap up this pool, we've got a little bit of action coming at you between Spain and the United States. A completely rejigged Russian team has struggled here with any form of cohesion, but they have shown that they've got a couple of superstars on the way of their own. We saw getting around in that previous game, Mel, the number 12.
Yeah, look, she has speed to burn, and that is your key weapon in sevens, isn't it? I'm really pleased to see the United States come back, because they're taking on Spain now. They didn't do particularly well in Dubai, second from bottom, but they beat Russia 19-10. They had a reasonably good performance, even though they lost to New Zealand 5-35. But, you know, it's just that their patterns are starting to come together again. Griffin has been good. Potter, outstanding. Her work rate in that last victory was unreal, really. A few changes here once again. Javale's on the bench. We've got Brindleen, or Hunter as she likes to be known, in her debut, and playing very well, finishing off particularly well indeed.
This is our final game on day one in Sao Paulo. The Arena Barreri. He's playing host to this wonderful tournament. Plenty of locals tucked in and around the stands throughout the day. It has been scorching hot throughout. They've managed to find themselves a little bit of shade to hang tough. And there is the lady that Mel Robinson mentioned, who's been terrific today, Gillian Potter. And if you haven't done so yet, jump onto the World Wide Web and have a look at the feature story done by the guys at World Rugby. It's on Facebook, it's on YouTube, and it is a special bit of TV. And our man with the plan and the whistle, in his 50th match of the World Rugby 7 Series, is Rasta Rasavingi. Well done, Rasta, on kicking past 50. The half ton is up for Rasta. And this late in the day, you expect to still see him motoring up and down the track, former 1500 metre runner. Runs and runs and runs. He'll probably run back to the team hotel after we're done here as well, will Ruster.
If he's allowed to.
If he's allowed to. Okay, here comes Spain and the United States, and it's going to be Garcia who waits that kickoff beautifully. Potter taps it back. Nice first up tackle too from Casado. Forces the error.
Yeah, that was Hunter who rushed up to try and clean it up for Brindleen. Debut tournament, 28-year-old and debuting. She's from Coach Julie McCoy's American Rugby Pro Training Centre in Little Rock.
Play on.
Spain, so important this match between these two, both with a win each, looking to push through to the cup side of the draw or lock themselves up with a cup position
Entry.
for day two. And we'll go back for the penalty there. Entry was from the side, from the USA. Real dummying and then clearing the pass inside. Instead it falls to the USA, and they're going to be a red hot chance here to go away through Griffin. Back to Bonnie. Back to Griffin, and eventually the cover defence gets there. Spain are happy to go on quickly, but they're numbered up in the negative. Still, they clear the pass. Potter will rush up and look to force the tackle. She just steers her opposite number, Del Pan, back into the defence. That's a lovely little bit of play down the short side. No room to move. Can Spain make it count? Real wrapped up by Potter.
Yeah, we go full.
We're going to have to go back and retake that, but Real showing what she can do with very little space to work in. On we go. Now with Garcia. Across to Urbina. Lovely offload. Found Delpan.
She got up on her feet. Turnover's good.
And up to the task is Greenling for the USA. This is good footy from both teams. It's been back and forth. And Bonnie slips a pass, slips it beautifully. It's the number 1 jersey to the 11, Rachel Hunter. He's careering away and now can just throttle back and pop it down for the USA's first try here against Spain.
They're relentless, the United States. It doesn't matter that they were having to defend. They kept their heads. They kept the faith and trust in their systems. And eventually they got the ball. And yes, it was Hunter at the end, but good work indeed. Just really patient from all of these players. Bonnie in particular, she's played a good role so far early in this match.
Super desafio para Juventus Sevens, para o Brasil.
It takes time. They've got a new
After
coach.
3.5 minutes of action, Mel. It's 7-0 in favour of the USA. Yeah, they've got the new coach.
Yeah, new coach takes time to adjust to the new patterns and game plans that she wants to put out there. Jules McCoy, former United States 15-a-side player as well, so she's got a bit of nous in there. Interesting to see how it develops.
It's a lovely restart, perfectly weighted, and it'll come back for the USA. So important. Your restarts in sevens to retain possession. That looked to be forward. Nope. Play-ons are called. Potter.
Tackle, Andy.
Potter does well to hit the ball in field, and skipping and dancing at the line there is Kelter.
Rack now. Counter rack's good. Lost it forward onto the play on the ground.
Yeah, look, probably Kelter should have looked to go wide there. You know, if they're playing that power game, all well and good, but you need more support around you if you're going to hit it up. She didn't really have anybody there. She did have 3 players outside her. I would have gone wide on that option.
Okay, crouch. Bind. Ball's not going to go until we step. No ball till we step. Crouch. Bind. Set. Let's go, let's go.
Scrappy stuff, but it falls well for Spain in the end. And taking it into contact there is Martinez, the captain. Pulling the trigger on the pass, Urbina. Now they come back, the short side. They've had a little bit of pay down this short side, and once again, Delpan takes play into the USA's half, coming around the corner, looked to be offside. No, it's just knocked on as the call against the USA.
Yeah, they love that short corridor, don't they? They put about 4 players up there, use about a third of the whole field, but they're making inroads. America have not adjusted yet. They haven't worked it out. I'm sure they will soon.
Okay, crouch.
So whoever wins this one will definitely go into the Cup draw, and will take on England tomorrow in the last of the Cup quarterfinals. Tapping and charging. Go Spain, good pick and go after being brought down initially was Casado.
Up on the last feed. Come back, yeah, full.
She's a lady that they'll need to get involved a little more. Casado, if Spain are to roll the USA here. She scored the match winner against Russia after the bell earlier today. Casado, nice ball across the park. Good passing here from Spain. But the defence slides rather easily though. Casado. Super tackle down low was Kristen Thomas making a shot, and now Real over the top looking to force the turnover, the counter turnover to the counter turnover. Instead it comes with USA and across the park into the hands of Kelter. Kelter as the thunder rumbles around. Arena Barreri. Look at this from Kelter. Beautiful footwork. Ooh, Spain with a chance to get in behind. Real holds a pass up. Again, Thomas makes the tackle. Lovely D from Thomas. Well, this is exhaustive stuff from both these teams. It's entertaining sevens. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching on from around the world via our World Rugby stream on your tablets, your smartphones or your smart TVs. USA and Spain going at it here in Sao Paulo. Lovely hands, Real looking to get on the outside. Again, the defence is good. Thomas again. She will sleep well tonight. Pushing and fending. Garcia. Oh, the pass goes in behind, across to Real again. Everyone's getting a little touch. It's like a kid's party. Everyone goes home with a lolly bag, Mel Robinson. It's amazing. Oh, and Kelter read that so beautifully. It was like speeches for a while, and then it becomes checkmate, Kelter. Great sevens, both teams. USA up by 12.
I was thinking, when was it ever going to end? For goodness sake, Spain, they were just throwing it around willy-nilly. It looked good, their attack, but Kelter, it was the only thing she could do because it was 2-on-1 situation. So she came in, timing was just brilliant, wasn't it? There's nothing Spain could do because they didn't have anyone back because everyone was on attack.
Conversion attempt from the try scorer is good, and it is the USA leading Spain 14 points to 0 at the break.
No segundo tempo desse jogo também, anunciaremos os confrontos de amanhã, no segundo dia de jogos, o Super Desafio Brad Rugby Sevens. Não se esqueçam, entre hoje e amanhã termina o horário de verão, e amanhã os jogos começam às 11 da manhã.
Está muy fácil, ¿de acuerdo? Está muy fácil, estén cansadas, ellas también. ¿Qué estamos haciendo?
Mais à noite, às 10 da noite, tem Tupis. Sinal aberto liberado no Watch ESPN, sem precisar de usuário, sem precisar ter plano de TV a cabo. Tupis contra Canadá, 10 da noite no Watch ESPN, jogo lá no Canadá. Válido pela terceira rodada do Campeonato das Américas, da America's Rugby Championship. Por enquanto aqui, jogo número 18, o último jogo deste primeiro dia de competição do Super Desafio Brad Rugby Sevens. Placar parcial, norte-americanos na frente, 14-0.
Gillian Potter, so great to see her back, doing her thing, playing well as well. She's put Dubai behind her, and can you believe it? This is Gillian Potter, the lady that's herring around the park now, who has overcome some of the toughest odds. Such great support from the World Rugby community. Well done, Gillian Potter. And again, I'll say it one more time, Mel Robinson, if you haven't yet had a chance to get a look at Gillian Potter's feature story, thanks to World Rugby, the guys have put together an awesome feature. 5 minutes about Gillian, her comeback, the comeback.
Red 4.
An inspiration in every sense of the word, the number 3 for the USA.
Absolutely. That was only a year ago, Sean. It's unbelievable. The support she got from the rugby community is just amazing.
There she is, Potter. She taps back beautifully. Real's come away with it though. Spain have played such good rugby and they've got nothing to show for it. Now this is the masked, yet there's a pretty little Spanish face under there. And her name is Paula Medin. Look, I don't think I've seen anything like it. We'll get a little tight shot for you. There it is, Paula Medin. What's doing?
Look, she's probably not happy about it, but she'd rather have a normal nose, probably.
What is that? Who ticked off on that?
There we go.
It might be paper mache.
Is it paper mache?
I don't know.
Okay,
It'd have to
They
be.
had arts and crafts before kickoff.
Fine.
I want to go find out
Set.
post day one to see what's cracking with Paula Medin's face.
Loose head, angle.
Here comes Spain. Let's hope their play can be a little more pretty than Paula's mask, which he's now going to scoop the ball up. Here goes Paula Medin. The Phantom of the Opera takes play 30 out. Get the organs ready for Paula. USA up by 14, and now the pass goes to Griffin. Okay, with the speedster, we'll speak of Thomas. The cover defence, he's not going to get there, and Thomas, who's done a mountain of work in defence, now gets some reward with ball in hand. There's a try for Kristen Thomas.
Yep, she's the other hard worker in this USA team that has been putting it out there every single minute of every one of these matches. Kristen Thomas. Of course, it was a great pass from Javelay, who's a threat herself, but this young lady, she hasn't been in the game of sevens for particularly long. 6 tries in Dubai. Very powerful and very quick.
Kelter sends the conversion attempt at the sticks. It's away to the left though, and the score stays like it was. 19 points to 0. USA are up over Spain.
Funny old game, because it's actually Spain who have made most of the play and looked good. United States have been a little more opportunist, but you know, you can't argue with the scoreboard at this point.
What a great way to finish day one, though. The
let's go.
Women are out on their feet, and they have played with plenty of precision and have made it count when they need to. Great way to put an end to opening day's action in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Now play on.
Here comes Garcia. Quality covering tackle there from Rachel Hunter. It's about the first mistake we've seen, unforced knock-on we've seen, Mel.
Yeah, it has been a bit like that, hasn't it? It's just Spain just, you know, once they're 1 or 2 phases into it, that's when they've lost possession. The Americans have been in the right spot at the right time.
Okay, let's go.
I think Medin, when she cut back, she should have stayed wide, because they definitely would have had the advantage on that short side there.
Fine. Set.
Kelter. Fees fishes it out now across the park. USA come to another one of their speedsters in the form of Jessica Javelay. Kelter, she has been front and centre in helping set up this 19-point lead. Here she comes again, Kelter to Javelay. Javelay won't get past the defensive Real. And again, the Thunder cracks in behind us here in the suburb of Barreri. Set for a big storm a little later. Here goes Medin, Paula Medin. Well, the tackle is made, but the pass was cleared there by Bonnie, who didn't have too many issues. And pushing through here is Perry. Perry! Hot in South America. Who would have thought it? And the USA are now in cruise control. Her first try in the 7 series.
I got told that this girl is a power prop, and that's certainly power. If they use her the right way, the United States, we can see this young lady getting a lot more tries like this. It is her debut tournament, former basketball player, and another new star on the Sevens circuit.
Kick is good. And the USA can now afford to throttle back. They're up by 26 with 1:30 to run.
1'8" so she's nice and sizable.
Hard to believe this is the same USA team that turned out in Dubai before Christmas. They are far more polished. Everyone looks comfortable in what they're doing, and they are going to push England all the way tomorrow in our 4th Cup quarter final. No question. Oh, an uncharacteristic mistake there from Garcia.
Bring him on. What's that? So.
Yeah, there's a lot of lightning and thunder here, and I think that's what the referee's saying, because it could be a danger, so they're going to halt this game. I've seen a number of flashes already. Yep, and there's another one there.
That's a smart play from Ruster.
Just like
Yeah, get off, Ruster. No dramas, mate. Pull them off.
Check now, I'll tell you now.
Smart play.
If it is within 2 minutes, then we play, but not.
Are we safe in here, Sean?
Well, probably not. We're high. The arena here is something else. Arena Barrieri.
Ali, how many minutes are we going to wait?
We're going to wait 15 minutes.
Oh,
okay,
15,
the recommendation is 30.
They're going to wait 15 minutes. They still have the 1 minute to play.
So you just heard the word there from our tournament director, the great Alison Hughes, just saying to Ruster that protocol states 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and finish that last minute.
I bet you the players will be stoked about that, Sean. You know, because it's...
Alrighty, well, we spoke earlier about Gillian Potter, the England great. Let's get a little closer look at it now. Enjoy this, folks.
My name is Gillian Potter, and I'm from Austin, Texas. I play rugby for Team USA. I started playing rugby at university. I've never heard of rugby, but my first day out was tackling practice, and I was hooked ever since. I think what hooked me with rugby was how welcoming the team was, and the community of rugby is really what is special. I was recruited for the USA Under-19 team, and then from there went through all of the USA developmental pathway programs until I was capped in 2007 for 15s. I broke my neck in 2010, right before the 2010 World Cup. Immediately, I knew something was wrong, and I didn't move. It was very devastating. I wasn't sure if rugby was over for me or not. I just needed to kind of work it out, but I knew right away that 2010 World Cup wasn't in the picture, and I just didn't know what was going to be next.
Gillian Potter, the captain, University of New Mexico product, certainly played some basketball in her background, also on the 15s.
Sevens wasn't really quite on my radar until the Olympic announcement. And then I had the opportunity to go out to a camp, and then I was like, oh, I love sevens, this is so fun. And I've been missing out all this time, you know, but it was great. And then in 2012, became part of the sevens professional program at the Olympic Training Center in San Diego. Well, I found the tumor right after Amsterdam Sevens. I woke up one morning and had swelling underneath my jaw and tongue, and initially the oncologist thought it was benign and that it was slow growing and it was something that we didn't have to worry about. Throughout the course of the World Cup, the tumor was growing and much faster than they had anticipated. And I did play throughout the whole World Cup, but the tumor was pressing up my tongue into the roof of my mouth. They diagnosed me with stage 3 synovial sarcoma, which is a rare soft tissue cancer. It is the most misdiagnosed cancer type that there is. And so once we had that and we kind of had a plan, we knew what we needed to do in terms of treatment. When I was diagnosed, I was shocked, and I don't think I cried initially for a while. I didn't want to tell my mom, because that's just not something you want to tell your mom, you know? I don't know, that was the first thing for me that like broke me down, to be honest. When I had to call her, I remember breaking down pretty hard. And then I had to like get it together to call my mom, because my mom would also have an emotional reaction. And I remember telling her, and I was like, Mom, you can't cry to me. Like, you know, like, just, I'm gonna tell you what it is, and then we're gonna get off the Skype conversation, because we had to do a long distance call. But that was the first moment where I had to kind of face it. And the next moment was probably when I had to shave my hair. It was awful. What they don't tell you about is the experience of finding hair on your pillow or in the shower. And that's why they said, listen, like, you need to shave your head before you start chemo, because otherwise it's far more traumatic. But then you start losing your eyebrows and your eyelashes. I didn't know I would lose my eyelashes, and it's something so silly but it made me feel pretty. And so once your eyelashes fell off, I felt like I was this alien, this person, and I looked in the mirror and I didn't like what I saw, you know? But also I was able to look in the mirror and smile too. So you kind of just look beyond that, because you're still that same person regardless of how you look in the mirror. The treatment was hard. The chemo and radiation, they're two different beasts. It's like having the worst flu imaginable every day. So I had an infusion, and I would go on a 3-mile loop walk with my IV pole after my infusion, because I was really insistent on exercising, and I hated being in the hospital. I remember that moment when I told the team. I felt like they took it well, and they were very supportive and encouraging, and you know, this whole year that I've been sick, you know, they were always by my side, even though they were thousands of miles away.
All the best from Germany. You're an inspiration. You're a warrior. You're a fighter.
United Black family.
Kia kaha, be strong, keep fighting.
Yeah, through the whole ordeal, I thought about rugby and how I wanted to come back, and the entire rugby community around the world really offered support, encouragement, and just belief, and that really helped me through. It was hard coming back. The biggest thing that I had to do was remind myself of being patient and being okay with where I was right in that moment, because you can't beat yourself up. Of course you have your ups and downs, you know, and your doubts and your fears, but you really just have to keep moving forward and have a positive approach.
You can see there the captain, Gillian Potter, who I have to say, it's brilliant to see her back playing after a real struggle with illness over the last couple of years.
I'm just grateful to be here. Rugby teaches values, and those values are what really prepare you in life. It's the values that you learn on the pitch and off the field that really set you up to overcome challenges. Rugby has given me a wonderful gift and has taught me a lot about mental toughness and discipline and hard work and integrity. Like, all those things really play a role in how I beat cancer.
Puts everything into perspective very, very quickly. What an inspirational woman, and that smile, well, you can't look at that smile too often enough. Now, play suspended for the time being here at the Arena Bareri in Sao Paulo. A bit of lightning touching down around the arena, so why don't we get another look at another superstar on the circuit. Speaking of lightning, here's Jen Kish from Canada.
Jen Kish is the Canadian captain.
World Rugby Player of the Year in 2013.
I'm Jen Kish, I'm from Edmonton, Alberta. I reside here in Victoria, BC, and I'm the captain of the Women's Canadian Sevens team.
Kish pirouettes. Whoa, in she comes. She's got through.
Lovely step. This is going to be a brilliant individual try for the Canadian captain.
I played multiple sports when I was younger, from basketball to football, taekwondo. My football coach was a rugby player. He insisted that I try out for the women's high school team, and from there my career kind of just took off. I never thought that rugby would be the sport that I was going to the Olympics in, or to be a contender for the Olympics. I always thought it was going to be ice hockey. That's our national sport. This is Pacific Institute for Sports Excellence, known as PICE. We train here day in and day out, and to have a facility to come here every day is a complete honor and privilege for the women's sevens national team. Being able to come here and train and seeing the other Olympian athletes that also train here, such as the rowers and the divers, is amazing. You get to see their work ethic and see how dedicated they are to their program, which makes us want to just make them proud as well and continue to make Canada proud. It doesn't get any more professional than this. We're 7 till 3. There is no other job. This is the job. We have speed, skills, weights. We come here every day spending thousands and thousands of hours on trying to be the best players we can be. So being able to come here and have this facility allowing us to do that is amazing. You don't ever want to hit that wall that your conditioning coaches and your other coaches try to push you through. However, that's what we do here, and that's the only way you're going to get better, and we embrace that challenge. And I would really love to have open practices to the public to see how hard we actually train to be the best in the world and to get a gold medal in Rio 2016.
This is Captain Fantastic going in the score for Canada.
When I started captaining the team in 2012, I felt like it was a huge responsibility, but now I'm surrounded day in, day out by other leaders such as Ashley Stacey, Ghislaine Landry. They make my job easy. I love going up for a ball in a line out or off of restarts and having my teammates lift me in the air. I love that. It's a great feeling, but I also love the defensive part. I love stopping people from getting to the gain line, and they always say defense wins games, so I really pride myself on that. Ultimately, sticking in my role and being the best player that I can be for the team is really why I do this.
Jennifer Kish leads out Canada. She's one of those captains that just leads by example.
When I run out of that tunnel with my teammates, I'm sprinting for that ball because it's almost like claiming territory. We want the first touch of that ball. I just like it. We like it, and it's ours, and this is our baby, and you can't win without it. It definitely makes me feel like on top of the world. I love that my teammates let me go and do that. I get so amped up sometimes that I don't even make sense in these huddles, and they go, "Oh, Kish, like what? What are you saying?" I said, "I don't even know, just follow me," and they get all amped up, and it's a great atmosphere, and then we're ready for kickoff or for receiving or whatever we're doing there, but it's great. We're a consistent third place. No one wants to be third place, and we're not obviously settling for third place. We definitely want to be winning those cups. We just have to be more consistent, and we have to maintain our belief in our system and what the coaches are trying to implement in our game plan. And if we do that, I think we'll get New Zealand. I mean, we've almost had them several times, but we know it's there. We know we're capable. We just have to be consistent. I have a lot of ink. You don't see a lot of women with a chest tattoo and full sleeves, so I can see why everyone's intrigued about them. I got my first tattoo when I was 16, and back in the day, getting a tattoo is quite easy. All you needed was your parent consent. I ended up actually writing the consent myself and signing my dad's name, and I got the tattoo. My dad came home and he goes, "What did you do?" And I said, "Look, Dad, I got the national symbol on my calf. you know, I'm gonna go places. and he wasn't mad. Like, it was my pride, and I mean, that's the tattoo I wear over my heart when I play. So I figured, like, why not my calf, so everyone can see it. That's how much pride I have in representing my country. It's really hard to say which one my favorites are because I have so many, and every new piece that I get ends up being my favorite at that time. But some of the tattoos that I really enjoy would have to be the one on my arm right here, and it's life's a gamble, and it just reminds me that, like, you have to take risks in life, and either they turn out or they don't, but either way you're a winner because you're gonna face adversity and get over it and become a stronger person. It's a piece that reminds me to keep taking risks and keep rolling the dice. And then the really thing I like about this tattoo is that the dice have 7 on each of it, and my birthday's July 7th. And also, I'm in the sport of 7s now, and I wear the number 7, which is why I'm stuck on wearing 7. It's all about 7. It's a lucky number. It's my favorite number, and I'm glad that it's on my body.
She's one driven woman, is Jen Kish, and has been terrific here today at the Arena Bareri in Sao Paulo. And unfortunately, we've had to suspend play, given a little bit of lightning dancing its way around the stadium. So for the moment, why not feast your eyes on what World Rugby's got cracking in the world of fantasy.
Try with a little maestro from France.
Here comes Central Africa.
And he made it look easy.
Well, good news, folks. Our players are back on the field. USA and Spain are ready to get into it. They're going to have a quick warm-up, and while they do that, let's get a look at something else that's on the menu a little later this year.
Under-20 Championship. The hero of South Africa, Jan Serpentine.
Jack Noah. Away goes Clifford.
Watson is over.
Pablo Matera has done the business. A little step through from Pollard. And this is going to be another try. Too easy for Ringrose.
Jesse Crean.
It's a perfect finish.
Bernardi's so powerful.
The Wales captain, Sam Warburton. Bigger, it's all over.
David Pocock, captain supreme. It's Savea, and look at that.
All that. Cannot wait for that. The under-20s kicking off June 7 in Manchester, England. What about some of the names that have come out of previous tournaments? You see them there. Quade Cooper, Dave Pocock, Julian Sauvé, Aaron Cruden. Bigger, Warburton for the Northern Hemisphere. It is a cavalcade of now World Rugby superstars.
And Akira Ioane's probably the latest big name in terms of New Zealand sevens, and for the Blues, he's been outrageous, hasn't he?
He sure has. Akira and his brother Rico. Okay, we've got around about a minute to run on the clock, and if you're wondering why we're playing on, well, points differential is so important in terms of deciding who our Cup quarterfinalists are going to be and in what order they're going to fall for. Day 2 here in Brazil. So USA are clear here by 26. And the stadium has emptied. The rain comes down. Nice way to cool it off. The clock ticks down now. Standing and steering back against the traffic and just adding a little bit of sugar on top of the scoreline is Naya Taper. Yeah, why not, Naya? That's a wonderful try in the rain in Brazil. Her first try in the Sevens World Series.
Oh, I've been waiting to see her out there. Apparently she's super fast as well. pretty new to the game of sevens. She's very powerful, very big indeed. And to see a new talent like that and very happy with herself, and why not? She did it with ease, didn't she?
Oh, did. 10 seconds to run. 33-0. USA are up over Spain. This is the never-ending game of sevens rugby. I'm guessing Kelter might just smash this as far and long as possible, or just kick it shallow and on we'll go. Hasn't gone the 10.
Play on.
Tapping and going quickly are Spain. Just the 36 minutes for the 14 minutes of action here. We give you plenty of bang for buck in Brazil, that's for sure. Okay, the kick across the field is okay from Garcia. And huge shot coming in there from
Advantage.
Tapper. Penalty advantage.
Still advantage.
The Lightning starting to creep back.
Hit it. Yeah, offside. Yeah.
Okay, who's going to finish with points here? Spain or the USA? The stutter and go from Real. She's been her team's best. There's the knock on. That'll do us. 37 minutes of action comes to an end in our final game on day 2. And it is the USA proving too strong for Spain at 33 points to 0. Well, the USA, Melody Robinson, have certainly turned the corner in the second leg of the series and have looked impressive in parts today.
Yep, they're introducing their new athletes quite well, as we saw with Tapper there. They're a little more settled in the pattern. And that pattern is about moving the ball at all and being really physical, and lots of short balls for the big power props.
Okay, all our pool games are done and dusted here after day 1, and Australia finished top of Pool A with Canada finishing second. And we skip across to Pool B, which looks like this. New Zealand have been awesome on day 1. Well, that a very important win for the USA, pushing them up in a second posie in Pool B. And Pool C, well, this was a hotly contested run of teams, with France prevailing over England to finish top of Pool C, and there is Brazil and Japan. Let's get a look at the bowl draw for day 2, the cup draw rather. This is the top end of town. This is where you want to be. And there it is. Australia v Fijiana, New Zealand versus the locals. France, Canada, that's going to be tight. USA v England as well. Oh, there's some mouth-watering matchups for day 2. And now we pull it back to the bowl side of things, where Spain and Japan will go at it, and Ireland and Russia. Okay, that wraps up day 1 from the Arena Barriere. We'll see you all again tomorrow.